Allah is serious Tinubu. Allah is serious Tinubu. Abba le CDO.
$74 billion owed by Nigeria, and we shall have enough money for development. Since I came out with those figures, nobody, no agency of government has challenged me. I'm therefore telling the government in Abuja, please, democracy is under threat in West Africa. Let us consolidate our democracy by taking care of the masses. Do you understand me? Let the masses breathe.
Let them breathe.
We shall take our country back. And the only way to do that is to get united, to demand from the government and agencies of the government money owed our country. If you get the money, you don't need to punish our people.
Yes,
for government, sir, $1.5 billion was voted for repair of Port Harcourt refinery. $1.4 billion for repair of Warri and Kaduna refinery. $2.7 billion was earmarked for Dangote refinery by the federal government. Oh yes. We are therefore asking, what has happened to this refinery? Great Nigerian people, I thank you for your kind attention, Mr. Tinubu.
To NLC not to go on strike. Everything in Nigeria is so difficult for the rich, for the poor, and for it is worse to the downtrodden. I employ people. I'm an employer of labor in my businesses, and things are very difficult, both to the holder and beholder. And I'm sure the new president himself knows that things are very, very difficult. Nobody that lives in Nigeria, nobody that stays in Nigeria do not know that things are very difficult, because we that employ people in our businesses know that things are very difficult. Please, NLC, give the new government some time to sit up. We will be all partners. I've Just yesterday proposed an agricultural bailout. How we can be able to do. The president will be getting it next week. I've written a letter. My office will send a letter on Monday to him. And I want to plead with you people. We are businessmen before being in politics. And please take this plea serious. Do not destroy further the economy by going on strike. Let us dialogue. Let us talk. There's no way 8,000 proposed by one bank. That was proposed by one bank. I saw the budget. It wasn't the proposal of Nigerian government. It was proposed by one bank in the budget and alone. And it is not the right thing to do. Giving money is not the right thing. I objected the traders' money for 8 years, and that traders' money could have been a better thing to use to expand the economy than what we have done. I will come back to speak on a bit. My appeal today is frankly to Nigerian Labour Congress. I know that the workers, the people of Nigeria are flawed. Things are so difficult. But we will overcome with good communication and cooperation. Please, do not go on strike to ridicule.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Daddy.
Warlord.
Thank you for your resilience.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yes, we'll be here. We told them we'll be here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We told them.
Your boys are good to go, sir.
We told them.
Thank
Congratulations.
you, sir.
Turn by turn. They know reach. They know reach. Face not the graphic.
Over exaggerate, but I want to say he's our role model. I want to say all what he has said and what he has enumerated in his CV, and some he has not put it in. The 3 senators from Rivers State and over 5 million Rivers people back at home, we are saying we are in total conformity with our leader. And I want all my distinguished colleagues to just ask our leader to take a bow, if possible, and go. Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished Senator Mbigi, when you were speaking, I had goose pimples because you mentioned that over 5 million people in Rivers said, with this nominee, and you confirmed that his resume, the content are insufficient to enumerate the achievements of the nominee. I don't think there's anybody here who is opposed to this nominee. Your Excellency, can you take a bow?
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to you from wherever you're joining us from. My name is Sho, and I'll be your host for today's episode of Have Your Say 247. As you can guess already, Rudolph is not going to be with us today. He's got other engagements he's going to cover, so I'll be anchoring the show for the next 6 hours, except Forefathers or Mr. Scribe comes in to save the day. So we'll be here till 10 p.m. UK time, 6 hours from now. So we've played some videos which are going to, sort of guide the discussions we're going to have today. You've, seen what's happened over the last week. Some of the things we're going to talk about is the NLC protest that happened. I think that was on Wednesday. They were meant to protest for a while, but you saw Oji Kalu, so I think maybe it was Oji Kalu's soft touch, or maybe it was Mr. Wuto. Maybe it was his threat, because he went with his boys to protest in Abuja. So one or the other worked, and the NLC have now suspended all actions, and they're back in negotiation with the federal government. We're also going to be talking about the list of nominees. You've seen former Governor Wike taking a bow, El-Rufai took a bow, few of them took a bow. President Bola Tinubu has sent 47 names. For those of us who were hoping that it was going to reduce the size of government, it's clear that we're wrong, so we can hope for other things. 47 names have been sent. Lots of drama, Akpabio handling the thing like he's a comedian. There was the lady who came in trying to speak about her father's death, even if she was dramatizing and whatever, I don't know. But the way he went about it, telling her, it's a small speech we're expecting from you. We didn't expect you to come and address the United Nations and things like that. I think he's having too much fun. Akpabio, that is the same one that, carried on with the Let the Poor Breathe. They don't take us seriously. I hope they do, because, Nigerians are not smiling like they are. We also saw the drama with the lady, is it Miriam Shetty, who was meant to be screened. Upon getting to the National Assembly, she was told just before she went in that she's been replaced by, I think, the former Commissioner for Education in Kano. Does that have anything to do with the former governor of Kano becoming the APC chairman? Oh, okay, someone's just corrected me. It's 48, not 47. Okay. So the lady was replaced last minute, and she's come out to say it's the will of Allah, it's the will of God. I'm sure they will compensate her with something else. And finally, Festus Keyamo was finally included as a minister, and he was on Twitter, writing the chorus of a famous praise and worship song, which is familiar, which is common. If you go to Super Eagles games or you watch their games, it's one of the songs that the Super Eagles fans would usually sing. So Keyamo, really excited. So you can imagine how it's felt over the last couple of weeks when the first list came out. His name wasn't there. The second list, he must have been thinking, have I been used and dumped? But his name is now there. It's going to be screened. We're also going to be discussing, the Niger situation. ECOWAS, I think their deadline is just under 24 hours before he expires. What does that mean? Why does Tinubu want to go to war? Some northern senators, the group of northern senators have spoken, they've written to the president to say they don't want a war in Niger, because I think about 7 northern states border Niger, and they're, worried the humanitarian, effect of people trooping into Nigeria. The borders are not strong anyway. So can Nigeria handle, the people fleeing war zone? And obviously they will have families there anyway, so I don't think they particularly want a war in Niger, and Buhari won't be happy. All his investments in Niger might be blown up. What else are we going to be discussing? The NEC, is it the NEC meeting that happened, the APC NEC? For some reason, former President Buhari was missing. His VP, Shibaju, was also missing, and in that meeting, Ganduje Gandola emerged as the new APC chairman. And I've seen a lot of APC boys defending it, saying he's a loyal man and Tinubu rewards loyalty. And they're quite proud of it. So, we're going to be hearing your opinion on that. What do you think of that? So I don't do all the talking. I just thought I would get most of my monologue out of the way, and I'll let you guys do most of the talking for the rest of the show. I'll be bringing on those who've joined us. I can see Mr. J has joined us from the Gambia. right, let me quickly just drop the link so that people can join us. Just 1 moment. Just trying to sort a few things out. All right. Sorry, just switching between laptops, and I'm going to be bringing you guys in a second. Just bear with me. Right. Yes, Uncle Alexander Gomez, I see you. Thank you for the super chat. Double show, yes, double show. You can. I think one of me is not enough. You need more than one. I'm going to bring people on. Mr. J, welcome to the show. You're joining us from the Gambia. Chike, good to have you on the show. J, welcome to the stage. Forever present. Gambia. Chike. All right, so we'll be expecting more people, the usual faces, to join us. Like I said, we're going to be running this till 10 p.m. UK time. That's about 5.5 hours of chit chat between us. If forefathers come in before then we'll carry on into the wee hours in the UK, or Pride can come in and take over. But Mr. James, let's come to you first. So the first topic we're going to be discussing is the Nigerian situation. I've read some reports. I'm not sure if that's true that, they've decided against the military action. But, based on what's happened so far in the last couple of days, what's your take on it? You need to unmute yourself.
Yes, I've done that. Thank you. It is not very clear if they are going to invade Niger or not. But from what I'm sensing, since Tinubu has gone to the House, as the Senate, to obtain the, permission or clearance to engage, to involve the country in a war, his intention is to create something like a state of emergency that will give him extraordinary powers to govern the country. And these powers can be extended, I think, every 6 months or something like that. Jonathan Goodluck exercised that power some time ago during an election. I think because of the problems in the Northeast, they postponed the election. So he wants to govern with extraordinary powers. This is the main reason I believe he's pursuing this line of action. Having said that, it seems most people, particularly Nigerians at home, do not know the root cause of this problem. I explained it some time ago, and if you find it necessary, let me know. I will explain the root cause of this problem. And in my opinion, it has nothing to do with Nigeria for a simple reason. Guinea-Conakry, Mali, and Burkina Faso, and even Chad in Central Africa, they are having military dispensations. ECOWAS did not make any attempt to invade these countries to restore democracy. Why Niger? And not only that, if you look at a country like Togo, where only two, they've got only two presidents, I think, since their independence, Yadema of Togo and his son. And they just, they've been manipulating the constitution to their advantage. I think also in Ivory Coast, the same thing also happened. So there seem to be a lot of things going on underground. It's not just it's not just for the restoration of democracy. That is why we are planning to invade Niger. But however, should we invade Niger, there are consequences we just have to bear. If Nigeria as a country is prepared to bear those consequences, I frankly cannot tell. But however, in my opinion, Nigeria as a country should recognize countries, not presidents. What I mean is this. Bola Tinubu should sign a treaty with Macky Sall of Senegal. That treaty is binding on Nigeria and Senegal, not Macky Sall or Bola Tinubu. Tinubu can leave there tomorrow. Macky Sall can leave, but the treaty remains. So we as a country should recognize countries, not their sitting presidents. But from the look of things, they are hell-bent on bringing back, I think, Mohamed Bahoum as an individual, not necessarily catering for the interests of the people of Niger. So this is what I'm saying. Okay, now what I'm sensing also is this. That man was the former president Bahoum, seemed to be of what's called Arab extraction. The soldiers who announced the coup, if you look at them, I think about 10 or 11, majority of them are blacks. So somebody hinted me that the indigenous ethnic groups of Niger want to repossess their country. This is another root cause of the problem, which people are not emphasizing. As I said earlier on, if you find it necessary for me to go through the root causes of this problem, kindly let me know. I will do that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. J, thank you very much for that. I know you're quite, vast when it comes to African politics and history in general. So thank you for that. We'll come to you depending on how we're doing for time. Of course, I can see a few people who are, happy to have to give us, a bit of background, but we would like to hear from other people so that, we just don't stay with you. Chike, I'm going to unmute you. Welcome to the show, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so we're discussing Tinubu, Niger, Nigeria, Niger, ECOWAS, external influences. What's your take on all of this?
My take is that will be the worst mistake Tinubu will make in his short-term tenure, because the surprise he'll get if he attempts to do what is, let's say, pretending that he's going to do by declaring war. He'll find out very easily that it's easy to declare war, but prosecuting it is a different story. Therefore, he is declaring war against a lot of allies that are very committed. Those with Tinubu, I don't know who is committed. Even the Nigerian army, I don't know how they will be committed to going across the border to start war with Niger. So that's a very bad mistake. I know that what he is doing is that somebody put him in power. He's trying to pay him back with that. But that will be the greatest mistake he will make and Nigeria will make. That may bring about the end of Nigeria as we know it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Man of Prestige, good to see you, bro.
Yeah, so good morning, everybody. Good morning to the parliamentary. It's nice to be here today. So what's the first topic about the Niger problem? No, I'm just saying, I'm following that.
I like the way you come in and you ask what
so let me go ahead. I know what it is.
You never know what's going on about San Diego. Well, we are always.
So we're discussing Niger, Tinubu, ECOWAS, Nigeria, France.
Let's be civil.
NATO.
Anyway, yeah, I got it. You don't have to restate what you said. I got it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got it. I'm reading a late development. According to what it said, Tinubu never asked the parliament, to give him power to go to war. It was just only soliciting their support. That was what Akpabio said. Said that was never a time Tinubu requested, for them to give him power to go to war. I mean, he's the commander-in-chief. I think he has the authority to go to war. From what my understanding about the commander-in-chief, I don't know if Nigerian constitution is different. But he can go to war. He doesn't need their authorization. But the only way he needs their authorization in terms of finance you know, they have to approve the board, they have to approve the money, you know, for him to go to war. So that's the way it is, because he can do that. But having said that, according to Akpabio, he has debunked every, you know, what we are thinking. We were just soliciting their support for them to support him to go to war. So that's where things, you know, stand right now. They say they are still deliberating, you know, on what he asked them to do to support him, not about the war. That Tinubu can do that by himself, by virtue of him being the commander in chief. So that's what the situation in that. But having said that, in my own opinion, you know, doing this would be a mistake. You know, I think when Tinubu draw that red line, that wasn't the right thing to do about going to. Well, ECOWAS period, he's the chairman, so that's what I'm saying to him. When they draw that red line of a week, that wasn't the right thing to do. They should have dialogue first, and everything possible. Try to go to war in West Africa. That's really wrong. I mean, we are all brothers. So are they fighting for America? Are they fighting for France? Because of the benefit what they have there. I mean, France has over 1,500 and the America has about 1,000, and they have this, you know, their headquarters for the drone is there. So they should have known what was going on. I don't know why they didn't stop the coup, or maybe they didn't want to intervene in the internal affairs of a different country, but they want other countries to go fight for that. So I don't know what's going on, but hopefully we doesn't come to that area right now. Hopefully dialogue will prevail. That's what I'm hoping. Thank you.
Unmute yourself, Guy. Unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you. I was just saying welcome to the show. You're familiar with what we're discussing as the first topic. So it's the Nigeria, Niger, ECOWAS, the influence of France, the influence of the US, NATO. What's your take on all this? You know, what do you think should happen? Do you think we should go to war if it comes to it, or should we just keep, you know, pursuing conversations, diplomatic conversations?
No, I think Nigeria should go on and nuke these rascally Tuaregs in order to assert our dominion over that sub-region. So that's exactly what should happen, and almost certainly what will happen. So we should go very quickly a surgical strike against these rascally Tuaregs from the Sahel, just to show them exactly who the boss is in that region. And then once we've nuked them within there, just it shouldn't take more than, you know, the complement, of course, of the entirety of those rascally upstarts in the Niger Republic is no more than 10,000 personnel. That's their military strength. So just send Ojo cantonment, just cancel their weekend, and just tell them to go just on a quick weekend. Just tell them to go on a quick weekend to go and put some manners on this rascally Tuaregs, take charge of that country, and then assert our dominion over that space. That's just it's just a bit of a nonsense. Why are we even laboring this sort of elements? So those are my thoughts. You know, put some manners on the rascally Tuaregs.
Okay. While that is, you know, it's an opinion that we have to welcome, and you know, we can't disagree. The question I would ask you is, do you think Niger and Mali, Burkina Faso, do you think they're acting on their own, or do you think there's a backing? As a Yoruba man, you know, they will say, so there's someone giving them the backing. Russia is behind them. You know, it's not secret that the Wagner group are behind them as well. So do you think it's just going to be a quick go in, deal with them, and exit?
Right. Firstly, I've not considered to you that I'm a Yoruba man, so that's assumption.
You said many times that you're from Oyola, so that's not.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yes, fine. I am the quintessential Yoruba man, of course. Sorry, can we have one voice? The progenitors of the Yoruba race, of course, the Oyo people. So I
don't want you to talk like this and pour your trash and leave immediately. You have to wait. You have to wait.
Have you been drinking that sapele water?
Excuse me, we have better things to do. Excuse me, we have better things to do.
When have you ever had better things to do?
So please, can you take control? Anybody that is unruly, just take him out.
Please, guys, let's calm down. See,
anybody that's unruly,
once my interaction is over, let me know, and then I'll be quiet. Until then,
please, okay? See, let me quickly say this, and Rudolph says it a lot of times, and I hope that we will get to the point where we understand. If I kick him out, or if I say, oh, I don't agree with you, go away. We can do that. But we have to understand that there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who have the same opinion as one man. There are people who actually
What do you mean one man? I'm not the one being rebuked. It's the guy that's been at the Sapele water that is being rebuked. He's the one that interjected me.
I know. I'm talking to Omori now. I'm talking to
Yeah,
Omori.
my point is, he should not just pour his trash and leave immediately. You don't have time to engage him. After talking trash, he should stay behind so that you can engage him.
Who's talking
He
trash?
rushes every time. Take
Can
advantage of everybody and
Please,
it's not good.
you contain this guy? Can you contain him?
Omori, please calm down, okay?
You will talk.
Let's have Tone, please.
It's your
Please,
father
if you're
who's
not speaking,
talking
just
trash.
mute yourself.
Your
I don't want to
father, not
remove
you.
people. Let's have a decent show. We don't have to argue. See, Omori, let me quickly put it to you. We don't have the right to force him to stay. We can't force him. We can ask him, oh, one man, would you like to stay and take, one or two questions? But we don't want to make it about one man. So let him say what he has to say. It would be nice if he hangs on, hang around. If he doesn't want to, he's free to leave. So one man, please, in 90 seconds. My question to you.
Is there any wonder when I just have an insertion and bail out when elements like this, and you as well, the guy that is moderating, it's just a tirade of abuse anytime you have a view that is contrary to yours. Yeah, and then you purport that you are promoting free speech, but you don't want to hear anything contrary to the gnashing of the teeth that you gather to do here every weekend. There are views outside of the obedient circle jerking that you do every day.
If you, so we don't fray nerves. Let's just
no. Yeah, let's get back to the topic. Apologies, but it was that Sapele water guy.
It's your father you are talking to, not me. To hell with you. You have an exaggerated sense of your importance.
Mr. James, please. Let's
Let's
do this in a nice way.
This so idiot. Too much leverage.
Why? Thank you, forefathers. Carry on, one man, please.
All right, apologies. And exaggerate, whatever it is, in another transmission is probably called self-confidence, but it depends, half empty, half full. But back to the subject matter.
90 seconds.
Yes, I feel that because the Senegalese are actually in readiness to join the ECOWAS space in this now thing that is going on with the Nigerians. And the defense minister for Senegal, she was interviewed just a couple of days ago. And they were asking her that why these and not others, because of course we have a military administration in Burkina Faso, we have it in Guinea-Bissau, and then we have it in Mali as well. So they were asking why in this instance are not those others. And what she said was that this is a military coup too far. And I'm not sure if you're aware, there were interventions to prevent military coups just as recently as a couple of days ago in Sierra Leone, and then subsequently in Liberia as well. So this thing now seems to be having a second resurgence within the African space. And if ECOWAS, but through the lead of Nigeria, if they are able to repel what is going on in Niger Republic, then they can, off the leverage of that, go into Mali and recalibrate that space. And you were speaking about the Wagner Group. So the Wagner Group, they're like a dark cloud in the foreboding ethers of this whole narrative. So this is where swift movement has to be made and decisive actions needs to be taken. A surprise strike against those people before they are able to calibrate. We've already cut them off in terms of cutting the oxygen in fuel, electricity, trade, and the whole country is already under the cosh. If we can strike them within the next 2-3 days and seize charge of those people, because they don't actually command the popular will of the people, irrespective of whatever propagandist narrative that they are popping out on social media, paying people to go on the streets and paying people to throw stones at Tinubu's effigy and all of that. So I'm sure you know enough to know that that is propagandizing. So if we're able to move at speed, shock and awe against these rascally Tuaregs, put some manners on them, seize charge of that country, put in a civilian administrator to orchestrate a quick return to democracy, set aside this Arabian Bazoum that they purport to be their president, and then rebalance them into democracy. And if we do all of that, the currency that the Nigerian state will have in the international community will surge to the roofs.
Okay.
Can I ask one man a question?
No.
Can I ask one man a question?
One man is not our guest. It's not. This is not 90 Minutes Africa. It's not our guest. He said what he has to say.
Okay.
Let's go to Prince Akwachi. If you want to spend your time discussing one man, please, you have 4 minutes. Go ahead. After 4 minutes, whatever your submission is, you'll have to forfeit it. So, Prince Akwachi, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, show, and good morning, the panelists. It's so surprising that we're here and somebody is just making the whole assertion that will just go, you cut off the lights, you do this, you suffocate them, and you take them out. I laugh. You know, I wanted to ask Mr. One Man, does he have any experience in military? Has he been into military before? Has he even gone for any operation at all? One thing that they don't know is that if they try whatever they are going to do, Algeria have more manpower than we do. They will take us out. The people that I pity so much are those Hausa people, you know, the Hausa states that I pity. But guess what? They will take their revenge on the Yorubas. I'm telling you, this is going to be a tribal war. Because I don't see why their people, because remember that they intermarry with the Nigerians. I have seen most Hausa men in Nigeria, and they are from Niger. So I don't see how.
Why would they take it out on the Yorubas? Because Tinubu is Yoruba, or?
Of course, they're gonna take it. That's him.
Okay.
And if you listen to the Senate, if you listen to what they've been saying in the Senate, they've asked him to not to invade. So for me, the greatest service you can do to humanity is just dialogue.
Okay.
Dialogue.
Okay.
I'm not in support of coup, but don't go there invading a sovereign country. There's a reason why this thing is happening. France has been stealing from these people. They have uranium, but they're living in penury. It's not fair. It's not fair.
Okay. Thank you.
I rest my case.
All right, guys. You know, for everyone watching, please like. Omar, you don't worry. We'll get to you. For those watching, please like the video, share it with your contacts. You know, help other people to see the video. We appreciate the likes and the comments as well. Thank you very much. So we'll go to Jide, then we'll go to Forefathers, because I think Forefathers came in just after Jide, except he's going to pass his turn. But Jide, welcome to the show. Where are you joining us from?
Thank you so much. I'm speaking from Maryland. Thank you so much.
Maryland, Lagos, Maryland, God's own country.
The US.
I'm only joking. Yeah, good to have you. You know what we're discussing. So in 3 minutes, please give us, your take on the whole thing.
Thank you. So first of all, I think I disagree with the other man that's not the man that's one man went to I don't know his name though. I respectfully disagree with him completely. I think a lot of us are missing the point. I think I agree with Prince Akachi. I think it mentioned some of the things I would express. So first of all, we need to understand the history of that region. We're not looking at when we're talking about politics, we need to look at the historical context of situations, not just the surface. That there's a country, there's a coup, and we have to go and invade. That's not how it works. So you have to look at the historical context and the geopolitical context. So we need to look back at 2011, and there was a war in Libya that was orchestrated by agents of the US and the West, by the CIA and NATO, that killed a revolutionary head of state of Libya, Muammar Gaddafi. And the people that actually they supported were terrorists, they were militias, they were with weapons. NATO actually put their military there. A lot of weapons were infiltrated into the country, and a lot of those terrorists, they developed a base in Libya after they killed Gaddafi. And Libya was under anarchy for quite some time. Even up to now, they are still having a lot of issues. So those terrorists infiltrated the Sahel region, because before that incident, that region was very stable. Yes, it was not perfect. There was less terrorist incidents. Those terrorists infiltrated into the Sahel and they were committing a lot of atrocities on these people for years. And as you know, most of the countries in that region, they are mostly francophone countries. And a lot of these countries have been suffering from neo-colonial oppression from France. They are not really independent. I don't want to go into this issue. That's even a different topic. But they've been oppressed by France. Their resources have been controlled by France, and even US has military base there. And despite the fact that they have military base there, they are still suffering from terrorism, outright terrorism, for years, which is very strange. And this has been going on for decades. I mean, for years, not decades. And people have been dying. It's even worse than what we have in Nigeria. And we are you should be able to. You guys can be able to relate with me that around the same time, Boko Haram started to cause more havoc because they had more weapons. Around that 2011 time, Boko Haram became more powerful. They caused more menace, even in northern Nigeria. So the point I'm making is that the coup we are seeing in those countries are due to, we're not looking at the issue. It's not about democracy here. We should stop using the language of the West, of our neo-colonial. We should look at things from a real politic perspective. And the truth is, the government there, they failed. Just like our government have failed us. They failed woefully. And the people cannot take up arms and carry out a revolution. I do not support a coup. I am not for a coup. But to be honest, that's the only option left. If not anything, security is very important. Mali and Burkina Faso, the coup in those countries, and it's as a manifestation of all the things I explained. It was very inevitable. If it was not going to happen now, it will happen later.
All right. In 30 seconds, if you round up today.
Okay,
I'm enjoying that. If it was just you and I chatting, I would listen to you.
First of all, I was going to say that a lot of these countries, they are fed up with Western imperial policies that have destroyed their lives for centuries, for decades, even up to now. So they are reacting to it. They are forming alliances with anti-imperialist forces because that is the way to go. They are forming alliances with Algeria and Russia. I don't have a lot of time, but now Niger is also following that course. And I am not going to encourage Nigeria to invade the country because of time. I'm just going to stop there.
All right, thank you very much, Jide. That was nicely put. For others, I know you came in just after Jide. Are you making any submission?
Yeah, let me just say something quickly. Greetings to everyone on the panel. Greetings, thank you for having me show. Greetings to everyone on the chat and to the viewers. Yeah, the action that Tinubu was looking to take was clearly ill-advised, especially without clear objectives. If the only objective he has is restoring democracy, then that is very, very naive to risk Nigerian lives and risk confronting 2 to 3 other countries and maybe even confronting NATO. How stupid is that? And personally, these type of events are going to keep occurring more and more because of the flux in the world powers right now. And it's something that I saw coming, and I always knew this window is going to be there for maybe 10 years, like it was in the 60s and 70s. The Asian countries used it to emerge from their predicament. We failed that time to emerge. And then now the window is beginning to open again. If it was some people, now Nigeria has leverage against the French and against the US that has a military base there. Because now the regime that is there now wants to remove them, wants to remove the vestiges of colonialism, and wants to remove the fact that the US is there and their country remains destabilized and riddled with poverty. So if I was advising Tinubu, I would use that leverage and say, you know what? You know all those things you signed up with India recently, when you were just giving them all the goodies, and every year you pack millions of dollars of weapon and give Egypt. My turn. If you're not, fine. Then you have to go and deal with Wagner and deal with the regime and deal with 3 other countries, and maybe we'll join them to fight you, and we'll go and join BRICS too. You see, our problem is that these leaders that we have right now, they are compromised leadership. And it's funny because it's like the elite that used to sell our people into slavery before, they remain intact. They've not changed. They sell us for penniless trinkets. That is what nothing. They want to risk our lives for nothing. And I think this war, he's not going to go into it because he knows a lot of Nigerians are against it. And if he goes, he might not even make it as a president for a very, very long time, because there are a lot of forces that will be against it from the north to the south. You hardly see Nigerians that support this endeavor that he wants to go into, because people are fed up. Look at the state of our nation. Look at the state of Niger.
Sorry, let me ask you. So what do you think is in it for Tinubu? Why do you think he would want to go? I mean, this is just guesswork at this point. But what do you think would be in it for him? What would be the benefit of him even thinking of it?
Oh, what was in it for our forefather that sold human beings for gogoro and mirrors? Useless trinkets. Maybe just being in office is good enough for him, and he will be happy enough to sell us away for that. Do you see him bargaining for anything? If I was the coup plotters, I would be telling them, oh, you want your Bazoum back in office? Get the French out, get the US out. Then maybe I will consider. And stop all these your new colonial policies against us. Maybe I will consider. Because then that would trigger a conversation worldwide. That what is this nonsense? What is this policy they are talking about? Because this policy, you want the whole world to know what is going on. Because most people don't know that African countries, most Francophone countries, are technically still under colonialism and under a form of slavery, really. They steal their resources and they get away with it. This is the time to challenge it and expose it. If they want us to keep them there and they want to be friends, then maybe we should get the treatment that the Japanese get, the Indians are getting. They are going to India to beg them to take nuclear submarines. And why would take 10 years to negotiate to Kano with them? An aircraft that looked like a Second World War aircraft. Because these our stupid leaders don't have ambition for their people. This is why over 1.4 billion black people are suffering all over the world. This useless set of leaders, and we forget, these are the same leaders that sold us into slavery. We never purged them. We never purged them. They remain in place, and this is why they don't have any ambition for our people. We have to purge these our people, and we have to sooner or later wake up and start challenging them, like the way you are seeing in Mali, the way you are seeing in Niger, the way you are seeing in Burkina Faso and Guinea. Because we can't keep living like this. How do you think they are slow walking? Look at refineries. 4 refineries. Was it not Falana that was saying it just now? They spent $5.5 billion on our refineries, and we still don't have petrol.
Well, they've promised us December this year. It was December last year.
They commissioned a refinery that is not pumping out petrol. Who commissions anything that is not working? You commission it. The reason why you are commissioning is for petrol, and it's not giving up. It's not pumping out petrol. We have 4 refineries that is not working. Our power supply is not in the country. What kind of situation is that? We are not even under sanction. Is it not better for us to just strike off on our own? That's why I said to Tinubu, even an American, about Tinubu one, an American senator said within 5 years, American sanction will be meaningless because the BRICS nation will create their own form of currency and most nations will emerge. So why is Tinubu wanting to go and risk Nigerian lives for trinkets again? And I hope it doesn't succeed, and I hope Nigerians oppose it, and I actually believe it will fail, and it's not going to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So forefathers, you see, I've known you online for about a year now. For a lot of people, you're like mustard. You know, it's either they like you or they like this guy when it's mute. But you see, if there was a time that was made for you to shine, it's this period. Everybody is in agreement with you because you like your military talks and they sold us and let's fight for our people. And I've never seen people agree with you like it's 100% agreement. Comment section, the people in the panel nodding and shouting and saying, "Go for further, we are behind you too, Niger. This is your period to shine." And
I always know it was going to come because when you are telling the truth, sooner or later events will bear you out. That's why I always say, don't believe what I'm saying. Events will bear me out. What I've been talking about.
You've been consistent, and I agree with you totally. Sorry, Marmite, not. Oh, sorry, barbecue season. Marmite, not. I said mustard. Marmite. Yeah, sorry, beg your pardon. I've been grilling and hot dogs, and that's why I'm thinking mustard. All right, I agree with you completely, forefather. So we go to Tone. From Tone, then we get to Omori, who can't wait to unleash on. Yeah, but Tone, unmute yourself and give us your submission.
Hi, you for the show, everybody. Banner Prestige. Good afternoon from London. Um, I was trying to control myself from the. I think there's a man asleep. If you just nod him, prod him to wake up, Chike.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
he's awake. He's awake. See?
Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry, Chike. It seems you were having a nice nap there. All right. Okay. I was trying to control myself. I appreciate how Mr. Omoro, you felt. I know that. I was just trying to control myself. I've never seen a display of ignorance and foolery like that gentleman. He needs to go and learn. He needs to read up. He doesn't even understand what the war is about. Anyway, that's not what we're talking about. I feel personally, and that's the reason why I'm unapologetically an obedience. Obedience is not about one person, it's an ideology that we've come to pursue. And that is why I support the obedient movement. Okay, for so that we can move forward as a nation, so that we can achieve what we want to achieve in Nigeria with time. We're not saying that the Labour Party is going to be magical. Everything's going to change overnight, but at least setting us on the right path for sanity in that country. Because the things I see every day in Nigeria is just the best way to describe it is just madness. You see people being screamed, and somebody saying that he achieved school sat at the age of 3, that he won school sat, that he's very, very brilliant. That is just crazy. Anyway, back to Tinubu. I think that man is so desperate. He's seeking for acceptance, some sort of legitimacy, and that is why he's calling for this, because the same template, and that's why everybody's worried. The same Agbero template that he propagated in Lagos State, he's taking to the federal level, and now he's taking it outside the shores of Nigeria. The same Agbero template, and it's not going to work. And gentlemen, for your information, some officers, very junior officers, and and some NCOs have released a communique not too long ago, about 5 hours ago, through David, stating they are not going to go and die. That instead of them that they don't care about the generals. That instead of them to go to Niger, they will turn and burn Nigeria down. What does that tell you? So Tinubu is just seeking, it's just for his selfish interest. His selfish interest. That's why he's seeking that. He just wants some sort of legitimacy. Even the same ECOWAS, the most of the members do not even agree with him. Not even just military, they do not agree with him. Why drag us into a senseless war when we are grappling with economic challenges across the region? What's the point? You're not talking about even the issue that we have with security, with Boko Haram, with ISWAP in Nigeria. You have not even talked about it, or that you're just asking to be given an opportunity to send our soldiers out there to die. I tell you what, even if the Senate approves that, the soldiers are not going. That's the thing. And funny, the interesting thing is that look at the people that live within that region in northern states. All of them are now shouting that Tinubu is going to put us in trouble. But I was asking myself, if reverse was the case, that the enemy was in the south of Nigeria or the southwest of Nigeria, do you think the north will talk? Will they? What will be their response? So this man, this man is crazy. I just pray something happens and let them just remove him, because he never won the election in the first place. So
Right.
that's my take for now.
Right, Tom, thank you for your submission. Mr. J, I saw your private message, but we're almost with you. At this point, if I try to skip Omori, it would literally just breathe fire and the whole thing will burn down. So, Omori, I know you've been itching to speak. Good to have you, brother. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to apologize for my little outburst. I was trying to make a point. I wasn't trying to attack one man. When you allow nonsense to go on for too long, everybody will begin to accept nonsense as a norm. Each time he comes here, he prepares himself with all the grenades, he throws them at us and he disappears. We should not entertain that anymore, please. I wanted to hold him down for a meaningful and robust engagement, so we can discuss. He cannot come here and bamboozle everybody into a fool's paradise and disappear. That's my anger. Please, I'm sorry.
I think it might be a strategy.
If anybody's angry,
I think it might be a strategy onto something, but you speak to us. Don't worry, it's fine.
All right. He discussed the same topic in his show. I was just I don't know what took me there. Briefly. What they kick against his own forum is what he's bringing here. To say otherwise. I hate people that are not truthful. So enough of that. But I want to look at the whole thing from a different perspective. We have an issue, a very serious one at that, in our hand. We have to be very careful. From the beginning, from inception till now, I don't know how many Nigerians have realized that we have a lunatic in charge. Somebody that solved the problem from solution to the problem. Somebody that puts the cart before the horse. There's no way it can move. Because it's the horse that pulls the cart. We have to watch out for Tinubu. There's something wrong with Tinubu upstairs. From subsidy is gone to 8,000 palliative to 7 days ultimatum to Niger. You people are not reading between the lines that something is wrong with that man. Somebody that is desperate, I know he's desperate to score some cheap political points, and he can do anything, to achieve that. I don't think that man he's behaving like somebody that is not sane. So all of us cannot be fooled. We have to be very careful. It's like giving a grenade to a madman. We just have a lunatic in charge. So I don't want to speak. Time will not permit me. I'm just trying to draw your attention to the series of blunders he has made. In the very first day, removing subsidy wasn't the issue. Everybody believed subsidy was a bad thing. Obi agreed to remove subsidy. I think agreed. The only man that said subsidy was the only benefit of the masses was my comrade, Showere. The only person that said 200 minimum wage for the masses was the Showere. So there was nothing different. Tinubu was actually doing from what other husband has said, apart from Showere. But look at the issue here. Do you know he later admitted that subsidy is gone? It wasn't part of his original speech. Who is that to be a president of a nation? Somebody should, as a president, you should know that campaign period is over. You as a ordinary citizen, the money body loan, the above Lagos is over. You are not a president. Whatever you do, people read meaning to your body language. Your actions are inactions. Can make or destroy a nation. So we have to be very careful at these mass utterances. He was given a speech to read. He went outside the speech to say subsidy is gone without making alternative arrangement. In fact, he cut off the head of the patient before talking of a clinical solution. So this is the person we are dealing with. The same thing is taken to Niger right now. This is my humble submission for now. I don't want to dwell too much on the war. But I want everyone to realize that no leader, no politician will help us. No military. They have destroyed Nigerian military. If not, by now, Nigerian military will not tolerate this nonsense we are passing through right now. Obasa just destroyed our military and it was inherited by our politicians. So military intervention right now cannot. Look at what he did. He has already placed his boys, his errand boys there that will not challenge him. In the Senate, in fellow criminals. In the military, errand boys. Everywhere. He wants to secure himself so that whatever he does, he cannot be held accountable. But I want us to come together. This is always my point of argument. The only thing we have, the only problem we have is not even the politician. It's the division among us. If we don't come together to take our destiny in our hands, we have a long way to go, and it might be too late. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Maury. Always wonderful submission. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I have to leave now. Nice to meet you guys.
All right, Judy, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Same here,
I'm going to bring in, okay, Mohammed, I see you. Niger man, I see you too. We're going to rotate. Don't worry. I'm going to bring you in as soon as I can. Mr. James, you'll be the only one to speak on this issue twice. Once I go around, hear from John Abba, Ike San Antonio, okay, Mohammed and Niger man, then we'll move on to the next topic. So, Mr. James, you said you wanted to give a submission, something, probably that we're not aware of regarding this issue. So you have about 5 minutes, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much indeed. I'm sure you are
Yes.
hearing me. Good. I just want to explain the root cause of this problem in Niger. I did so on a previous show, but those who are present now, I'm sure some of them were not here then. This will guide them to help them shape their opinion. Now, when the French African territories were clamoring for independence, the French government compelled them to sign what they call the Colonial Pact with France. Now, it was first established on April 9, 1944, and it came into effect on December 9, 1947. Among all the African countries, French African countries, it was only Secretary of Guinea in 1958 who vehemently objected to it. All the others agreed to be the basis of their independence from France. Now, what are the contents? The summary is what I want to read now. They should have a common currency, which they now call the CFA in West Africa. 65% of their national income every year must be deposited with the Bank of France. French Treasury, 65%, mandatory. Then 20% of the national income is what they refer to as financial liabilities. It will also be deposited with the Bank of France. That is 85% of whatever they earn from all sources must be kept in France. Now, it's only 15% of their national income that is available for them to use. Should they find it absolutely necessary to ask for more money, they have to go to France and no other country to borrow money from their reserve. That is the 85%. And that money will be borrowed at commercial rate. You have to pay interest to borrow your money. Now, it is only France that has the right to buy or to reject any mineral found in any French African territory. If, let's say, gold, uranium, diamond, anything is found, it's only French companies that are permitted by law to mine the minerals. Unless there is no French company interested, any other country coming to mine it, we have to do so through a French company. Now, award of contract. All government contracts must be awarded to French companies. This is where, let me cite an example of what happened during the days of Laurent Gbagbo in Ivory Coast. He wanted to build a bridge connecting one part of Abidjan to a part they call Plateau. Now, a French company gave them an outrageous bill. Gbagbo went to China and he got a company there that agreed to do it at exactly half the price, 50%. And not only that, the company said, pay us with cocoa bean, don't pay us in cash. Gbagbo agreed. France objected vehemently and the bridge was not constructed. Now, water supply, electricity, telephone, ports authority, and the major banks are to be operated strictly by French companies. Foreign relations, all their foreign, what we call treaties or whatever it is, relationship with other countries must be approved by France before they implement anything. So this is just a broad summary of the content of the, Colonial Pact. And this is the reason why the common currency West Africa was planning did not work. The French people obstructed it. So this is the problem the people of Niger are grappling with. Niger is the 7th world producer of uranium, second in Africa after Namibia. They are not having electricity. It is Nigeria that supplies them electricity. All their uranium are packed to France, where they use, which they use to generate power to power, Eiffel Tower and water view. The country producing the uranium is unable to generate electricity. It is Nigerian government supplying them electricity at discounted rate. So how can this injustice continue to continue? So this is what is angering the people of Niger. We should try, no matter how hard it is, to see things from their perspective. They are Africans like us. So this is the point. Thank you, Mr. Show.
Thank you, Mr. J. It's always wonderful listening to you. Someone asked if you can provide the source of this information. Is it?
Yes, I will do that. Okay, you can let me do that before I leave.
Okay.
Okay, so you can. I give the floor to any other person, please.
All right, that's fine. So, John, welcome to the show. Where are you joining us from?
Yeah, so I'm calling from Manchester.
Oh, okay. Raining
I'm
Manchester. Is
so
it raining?
no, the weather is quite all
Okay.
right.
Okay.
So I'm so excited to be on the forum. This is a forum of intelligent minds. I just want to make one or two contributions to this topic. So one angle we are not really like talking into or talking about is like the ingredients of winning a war. Let's say the worst case scenario, Tinubu goes ahead with this sinister plan and drags Nigeria into the war, right? For me, I believe one major ingredient of even winning that war is the unity of the country. Because as at today, 20 years ago or 30 years ago, that version of Nigeria going into any war would scare any nation. But today's Nigeria, I don't see a Yoruba man dying for Nigeria. I don't see an Igbo man, right? So this is the major problem today. And the second point is these countries are just using Nigeria as a pawn. And these chess players will always have new friends. So no matter the outcome, if we destroy our country, these same people we are fighting for would always have new friends. And they will always side with the winner of the war. So it doesn't favor us in any way. In fact, we have a lot to lose. And lastly, is this the will of the people? Why can't Africa respect the will of the people, at least for once? Things like referendum is a big, means war in this part of the world. If the Niger people have decided this is the route, they don't like these leaders, why can't we respect the will of the people? Why do we always impose our will to these people? And this is the reason why Africa, we are still backwards compared to other continents or other nations. So this is my key contribution. And thank you for giving me the
All right.
audience.
Yeah, thank you, Judy. It's nice to hear from you. It would be nice to have you from time to time whenever you're free. Join us. We're here most Saturday, well, every Saturday and every Sunday. On Sundays, we're well behaved because we'll usually have a guest. Once our guest leaves, we become a bit rowdy. If you love rowdy, come back. You're in the UK. Come back around 11 p.m. There are no rules like WrestleMania. Everybody's just, if you like that style, come around 11 p.m. Oftentimes we're here till 6 a.m. Sunday morning. But yeah, good to
Nice.
have you.
Thank you.
John Abba, my brother.
Hey, my brother, how are you today?
I'm very well. All the better for seeing you.
Yeah, always. Thank you for having me once again. Thank
It's a
you,
pleasure.
my fellow panelists. Thank you, Mr. James, for the historical part you always take to educate us. Thank you. Um, when it comes to where we are as a people and this Niger, if we want to be precise of what we are, the topic we are dealing with, um, if it is based on what we have known, um Niger have the basic human right to take their destiny in their hand. But then it is also a smart way for them to build an allies. Uh, just like James said that okay, these are the reasons why they are acting this way or topping the government. There's nothing wrong if we want to be honest to ourselves. Why they cannot make their case, or if they have made, I don't know, to the African Union so that they can have the backup. And then people can now say, people like Tinubu now that, okay, when this guy make this case, that this is what we are going through in the hands of the uh, French people, whether there's any, or before Tinubu, by the way. So that case can be made with substance to build an ally. So when they react to it, and anybody go against them, then we can say, okay, do you want them to be perpetually be enslaved of taking their product from their land? Then we make that case. But oftentimes, we don't view when will African as a continent come together and decide their fate and have build an allies that they can say, okay, if you choose not to be with us, we are independent nation, we are a continent of our own. For this divide and control strategies by the Western have been in place, and our people are not, to my own understanding, they are not approaching it rightly, in the right way, so that we can united and at least push back on them. We know they have every advantage over us otherwise. And but through making that case, at least that okay, we're not going to tolerate this anymore. Our people are in abject poverty. You come to take this from us, and let's renegotiate and let us see how we can go that way. The contract you have, maybe most of those people who are manipulated to this, because sometimes those people, the leader on that time, they don't know better. So why can't we renegotiate and gradually pull out of it? I believe that whether we like it or not, uh, no slave master want to let go easily of their slaves. It has to be a fight, but it can be done in a very responsible way by putting it out there. That is all about that. And by the issue of the military will not go, the military is this and all of that. I have respect for those that have served Nigerian genuinely, but no, nothing that the Nigerian army or Nigerian generals have helped us in any way to advance us in 21st century or to make us competitive in 21st century. The so-called generals and all of those people that you guys talk about, they are no different. Recently on this show, we discussed about outgoing general who have they were given four SUV bulletproof, servant, and aid, and all of that. So in any case, they have never done us any good. They never built even dam for us that we can say, okay, this was built by military. In the developed country, they step in. Even in the recent issue that occurred in this COVID, we see how the military in other developed countries in America and all of them say, put up tent to help. So there is no difference between the army and the current army, maybe in those days, but the current army and the current politicians, they are all eating in hand to hand. So if we are going to give them credit because of political thing that, oh, I don't like this person, I want to choose this part, we are not challenging them to do better. And as a citizen, we have not done better as well. We have never put a demand, whether it's Tinubu or whosoever was coming. I was saying it on this platform during the presidential election campaign. Now, what is the citizen demand from the people? There is no specific demand other than people say, okay, I'm APC, I'm PDP, I'm Labour, I'm AC, whatever you say you belong to. The citizen has to have a demand. But what united us in Nigeria is pain and suffering. We never united in one purpose. So for that reason, what do we say? And another thing I want to let you know that I'm not fan of Tinubu, but let us be intellectual. He was not the one that removed fuel subsidy. Fuel subsidy was removed before he came to power. But of course, he endorses it. He campaigned on it. So let us not be saying, oh, no. And by the way, where is our judiciary system? What is other thing that's supposed to hold these people accountable? Because the moment he made that comment, we understand he said he made it was not even in his speech. But then there was still the contract was still to the end of June, but immediately the fuel went up. Well, if we're going to put things in the right perspective, let us see all the things that's wrong with us. Let us see things that are wrong with our every department in our society, and let us address it squarely and condemn the people that have to be condemned. I understand that as a president of a nation, you have the highest share, but that is, you should make it and be specific about it so that people will not come here and say things and people downgrade this channel. I spend my precious time here and it's valuable for me, and I don't want anybody to come and demonize it because people are having no fact check and just say things because whether they are for their own political view. We all have one country. You may have your political view differently, but we have one country called Nigeria for now. Let it work for all Nigerians as it stands for now. Thank you. We can't hear you, show. You can unmute yourself, please.
So unmute yourself, unmute yourself.
Thank you, my German. I was just saying, Jonaba, thank you for your submission. I said I'm quite familiar with your game. That's why I give you as much time as I did, because I know most times you speak, then you leave, then when something that interests you, then you come up. So I know you probably drop off at some point. That's why I added you. Femi, I see you. I see you've packed. Don't worry, I'll bring you on as soon as there's a spot for you, Femi. I can see you, and I see you've packed. You're an obedient panelist. We don't accept people that are driving. Ike San Antonio, be good to hear from you. Let's keep it brief, please. So we go to Ike San Antonio, Niger man, and I'm itching to hear from OK, because he seems to want to tell us, a few things. He has a lot on his mind. It's not a familiar face. So I really want to hear from OK. I don't want to. I saw that you dropped off and came back, but I don't want to lose you. Ike San Antonio, shoot.
Thank you, sure. I appreciate the panelists and everything everybody is saying. First of all, I need to address the guy getting upset about one man. One man is a guy that come over here and put atomic bomb and run away. That's him, and he enjoy us talking about him. So he give him pleasure, and he speak Dogon Twenty big grammar. So forget about him. So for me, on the issue of Niger, somebody give us a little bit history about how all this come about. French come to put a gun in all the colonies and put a gun and negotiated right. What is the difference between what French did to what British did to Nigeria? Putting us together as a country. Every country deserves to take their own destiny in their own hand. If they want to renegotiate, if Niger want to renegotiate with French country, they need to do what they need to do and bring them back to the table. We, Nigeria, first of all, we need to put our home in order. Our home sucks. Somebody talking about Nigeria United, Africa United. Nigeria is not even united. Talk less about Africa. Look at common election. People were killed because of ethnic group. Then you talk about uniting the entire Africa. The same problem in Nigeria about ethnic group is the same people in many countries about ethnic group. Ethnic group is not haven't fixed their problem. Now we're gonna unite the whole Africa. That is the reason why the West. Tell me what is in the West that create the economy of West to grow that didn't come from Africa. Uranium come from South Africa. Gold, oil, zirconium, everything came from Africa. What do? They put us in a situation where we fight each other so that they can grab as much as they can grab. Africa can never unite together. Nigeria can't even unite together. Well, in the queue going to the war, I don't know where this man gets in his head going to war is the right thing. All these things, somebody is behind that queue. That queue was planned by somebody. And maybe Russia. People say Russia, maybe somebody else, maybe America, maybe Chinese, nobody knows. But they put us in this situation. If we would have had competent leaders, we won't have this problem. Unfortunately, we have looked at Nigeria that wants to go to war. You haven't fixed the military people, the military people that got injured during previous war. ECOWAS war, the ECOMOC, all those wars. You haven't even paid them their gratuity, you haven't paid them their retirement, haven't taken care of them for their disability. And you want to go to another war. For what? Your Nigerian country, look at the man that become president of Nigeria. Nobody knows how old he is. Everybody, Senate president, a criminal. House, a criminal. Every individual that is ruling Nigeria that have been past governor or past ministry have stole money from Nigeria. We can't even look the charade they did, say that they're doing the analyzing or talking to the people that are ministers that Tinubu brought. Look at the charade. Nobody have a competent question to ask them
That's our next
and
topic.
take it serious. And they sit over there and talk rubbish. Somebody said that he was 3 when he became elementary 1, and you didn't question that. if he was 3 years old and finished elementary 1, my brother, he must be a genius. This is not the first time we will hear about him. We have seen 3-year-olds do things that we can't believe, that are outrageous, but we never heard of him until today. So these things we're doing until the poor masses decide that they will take war to everybody that have ruled Nigeria, put Nigeria in this situation. Obedience is a good idea, but they need to do more. We need to go to their side chicks and make their side chick to torture them and deny them those things they get from the side chick, because the side chick that are eating the money too need to be part of this war.
Oh, good.
Because if the side chicks become part of this war, they're not gonna easily. And everybody they say that will be their side chick says, you know what? If you're gonna be the side chick, if I'm gonna be the side chick, you're gonna do a good governance. Because all this money is for side chick. You buy a car for. You can imagine buy a Range Rover for a side chick, and the money is not yours. Because if you made the money right, you won't buy a Range Rover for a side chick. So, my brother, for me, Tinubu going to war is rubbish. I believe there's no army that will go to that war. I hope the army resist in going to war. Who is he to threaten Niger and say this and that? Niger will take their own destiny in their own hand. Let them fix their own country, because we have to fix our own country that they put us in this position. British put us in this position. All our money is in Britain. All our money is in the Britain.
Okay. I need to you.
Thank you, guys.
No vex. All right, thank you.
My brother, don't be small para.
Niger man, we don't jump for here.
Yeah.
Our levels now.
Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, just on the short one, quick one, my brother. Just if we are saying what we Tinubu, the president benefits. What will the president benefit from this war?
Yes.
2 things is there for him to benefit. You have to prove he's in charge to France and the US. That is number 1 for him. Number 2, if they started fighting war, the judiciary case is over. Till the war is over, because that is written in the constitution. So for those army that some people are saying army will not go, that is not possible. No? There is a law for it. The name will come by batch, not that they are going to pick you one by one. Even everyone see yesterday, I think yesterday or the first day, that the commander in the NYC said that the NYC will be they are for reserve or something like that. Say for the 33,000 whether they collect again, I don't want to put them for reserve. So Tinubu have a lot to gain, but the ECOWAS now has said that they are not with him. That is Tinubu that is forcing them to war. So it's because of what you want to gain. That is it. That is the 2 things. You need to prove that he's in charge to US and France. That is not about for nothing Nigeria is going to gain there. That is just it. So that is what we want to do. So the other one, that is it. You have to do that to the ECOWAS and show them. Even I watched this retired military man, Kone. So I watched him today. This was 7 o'clock at the right. So he said it. All they need to do is dialogue, because the US, the France, they are not going to bring their troop to that place. Impossible. No matter, even though they have their base there, they are not going to bring their troop for the ground. They can only support Nigeria for money. That is only what they will do to Nigeria. They are not going to bring their troops. So Tinubu should stop that. None of them, even the total military, the general who are retired, most of them, they'll be asking them, they'll be analyzing it, what will happen. But now, thank God, the ECOWAS is already on dialogue with them. So
we pray for that one to happen. So all this initial grab should stop. That is just my own. Thank God they're already on dialogue. So that is what we want. That is the prayer we
Thank you,
are
Niger. And what you've, one thing I picked from what you said, which a lot of people have said over the last couple of days since they've been discussing, should we go to war, should we not, is the fact that African leaders, and this is not Tinubu, this is not the Tinubu bash event, because I've seen some people saying, oh, don't bash the president, don't hold insult on him. This is not about Tinubu, it's bigger than him, in fact. But one thing that's common that most people would agree with is when you speak of African leaders in this context, you often say that they are going there for what they can benefit. But when you speak of the other guys, the Europeans, from the West, from the East, Russia, whatever, China, you talk about what they get for their people. So they go there to see how they can better their country. It might be unfair, it might be wrong, it might be immoral, but the fact is they are looking at it in a way that will benefit generations, people that they will never meet. They are looking to, improve the lot of their people. But you see a lot of African leaders go there. And to, piggyback on what Father said, it's like the proverbial ogogoro and trinket is still what they are going there for. When you speak of African leaders, what do we get? What's in it for me? Whereas the people you're dealing with are looking beyond themselves. They're looking about their country. But, I won't get in the way of OK speaking to us. But thank you, Niger man. OK, finally, we're with you. Thank you for your patience. Please unmute yourself, and you've got 3-4 minutes.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate. I would have just said my last speaker has spoken what I wanted to say, but I just want to put in one or two things because I've already said. First thing is that Tinubu wants to go to war with Niger, and I may be very pessimistic as a person, but I am sure he is going to convince the military to go. Why? That is the only thing that is going to give credibility to his incredible government. It's going to be enough distraction for the people to focus on that. Remember, for now, the Constitution had already bestowed on him the chief, commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And therefore, anybody who is saying that the military will not go might have a rethink, because constitutionally, they must take orders from the president. But what we should know is this. At the end of the day, what are we going to come out with? We may come out with being worse off than what we are today as a country and as a people. It's noteworthy to know that about 7 states in the Northwest had already said they are not going to go into this war with Niger, because half of them is Nigerians. We must have to say that. Look, I have to say that apart from Obasanjo...
Okay, sorry. Sorry to cut you mid-flow. I know you're holding your device, but we can only see your palm.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, if I was a palm reader, I'll be reading your palm to tell you your fortunes, but
it's
rather see
okay.
your face.
All right. So,
yeah, thank you.
I want to tell you people that of all the presidents that rule this country, not more than 2 are pure Nigerians. You know that we knew what Buhari did to Niger government in this present last government. The former president, Badamasi Babangida, will tell you today he is from Badamasi from Lagos, and he is Babangida. He migrated from here to here. You talk of Moretala. I have been to Borno State when Abacha was a president. Between Meduguri...
Oh, it's frozen.
So you can put me at the backstage so that people can come in. Maybe there's still more people at the back.
Thank you, Niger man. I appreciate that. Okay, you froze for a second. Okay. Okay, so we've lost him. Okay. Kingsley, is it when you... I think I did justice to that. Forgive me if I didn't pronounce it properly, but please unmute yourself. Tell us where you're joining from, and you've got 3 minutes to give us your take on the issues, or on this issue, sorry.
Yeah, my name is Kingsley Ezenwe. Although I reside in Durham, North Carolina, but I'm presently in Richmond, Virginia, to drop my children off at school. My brothers, I don't know where to begin.
They tire you.
That's the issue.
Start from somewhere.
We are talking about a government, an embroidered government in the country that does not have mass appeal, and is now going against even other countries. Niger said they want military coup. And you are going to rescue people who are jubilating for the military coup. I don't know what the devil incarnate in Nigeria, IBB. I've told you that you can only embark on a coup coup d'etat when there is dissatisfaction in the country. That's the only time you will succeed. And that was what happened in Niger. Are you not aware? Are we not aware that if there is a coup in Nigeria today, that they will be welcomed the way Gideon Okaku was? I was the student union of the president of student union at University of Port Harcourt then. We are all
Kingsley, don't be too sure. Asari Dokuba would meet you.
So what I think is that he's just trying to legitimize his illegitimate government so far. And that's it. And I will beg the indulgence of all of us for us to put a thinking cap off. What will be the solution to these things? Like all these historical perspectives and all those. We have read it in different forms. I'm a student of history and political science. What is the solution? How do we combat this evil? That's what I think we should be thinking about. Because if you leave these people, they will go. A National Assembly by Constitution have to approve any war. But I don't think they are heeding to that. Because when some states in the north have said that they are not going, that they will not support it, I don't know if they will have the two-thirds majority that they require to declare a war for the approval. But these people, the way I'm looking at it, and the Africans, the greatest problem we are even having now, see people who are going to Russia and China. If you run into the hands of Russia and China, Britain and America will be a child's play. I just look at them and laugh. For what? This China is ready. The population that are ready, the Chinese population that the Chinese government are ready to kill is greater than the population in your country. They could as well bring them to overrun you in your own country and make them the citizens of your country. I don't know why we are thinking. We are jumping from frying pan to fire. Instead of trying to see how we can stampede our government, this is us. Take the bull by the horn and see how we can rule ourselves without going to China or Russia. Or as far as I'm concerned, as a political economist, those people are worse than America and France and Europe and America. That's it.
All right.
Because I'm an Igbo man. This Europe and America are like Okamusu, that bewitched rat that will be biting you and still be blowing you cold free for you to cool down. But Chinese are brutal. That pussycat that will just come and uproot you and go. Please, we should be coming with solution. Let us see if it is mass protest. We see how we can fund it, and everybody will be on the street. Okay. That's the only way. That's the only thing these people here will understand. That's my position. Please, let us be brainstorming on the solutions. And there's no solution to anything that mass protest. There's nothing that we hear.
Thank you. Thank you, Kingsley. I quite like your submission. Slightly different from what most people have said. You don't agree with the war, but what you're saying is you want Africa by Africa for Africans.
Yes.
Which I quite agree with as well. That's the ideal. But I think what some people are saying is, before we get to that, can we leverage on this, have friendship with this? I'm not asking you a question. I'm just, almost rhetorical. So some people are thinking, let's deal with the lesser evil. Some people consider Russia, China lesser evil. You disagree completely. You think they are brutal. They are not diplomatic. Yep. Which is a
China and Russia are not lesser evil. They just want to call you in and then deal with you decisively. And by the time they are dealing with you, Europe and America will not come.
Of course. I quite agree, with some of the things you've said. And it's nice that we're having a conversation with different people coming with different ideas, some people suggesting solutions. And this is how we come to the perfect, maybe the near perfect solution. There's nothing perfect. When you say some people would poke holes into it, not because they don't like your submission, but it's like stress test before you go live with with a new system. Let's test it, let's check it. People would query your submission and say, oh, well, if you're saying Russia is bad, oh, but it is, so this sort of robust conversation is what we need, that would hopefully lead us to where we want to be. I quite like it. And it's quite funny when you see some people in the comment section that would say we're having, in quote, a monologue platform. I think people need to look up the meaning of the word monologue. Monologue is when I sit here and I speak to you all day. If you call us an echo chamber, I would disagree, but I would understand what you're saying. But if you're calling, what does it mean to even say monologue platform? A monologue platform is where you go and somebody sits there, there's no panel, there are no panelists, and speaks to you. That's what monologue is. So read up on what monologue means and stop, saying that I know people who say grammar is not this, English is not this, English is not, they benefit me. But the fact is, English is the language with which they taught you in school. So you should understand it somewhat. Anyway, the owner of the sub will have caught it. Femi, good to have you on the show.
Yes. So, my brother just spoke he said a lot of what's in my mind already. And just like to your point, it's always a great thing to see things from all perspectives. I think it's the worst possible thing if you come with this agenda of only wanting to hear what you want to hear. Yesterday, one of my very close friends who resides in London, we were having a similar conversation, and it threw a couple of gems that got me thinking. Now, couple of points. It's a well-known fact already, and we kind of float the fact that 50 to 60% of the monies of those French-speaking African countries is residents in the French central bank. They print their monies. I've heard all kind of things from, they can't print their money themselves, which is kind of ridiculous in itself. Because after all, Guinea, that refused, that they actually fought against this issue at the time when France, there's a whole story. I mean, let's not even go there. Now, let me continue my point. So, a lot of things, it got me thinking when it came to the fore that there's a reason behind this warmongering that's already been pushed out. Besides the fact that there might actually be a reason behind it, which is quite plausible for why Mr. Tinubu seems to be thinking in this direction. One thing that I quickly reasoned about was the fact that, all right, even we are definitely in a situation where it's not the same as when we had to go with we led ECOMOG in the early 90s, and then it was twice we had to go there during some of those times, and then later on during Charles Taylor's time. Nigeria is is a mess. It's a different space. If you piggyback to the fact that it took Biden, and even prior to then, hate him or love him or loathe him, Trump, to decide, we're done with all this America being the international police. Nobody really, right now, the way America is, for example, and even UK to an extent is structured, I'm pretty sure nobody really wants America, for example, involved in all those wars that cost a lot of money. And this is America and the Europeans we're talking about, not to now talk of Nigeria. And there's a lot of considerations that has to be put in place, because if any modicum of war starts right now, we need to understand that our so-called borders that they claim to have closed, of course, if you've been to the north or if you have an idea of the north, there's nothing like border, because first of all, it's deserts. Second of all, how do you even know the difference when you're in Niger? It's really funny when you get to the edges of those states in the north and you start looking for where the so-called border starts from. In addition to that, remember that a lot of those people have relationships with people in Nigeria and in northern parts of Nigeria, and there's going to be a huge spillover into the countries. Because again, Niger is landlocked. Libya is going to suffer it. Cameroon, Chad, Nigeria, a lot. And who says that it's not going to spill over into Nigeria? And we're still dealing with the Boko Haram issue. We're still dealing with kidnappers. We're still dealing with Fulani herders. It's going to be a joke. So hopefully someone is thinking. On top of this fact, it's already, we already know that France, it's a game of chess right now. France, America, UK, they might be doing some underhand dealings with the Nigerian government, telling them, don't worry, go ahead, we'll back you and all that. But everybody fights for their own interests. We have not even solved our own problem. Nigeria literally is at war right now. I mean, come on, Nigeria is itself, and then plus, where are even these troops? Is it the same troops that you sent to Borunu, Zamfara, Kaduna, the East? How many troops do we even have? Where are the logistics? And then on top of it, we have too many problems we're dealing with. So it doesn't make sense if someone is still thinking in that direction. And who tells you this is not going to become a long-drawn war, similar to what you had even with America with all its might and powers and technology? They still couldn't. You saw the America literally got displaced out of Afghanistan, and a lot of wars they've been into. Maybe it's going to be our own Vietnam, and what even our own business? We have our own issues, And then on top of it, that doesn't necessarily legitimize the government in power. Now, maybe just to make a final point or so, what I feel is that we're doing here, it might sound as though people just keep bringing up narratives, but whether you like it or not, you're going to continue discussing, bringing up ideas, and hopefully someone might in a position of power, because it's not like anybody or any one of us here or anywhere else is in a position of power. Someone might think and decide, okay, let's start thinking about how we would revamp our economy. Will actually show that we actually love ourselves, because that self-love is actually missing among Africans and Nigerians in particular right now, and it's not being helped by the lack of fairness. I'll keep you there.
All right, thank you, Femi. Always wonderful to hear from you. So Augustine, good to have you, my brother.
Yeah, I don't know.
Please don't make this submission without telling us. Wait,
now,
Augustine. Wait now, calm down. If you lecture if you day class now, wait, yeah, don't make this submission without telling us. My daddy used to tell me. Give us one thing that daddy used to tell you. Within your submission, just find one about being a good person, do right, do well. I'm just thinking. Good to have you.
It make me laugh. It make me laugh. What I wanted to say was I came around when Antonio was saying that we should go and hire the side chicks to help convince the politician. But
out of the abundance of the heart speaks the mouth.
Yeah, one that got me laughing the whole of yesterday was when I saw that Asari Dokobo was twerking for Tinubu. Then Tinubu is now twerking for the West. So I was asking my friend, who are you twerking for? So my point about this is that we know the degree understand. I always say this, the average standard of the Nigerian is so low. Our moral standard is very low. Now let's start from the election. We were throwing aspersion on people during the election. Up to now, as I'm talking to you, there are some people who I know, Yorubas, who just hate Igbos and Igbos hate Yoruba. And you will not cure that in the next years to come. Now, you want to go to Niger Republic to now create another enmity between Nigerians and Niger. You can fight them. Somehow, it's not as if we just go there and crush all of them. What about the aftermath? What about the thinking in the minds of the people about a child? Or maybe a child who is there seeing everything that happened. Do you think he will now be friends to Nigerians again in the future? Maybe so they talk upside down. Sometimes when you're talking about one man, when some people come, you just talk rubbish because they feel they owe their allegiance to a president. No, patriots owe their allegiance to a country, not to the president. So sometimes when I see people talk, I just hear people talk, I'll just laugh at them. As far as I'm concerned in this, as you said, let me talk about you don't make I don't laugh, I don't forget what I want to talk. They say that when the gods want to kill a man, they make him mad first. So let me tell you what my father used to say. If the gods want to kill a man, they make him mad. You see this rubbish nobody do, maybe won't go to war to get legitimacy. It will instead bring about a downfall. That's just the whole truth. If he then steps foot on Niger and does anything he wants to do, instead it will bring about his downfall. You don't have the resources. They know they use empty stomach, they shout hallelujah for church. People already are hungry. So there will come a time where the war will be so expensive on them that the people will now rise up against. May not fall into what Showore has been saying, that he will make it easy for the revolution to come. Let you not even think about it. Make person they try to use in head. may they try to use their head. That's just what I just came to say, because for me, for the past weeks now, I've been a little bit busy on uncertainty, but it's because I heard what was going on. I just said, let me come and chip my own side of the story, so I won't take long. But
Thank you,
make
Augustine.
Tinubu try to the using head. And truly, let me try to talk to Nigerians. Make una dey use our brain. Sometimes our standards are too low. It's only me, myself, and I. Aggressive pronoun.
No vex, Augustine. Be like say you vex. Reverend
No,
Father,
that's
let
the
me
point.
vex.
Sometimes Nigerians always talk of the pronoun they only understand is this thing we need to share it into three among three people, and the three people is me, myself, and I.
I mean, without making excuses for people, oftentimes you see that when there's a lot of lack and poverty, because with poverty comes that mentality of let me get all I can and can all I get. You put it under I can, because you're not sure where the next one is coming from. Like I said, at the risk of making excuses for people, when people are being subjected to so much lack, any little thing is enough. Any little thing is enough. And I think the phrase or the sentence poverty has been weaponized. We've heard it a lot of times. It's actually true. Some of these things, most of them is very deliberate. You starve the people to the point that if you give people 2,000 naira in today's Nigeria, they will vote for you. I'm waiting for a politician in the UK to come. The way I would negotiate, you'll be thinking, sorry, you want my 5-year salary? That's the negotiation, because at that we can have a conversation and let's see. Because you're not going to come to me and say you give me £1,000 or £2,000 or £5,000. It doesn't solve my problem. It
Now,
doesn't.
I
You
want to
understand?
ask you a question.
Yes, go on, sir.
So is it not possible that maybe somebody I'm not eating now will never chop? The politicians bring the 2,000 naira during election. Is it not possible for Nigerians to reject it? Must we always claim that we
It
must
is
get that
possible,
2,000?
but it is difficult.
Because the standards are low.
I know. I'm with you. I'm not making excuses for it. I'm just saying the people that are doing these things, they're deliberate, they're calculated. It's worked for them many times, and they'll keep doing it until like we keep deliberating. We'll find solution one day. I hope so. Without wasting time, we go to Maxi.
Please, can you hear me out just a minute? Please.
I think we lost you at some point.
Okay. No, I've been here.
No. You spoke. I think you lost connection.
It's me that lost
it's
connection.
Okay.
Oh, it was okay.
Okay.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah, so Kingsley, don't worry, we'll come to you. I'll give you like 30 seconds, but I want to hear from Maxi, who's going to come, with a different perspective.
Okay, no problem.
Served Nigerian military,
No
brilliantly,
problem.
and we thank him for that as always. We're going to hear from Maxi. Okay, I'll give you about a minute, not more than that. Then Mohammed's perspective is something I would like to hear. If he's in touch with people back home, what are the people saying? The northern part of Nigeria. If there was to be this war was to happen, are they for it? Are they against it? Why are they against it? But Maxi, please, in like 3-4 minutes. I know you would always have a lot to talk to us about, but talk to us in about 3 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, my brother. Good evening from the little beautiful city of Bolgatanga in the upper eastern part of Ghana. And I am very, very glad to be with you here. And good evening to those in the comment sections, those that are listening to us. My people, you see, I do not understand the reason why my house is on fire and I am now going to stoke fire in another person's house. I can't understand it. Anyway, if you know me, I am pro-Biafran, Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Egba. That is my own. If he wants to go and test, because Nigeria, in the history of Nigeria, they have never fought proper conventional war, apart from the one we engaged, Cameroon, which I spent 2 years, 6 months in the Gulf of Guinea fighting for Nigeria on that sea. Hausa people call it Teku. On that open sea, I was there for 2 years, 6 months fighting for the same country. At long last, what happened? Part of that place that I defended were handed over to Cameroon. Some of us died. I capsized inside our FAC, field assault craft, that is very, very difficult to target because of its speed on top of the surface of that water. We were capsized. And I spent 7 good days floating on that water until they came and rescued us. We lost 2 people in the process. You see, these are some of the things and many others that when I look at it and see where Nigeria is today, I weep for that country. That country is supposed to be a member of the United Nations Security Council. They are 5. Nigeria is supposed to be the 6th member where decisions are made, where proper decisions are made. I know the United Nations security members has never made any decision that is, good to me. The only one they have been doing are the ones that they, when they do, they will send a contingent of soldiers from Nigeria, from other countries, will go there, they pay you $55, $75 per day, and you stay there 1 year, 2 years, then you come back, you make your money and come and eat United Nations food, and so on. Nigeria has never fought a conventional warfare, and this is the time your generals, those fat, pot-belly generals, should be tested. Go and see how much these generals are how much they are paying the soldiers that are fighting the terrorists. It's not up to 3,000 naira a day on their own land. Let them go and test themselves with Niger. This is the time Nigeria is supposed to show whether you are the giant of Africa or not. You are people, over 137 Nigerians are below poverty level. In Liberia, where I spent 3 years, 8 months, my brothers and sisters, Nigeria lost over $6 billion in that very place. America cannot venture into a war that they will not gain. During the reconstruction after the war, America will always benefit.
You see my point? Why I'm calling for war? I was in Liberia as well, as a junior officer at the age of 22. I saw a lot of people around me die. Okay, and somebody telling me that soldiers would not listen. When you were there, Maxi, if I was your commander and I gave you some orders that you shoot me in the back. We saw that happen in Liberia. You were there. You saw what happened. So when people talk about all these things, that's why I want us to go to war, so that maybe it will reset our brain, and we'll come and sit down as a family and then rethink if we're going to go our separate ways and all that. Sorry to cut you, Mr. Massive. Go on.
Thank you.
Once again, we appreciate your sacrifice. It's not easy.
Thank you, sir. I do a sit up for you, sir. Thank you so much. And
just Maxi, just sorry, quickly to clarify, because Maxi was saying something really important, very important discussion he was saying, but Kenneth came in and I just couldn't help myself, and I started laughing, and Jonava, got the gist and he started laughing, and people are thinking, why are you crazy there? Because Maxi's, giving a wonderful submission and you guys are laughing. It's just Kenneth comes in like he's about to fight. Kenneth can fight in an empty room. Just leave him alone in one room, nobody there, he will just start fighting. But Maxi, please go ahead. So for those
somebody said that I was nodding like a lizard. So
sorry, Maxi, carry on.
You see, thank you so much. I said in Liberia, we wasted over $7 billion. America will not venture into a war that they will not benefit after the war. That is number one. If you go to Iraq today, America is spearheading the reconstruction of that country, and that will tell you how much they have recovered after wasting so much money over there. In Liberia, what do we benefit? Nothing. We didn't benefit anything. When we succeeded in fact, ECOMOG under Abacha implanted Charles Taylor there. We coerced the people. I was there. In order for me to go home quickly, let us finish this one, go home, we were coercing the people to vote for Charles Gange Taylor. I am telling you this. That time I was deployed in a place they call Sinai County. Their capital is Greenville, very close to Maryland, Harper in Liberia. Not Maryland in the United States. They share border with Ivory Coast. I know all these places and I speak some of their indigenous language as well. You see, this is to tell you that I don't see the reason. Look, from my own point of view, I would have loved Nigerians, those generals that has destroyed most of them. I know my my brother here, my senior comrade here, will say, they will tell them, so wait for your own time. You are a junior officer, you should wait for your own time. And they know that every 4 years, you will be promoted until, you know, a staff officer, which is colonel, which a quota system will be affecting you from, you know, colonel upwards. You see, so I do not know. We wasted a lot. So many of your brothers and uncles and fathers lost their lives in Liberia. So many were KIA'd, some were MIA'd, some are casualties. When you go to military hospital, I think in Yaba, is it Yaba Military Hospital? You see them there today. They are not properly taken care of. Some of you that, you know, some of our people that are listening to us that in Nigeria today, especially in Lagos, go to Yaba Military Hospital and go and see our brothers and sisters that we are maimed in Liberia and in Sierra Leone. And that is what these are asymmetric warfare, or what we call jungle warfare. Asymmetric or jungle warfare. And we sustain such amount of losses. And you are going to venture into a real conventional warfare that Senegal, Burkina Faso, Mali are now supporting these people and has given a statement. I do not know who is advising Tinubu. Our people are going to end up, you know, suffering the more than they are suffering today. So going to that war will be counterproductive. And I must say this, like I said before, my brother, when this topic was raised here, I think last week or thereabout, I said diplomacy, 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 diplomacy. Most of these people that you see that are experiencing these coups today, what happened there? Who were there? Who were there before the coup took place? Were they not civilian head of states? They were civilian. What did they do that attracted these khaki boys to come and take over right now? In Nigeria, an INEC coup took place. Presidential election coup took place. What did Nigerians do? Nothing. But these people are trying to run away from the French government that has been keeping them on the ground. I support them to move away, and I expect Nigeria to lead and to free themselves from the clutches of this foreign and colonial imperialists. That is what I say. If you cannot free yourself from them, you will never go anywhere. You will still be under what I call bureaucratic slavery. That is what they are doing to us now.
Okay.
Economic free, you are free already, but we are still going through bureaucratic slavery. Economically, we are slaves to these people. If you cannot produce, look, let me tell you the reason why America is scared about North Korea is because North Korea is equipped with intercontinental ballistic missiles. They are, equipped with highly precision and the chip guided missiles, like most of you know. They can direct it and it hit anywhere it wants to go, unless you destroy it in the air with what they call it flares, counter flares. You see, so these are some of the things. You don't have it. You don't have nuke. You don't have nothing at all. Your army is not strong. Your army is being supported in Liberia. Yes, bro. Okay, sir. In Liberia, we were
all day, but we have about 15 people waiting.
I know. Let me just round up. You see, in Liberia, we were supported by the same American security group they call PAE, Pacific Architect Engineers, after they tried to foil ECOMOG prospect in Liberia. These are some of the things. The only thing you should understand is that these French countries wants to pull away from the devil they know that has kept them on the ground for so many years. Where are these ECOWAS? Where are these ECOWAS head of states when these things were going on? That is my own issue here. So, my brothers and sisters, from where I stand, I want these fat pot bellies generals in Nigeria to go to that war, and let's test them, because you cannot be answering the giant of Africa militarily and otherwise, for nothing, just eating money there. So they must go in there, and it is going to benefit me from where I stand. Can I know what I'm talking about? Thank you, and God bless.
All right, thank you, Maxi. Always lovely to hear from you. Like I said, left to me, I can listen to you, unlimited, but it's just because we have quite a lot of interest in today's show. We have about 750 people. The only thing I'm not too pleased, I like the 750, 745, it's good numbers, but the likes, it's under 100. So please, on YouTube, click on the thumbs up just once. If you've clicked it once, don't click it again, because it would negate the one you've done. So please click on the thumbs up. What it would do is it would suggest the video, the show to other people, so that they can join us as well, or listen to us, or contribute as well. So please, it doesn't cost anything. They're not going to charge you. It doesn't affect your data. It doesn't do anything. Just click on like, and nobody's watching what you've liked on YouTube. Please like, share, subscribe. I think we must be doing something right for you to come here, and listen to us. Even if you don't agree with us, send it to your friends who also won't agree. That come and see these foolish people who come and watch them. Just help us spread the news. Mohammed, you have a lot of followership on this platform. You are a man that is highly desired. Or your views, let's put it that way. Before your wife, sues all of us, your views are highly desired. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
People are eager to hear from you. So I'll give you a bit of time, because, of course, your views might be slightly different to most of the things we say. And for those who say we have, who kicked you to that side? No, I want you where you were before. Anyway, you can speak from there. For those who say, it's monotone and all of that and monologue, Mohammed is here. It's probably going to give us, perspective of what's the pulse of the northern Nigeria. We know that senators representing the northern part have spoken, but oftentimes the politicians don't speak for the people. So I believe you're not a politician. You might be connected to one or two. You might have a few telephone numbers that you can dial, speed dial, but that's not.
So let him talk of where is cost in Nigeria.
Wait now, the man is in the UK. Is in the US now. He doesn't live in Nigeria.
Okay.
So if you're in touch with people back home, what are they saying? What's the pulse of the streets of northern Nigeria regarding this Niger issue?
Yeah. Thank you very much. So I didn't know that I have followership, but
Look at the
I
comment
will
section.
take that.
Oh God.
Yeah, I rarely look at that, so I don't know. So I would say that in northern Nigeria, the views on this issue of Niger is not much different from the views in southern Nigeria, and from what I could gather, the people that I've spoken to, they on the one hand they recognize that. In this region of West Africa, Nigeria is the biggest player. And if we want to earn the name that we are the giants of Africa or West Africa, we have to lead, in trying to solve this crisis. But on the other hand, people also recognize that we have a lot of problems in this country. We cannot secure our country. We cannot secure our borders. And if we engage in a kinetic action with this military junta, thinking that they are just 10,000 people and will crush them, like we will have negative consequences, and mostly will be felt by our people, like, in Katsina, places like that. They have like a porous border between Niger and those places. So people look at both sides, but from what I could tell, most people don't want there to be a military action there. So for me, my view is, I think I was on one man show 2 days ago. I was saying that we cannot shy away from that and just fold our arms and say that we cannot do anything. Nigeria has to do something. But I think we should pursue diplomacy, but not just any kind of diplomacy. Diplomacy of the kind that would allow the people, the military people, to save face. We cannot just tell them that after 7 days you have to leave and this kind of things. It's not going to happen. And also that we can also come and twist and say that we averted a crisis or we stopped the coup or something like that. Maybe a commitment to elections within a couple of months or within a year, including perhaps even with the military guy that is in charge now, maybe he can go on the ballot. Something that we can save face with, anything, even if it is not something that we, even if it is not like, the military should go and democracy should return. I think we should not ask too much of them. We should just go and get something, some kind of concession, and just come and spin it and call it a day, and they can go and save face with. Because the military action, the concern that, for example, I have, and I think many people share, it's not that I think we can beat them in a conventional war, but as you know, it's not just about beating them. So we have to, go in and organize elections and this and that. Even the Americans cannot do it with Afghanistan and Iraq and many places. So I think we should just be realistic, and this is not something that we can realistically do without heavily committing a lot of resources that we don't have to problems like that. I just think that we should just take anything. Even, for example, you mentioned that the Senate rejected it. We can even use that to save face and say, okay, we wanted to go in and stop it, but then Senate rejected, like Obama did with Syria. Famously, remember when he said that he drew a red line, I think in 2012 or something, that if Bashar al-Assad uses chemical weapons, that the Americans will go in. But then the Congress blocked that, and then of course they didn't go in. So anything that we can save face with, because Tinubu, our president, has made the commitment to military action, we cannot shy away from that. So if we can save face with this, even we say, okay, our Senate blocked us, I think we can take that. So to your question, our people in the North, most people are not really, they're not really into this, they're not too into this military thing, because it will affect us most directly. Yeah.
I don't know. Can I ask him a question? What about
Yeah,
the
sure.
traditional rulers, the imams, and also the politicians? What about their own views?
I think their views will not be different from that of most people, because, like I said, for example, places like Katsina and a lot of the northeast, northwest, I mean, so they have direct borders with Niger. Like it's not even border in the sense that people just cross back and forth very easily. So if, for example, we were to go and engage in a military action with their people. And of course, when militaries engage militaries, civilian casualties will no doubt happen. And when a situation arises where the people in Niger don't even see us as people who want to liberate them or something, we go and where there's some civilian casualties from the Nigerian side and things like that. It might even turn the people against Nigeria, and anything can happen, terrorist attacks, or you really cannot tell. Because of that, I mean, the imams, of course, I don't think their view is different from that. Nobody is happy about military war with Niger, and it's not something that we want, and it's not something that we can even afford. So it's a complex issue, and the views that I've heard here are not different from what the Northerners are saying, but mostly that people don't want any kind of Nigerian involvement there. Yeah, so that's what I'll say about that.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mohammed. Just to let you know again, your submission is like ice cream in summer. People have licked it up literally in the comment section. Majority of people like what you say, and I think it's good. If you don't want to deal with the comment section, you stay away from it. I like people like yourself. Sometimes you might get a bit, because I'm part of the comment section and I know what we get up to in there. So if you say you stay away, I applaud you, and I say carry on doing that. It's not for everybody.
Yeah.
Comment section is like Twitter. It's the closest thing to Twitter. It's very.
I'm not on any social media actually, not even
it's
Twitter.
crazy. It's
Only
crazy.
YouTube. I only have WhatsApp, so I don't even know most of these things. I hear from my friends, and then I think about it. I don't read anything. I'm not on
As
any
long as you know
social
what you
media.
can handle,
Yeah.
But just to let you know, a lot of people agreed with your submission. Obedient, Baptist. I don't even know where the Meccano boys are. I know we have one Meccano guy that joins us, but mostly Obedient. Most of them agreed with you. A few people, of course, won't agree.
So, but sure though, this is not an issue of obedient Tinubu, because I had some people when I was listening, they were trying to make it about. But this is an issue that even anybody is the president, you really, the options are either you go in or you fold your arms and say we don't do anything, or you say we get involved, in trying to get some kind of diplomatic action. Like the options are really three. So it's not about Obi, or if Obi was president, we would be facing the same issues. If Buhari was the president, we'll be facing the same issue. So I don't think it has anything to do with the election. So it's a complicated issue, no doubt. And I think we should recognize that it's a complicated issue. If somebody come and says they want to go in and crush them and things like that, it's a legitimate view, but that's not my view, because, you know, this is we have like examples from past with bigger countries with more military might against smaller countries, like we mentioned US, Afghanistan, like they were there for 20 years. They left within 24 hours, the Taliban is back. So any kind of, I think absolutely what I will disagree with is for us to go in and say that we will take down the junta and install civilian government, hold election, this kind of commitment, absolutely we should not go there, because we cannot afford it. We cannot do it. We simply don't have the resources and the willpower to do such things. So we should lead, of course, but lead diplomatically in getting coalitions, in trying to dissuade the junta, maybe, but not like, we shouldn't commit ourselves too much. That's what I will say.
All right. Thank you, Mohammed. Always wonderful to hear from you. Yes, we've come to the general himself, the lion, the conqueror. Okay, then my guy.
Yeah. Mr. Shosho, I greet you, sir.
Waiting this up.
I do. Greet you, my brother from Ghana, Maxi. And Tone, I think I agree with this, with their submissions this morning completely. You can't be answering general from out. Go and test it out there. Go and try the war and see how it is. Maybe from there, you will educate yourself. Nobody will advise you next. You really want to advise yourself. But this is it. I overheard my brother Augustine talking about twerking. I was like, where is this twerking coming from? You know? You are saying that some Nigerians wouldn't take bribe or take money to vote for politicians any longer. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think that was what you said. But I think
I just said that it's possible for us to reject that 2,000 for one.
Yes, it would have been possible if we had no problem with poverty. There's poverty in the land, so twerking must continue, right? Just the way one man is busy twerking for Tinubu.
Thank you.
And I'm surprised that Tone is getting mad at one man. Oh, we've known this guy to be a good twerker for Tinubu for a very long time. He will never change. Just like Asari Dokubo is busy twerking for Tinubu. And I think Asari Dokubo is the only one. Asari and one man, they're the only two adults that I've seen now busy twerking for Tinubu. But this is it. Even our soldiers, that some of us are saying that the soldiers wouldn't even want to go to war in Niger. I think the poverty, that's what they call it, you know, the money they pay them whenever they go for mission abroad and come back. I don't know what the name for it.
Ops allowance.
You see, so the need for that money wouldn't let them, you know, kind of reject it. Some of them would like to work for Tinubu, carry gun, go and fight their brothers in Niger. Because as far as I'm concerned, these neighboring countries, Niger, Cameroon, even Togo, we share things in common. Some of us, we have family members there, and you pick up a gun to go and kill who? Your fellow soldiers that are fighting for the good of their country. Because you shamelessly don't want to fight for the good of your own country, and you are being used to stop those that want their country to function for them. You see, Nigeria is like, the situation in Nigeria is like when you have a monkey with buttered bread, you know, this sliced buttered bread, right? Monkey is holding the bread while the people are holding a rotten banana. They find it difficult to drop the rotten banana for the monkey and pick the bread that belongs to them. This is the problem in Nigeria. And that is why they allow somebody like Tinubu to organize, Tinubu and APC, to organize a solid coup on Nigerians. And the same Tinubu is busy trying to stop his fellow coup plotters in Niger. When you did same in your own country, and the masses or the citizens allowed you to even occupy the Aso Rock. And that makes me start thinking, where are the Nigerian youth? The same Nigerian youth that were on the street protesting in 2015 or 2014 thereabout against Goodluck Jonathan. Where are they today? Why are they keeping mute, allowing this guy to occupy Aso Rock? And now he's emboldening his nonsense, trying to take it to Niger Republic, where you have your brothers living, right? You don't know the street again. You don't know the road to the street to protest. You are all keeping mute because you are scared of what happened in, what they call it, the 2010 NSAS protest. Was it 2020, right? You are scared of dying. Thank you. You are scared of dying. What is happening? Why are they allowing Tinubu to continue to wreak havoc on Nigeria? Why not go on the street and protest? I'm expecting that to happen, but since Nigerians, I think something is really, really going wrong. What is happening? Nobody is talking. And somebody like Kasari will go on the live TV brandishing weapons against a certain ethnic group in Nigeria, and even went as far as threatening a governor. Nobody is talking because we have a lunatic in the Aso Rock. We have a drug baron in Aso Rock that all is concerned is how to amass wealth and nothing else. I had somebody being surprised that Tinubu, nothing of substance is coming out from Tinubu. Why would you expect such a person to be of any substance? You know, a criminal, somebody that has no identity. You made him your president, and now he's about to go and cause war in another country. Left for me, for my political affiliation, I would have loved that war to continue. Tinubu, I would have advised Tinubu, do not stop. Go for that war. And I would pray much that Russians will support Niger so that they will deal with Nigerians very, very well. Next time, you guys will know that it's not right to have a criminal as a president.
But there will be no next time now if they destroy us. There will be no next time.
No, when they reincarnate. When they reincarnate and come back.
Thank you, Kenny. At least you're in America, so if you advise Tinubu to go to war, it's understandable.
You need to come back and join the troops.
And it's quite interesting. We're talking about potential war, but Nigerians, in our usual sense of humor, even without trying, we've heard about bread and butter. If somebody said there's a war, but you hear bread and butter, you won't put the two together. But we've had bread and butter, we've heard about rotten bananas, we've heard people twerking, and we're talking about a war. Nigerians are just wonderful people. If things would work, I think we're one of the happiest people, we're one of the funniest people without trying. I mean, twerking, talking about a war, bread and butter, soft one, rotten banana. Honestly, I doff my hat to Nigerians. Maxi, I see you 1 second. I won't do a forefather here. I would call your name right. Chino Yerem. Even from Southwest, you'll see what I did. And this is forefathers from next door that is doing your name anyhow. Maxi, I know you're in Ghana. It's also Africa, but Chino Yerem is in Nigeria. I don't know who has the worst electricity and Wi-Fi. So I think we might win this. Please, let's hear from Chino Yerem so we don't lose him. I beg. I'll come to you straight after, please. Chino Yerem, are you in agreement with Kene that we should fight?
Yes. I want them to go for that war.
Okay.
Seriously, I wish they will go for that war. I just pray they will go for that war. Because of my political affiliation, I want them to go for that war. Because it's done too much for them. How can somebody that committed a political coup in Nigeria, an election coup in Nigeria, be busy trying to go and save the Nigerians? The Nigerians are happy. The populace there are happy that military took power. They are happy that military took power. And you want to go and save people that are happy of what is happening in their country. I think they will keep quiet. And I heard Mohammed saying that Nigeria is a superior power. Russia thought it was a superior power to Ukraine. The war is approaching 2 years now, or more than 2 years. So you may think you will crush the Nigerians. It's not easy. Once you go there, Once you go there, it will not end like you predicted. So I wish they will go. I just pray. I'm praying. Seriously, I'm praying. Let them go. Let them go and see how far. Let them go and see if actually they can. See, Nigeria is on the brink of collapse. And I wish it will collapse. I wish it will collapse. This country is not working. Can't you see it? How can a country that is in bare need, that's in serious and in a serious and a very serious upsurge in economic difficulty is busy trying to go to war? With what resources? The resources they want to go to war with will be useful in try at least alleviating the sufferings in the sufferings of the populace, the sufferings of the citizens. What's wrong with us? Can't we think anymore? We want to go and save the Nigerians that are happy that military took part. So my question now to them is: Are we not in war in Nigeria? Those military you are trying to deploy. What of the bandits in the northern part of Nigeria, killing people every day? You can't deploy troops to go and get them, and you want to move to Niger. What's wrong with what's wrong? Are we okay? Are we okay? My father, I will speak it in Igbo, then I will translate it in English. What that means is that a child will always remember to pick something and run away. But you do not remember that something may obstruct him or he may stumble on the road and fall. Nigeria is just thinking about let us go into war, let us go into Niger. What will we encounter in Niger? Are you even thinking about it? Your porous borders, your borders are very porous. Before Nigeria, we move from Nigeria to Niamey or what, the capital of Niger. If they also invade Nigeria, they will get Abuja first before we get there. So what's wrong with us? We have serious difficulties, and we have things, we have problems to take care of, and we are busy trying to go and are the Nigerians inviting us? The people there, the citizens, they are happy of what they are happy that their country is about to be saved. They are happy that their country is about to be saved from evil politicians that have been busy looting. And then people that are busy looting Nigeria, I want to go and save people that are happy that their looters have been arrested. What's wrong with us? What's wrong with us? So, on a personal note, I want them to go. I want them to go for that war. So they see if actually the people there are happy. For me, I believe that once Nigerians go into Niger, the people, the citizens will be the first to start fighting our soldiers. Not even the Nigerian soldiers. The citizens of Niger will start fighting our soldiers first. I want them to go. I just pray they will go. Thank you.
Thank you, Chinam. I mean, I can tell that that's come from a very deep personal place for you. You sounded quite passionate about it.
Is it Nigeria? Is Chino in Nigeria?
Yes, it's in Nigeria. Is a regular on the show, is in Nigeria. So, this is what I said on a platform. I can't remember where recently, in the last few days, that, it's crazy that we're quoting someone like Babangida, but he said it that, for a coup to happen, it means that the people are not happy. They're disgruntled. The military just won't come out. And somebody asked me on that platform and said, so, sure, are you saying you support a coup? I said, no. He said, so what would you say if a coup was to happen in Nigeria? I told him, I said, I would tell the civilian administration that you brought this upon us. If Nigeria was, or any country, if things are going well, the people won't say, if they might, I mean, a coup might still happen, but the people won't be on the street celebrating. They won't be chanting. And you see, sometimes, if you can't swim and you're drowning and somebody drops a sword, you would hold on to it, not caring that it's cutting your hand, because you have to choose at that point. So it's not like people are celebrating because they think the military have come to save them, but it's just because they're thinking maybe this would be better than what we have. So when you neglect your people to the point that, they just feel like anything else will do, just give me anything apart from these people. I think people need to start seeing from that perspective. Nobody is celebrating coup. Nobody is celebrating military. I'm old enough to remember the military rule in Nigeria. But I was telling one of my friends, I said, but remember, we went to school every day. It's not like we couldn't go out or anything. It was crazy, but we still went out. It wasn't like you couldn't leave your house. We went out. People were being tried on a regular basis, but those were the people that were actually fighting against the government head on. It's not the one you have now that in Benue, in Plateau, in Taraba, in Ondo, in this and that. Today, what do we have? It doesn't make the headlines anymore. The amount of Nigerians we lose on a daily basis. It's crazy. There are people who cannot actually close their two eyes. I'm not talking metaphor or all these things, grammar. No, literally, they cannot sleep at night because they're not sure what would happen before day breaks. So are you telling me if you offer those people to say, oh, the military are coming, they'll be like, let's try that. Maybe it'll be better. I won't fight the military. I'll just go about my business. They won't come after me. That is what is happening. So it's not a case of Tinubu or Peter Obi, or it's beyond these guys. It's the group, all of them together and across Africa. You're suffering your people. We've all agreed, most of us have agreed that when things happen like this, we speak of African leaders as going there to negotiate for themselves. But you see the people you're dealing with negotiating for their country. When we start doing that and stop selling our people for trinket and ogogoro of 2023, then the people might not celebrate if there was a coup. But I would move on to, I think everyone has spoken on this subject. I was looking to end it on 2.5 hours. Okay, Jonaba, I'll let you have a say, and okay would round up. Oh, Maxi, quickly, sorry. Jonaba, I'll come to you. Maxi, please, in 1 minute.
Put me back,
bro.
I will put him from the background. Put me back, please.
Thank you so much, my brother. I just want to make this submission, then I give space for other people to come in. You see, my people, let's truth be told. Nigerian soldiers, and I beg my superior here to not to get angry with me, and I have to apologize before I made this statement. Nigerian soldiers are cowards. The Nigerian I know in the 80s, 90s are no longer the kind of soldiers that I know right now, my brother. I must tell you that for sure. Yes, if you look at what happened in Udi, if you look at what happened in Zaki BM, if you look at what they are doing in Southeast today, that will show you that they are unprofessional and untrained. They are unprofessional and untrained. You cannot, because you are chasing an armed robber, then you enter the armed robber, committed a crime in this particular place and ran away, and you go there and you begin to destroy innocent people's houses. That is an act of unprofessionalism. And I stand to condemn it today, tomorrow, and forever. Do you know why I resigned from the Nigerian army? I resigned because 2004, because I refused to obey orders that I considered irrelevant and wicked. It happened in southern Kaduna. I said I will not take such orders. People, the indigenous people that gave you what they call Laduga, otherwise called Ruga. My brother from the north knows what I'm talking about. They gave you Laduga, a place to settle, otherwise called Ruga. 70,000, a particular place for you to just stay. Instead of you containing yourself within that area, you went as far as encroaching on the other people. What are you looking for? You destroy their farm produce, and when they come out, the people that are working there, you go there, you buy them. And the people, because they are larger in number in that area, they own the land, they organize, and they want to come and retaliate what you have done to them. Then you call me to go there and be. Who do you want me to go and serve? Who do you want me to go and side? Side the people that you have encroached into their land and begin to torture them again. And when they want to come, and then you call me to come and rescue you because I don't uniform. I am paid by the federal government or the people's tax, the same people. So when I got there, I did what I did. My brother knows, my brother from the north, I think Mohammed, right? Osman, he knows what they call alkali in Hausa language. That is what they normally call me there, because I went in there to say, no, you cannot do this. You don't do this. And I tried to arrest the perpetrators of that particular incident. I faced with all kinds of questionnaires from the garrison, from one mechanized infantry division. That is to tell you that when you want to do the right thing, the system will hold you back. They want you to do that thing that is, not in accordance with the law and the Army Act. That is the reason why I left the army. And I believe that when this thing is going on right now, some soldiers will try to leave. Army is a voluntary job. You can volunteer to stay. You can volunteer also to leave. If you have served up to 15 years in the army, please, if you are not happy with what is going on, if you want to stop, prevent you from them allowing you, making you to go and do, things that are not good, atrocious deed, committing in uniform, please find a way and leave.
Right.
That is what Nigeria is. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Maxi. I'm going to come to you, Jonaba. You want to say something? I'll come to OK, and I'll let Dr. Dominic finish. But before I do that, I'm one moderator that keeps an eye on the comment section, because I belong to that family as well. So I've seen someone say we should stop propagating anti-Tinubu headlines, on our channel to draw crowd. This won't improve anything in the real situation. So the point is, it's not about Tinubu. So I think this is what people fail to realize. Maybe I'm making an assumption. Maybe you've only started, following Nigerian politics keenly. But the way it works is, whoever the president is will hold their feet to fire. If Peter Obi becomes president today, the praise singing stops and people will check what he does. If Peter Obi is making exactly the same moves that Tinubu is making today, exactly, people will criticize it. Do you think if Peter Obi send people to Senate and we have a majority Labour Party Senate and they're doing this nonsense, do you think people like me will not keep quiet? And you can be sure Rudolph will not keep quiet about it. So it's nothing to do with Tinubu. It's about the office. So this is not a Tinubu thing. For those who just worship Tinubu and everything, you think he revolves around him. No, this is about the president of Nigeria, regardless of what their name is. So don't think we're doing this to draw. When Jonathan was there, this show did the same with less interest, but this was exactly what was happening. So don't think it's about Tinubu. It's beyond him. Tinubu will come and go. The presidency of Nigeria will remain. So whoever is there have to be challenged. The way you people are going about it, we would end up having, these guys are already demigods. We would end up having little gods, unchallenged. And we can't have that. So it's beyond Tinubu. Okay? And someone else said, am I calling for war or for military coup? No. What I said, people choose to hear what they hear. I'm saying to you, the people we've voted for, that have been put there, whatever, win, elected, selected, call it whatever. The civilians are not giving us the dividends of democracy. We have an agreement with them. We have a contract. And they are failing on a daily basis. And it's not about Tinubu. Listen again and carefully. It's not about him. It's about the civilian government in Guinea, in Burkina Faso, in Niger. They failed the people. And the people are saying, you know what, we're not happy with this. I've asked one or two people in private and, some on a public forum to say, if the military was to come into Nigeria today, what would we lose? I'm not saying they should come in. I'm not saying we wouldn't lose anything. But please itemize 10 things that we would lose if the military was to come in today. The dividends of democracy that we're enjoying today, that we would lose. Just list 10 things off the top of your head. Just, roll it out quickly and say, oh, this. Just tell us quickly. I was around during the military. Yes, maybe. Not maybe. I'm younger than I am today, but I was around. So what exactly is it that we would lose if they come in? I'm not calling for them, but I'm saying the way your people are going, they are the ones inviting the military. Babangida is a military that you have to respect. You might not like him, but you have to respect what he achieved, in terms of military. Yeah, coup plot and all of that. But he said it, that military coup would only happen if the civilian government failed the people continuously. Jonaba, I'll come to you quickly, then we'll go to OK, then Dr. Dominic will round off this session and we'll go to the ministerial nominee.
All right. Thank you so very much, my brother. Sure, I may disagree with you in many ways, but today you are doing well. You look like Bin Laden, but you are not Bin Laden. Um, you are my brother. Let's set this straight. This kind of thing affect our fundamental uh, right as a citizen of Nigeria. For someone to come here and it says that the reason why maybe the northern state will agree with Tinubu is because they are not Nigeria. I try to choose my word carefully. But sometimes politics is not a game of a child; it's a game of an adult. And to live this life, you will face with many challenges. Not what happened to you, but how you handle it. For you to come here and say that is that you are not smart enough to understand that if you are that Nigerian that you call yourself, then you should have what to say, what to do, to be that a leader of Nigeria that belong to you only, that no other Nigerians are Nigerians enough. So please, this is the reason why I say that the fight between Nigerian is between the elite and the ordinary Nigerian. The northern Nigerians are suffering just like the eastern Nigerians and the western Nigerians. So if as far as we are bearing this flag as one country, we may say straight, speak to the power. But to call other people who are not Nigerian enough, where you have not proven any other way, but whether by statistic or strategies or by any political means, gain the power, is not wise. We are one people. Why are we talking about Niger, for instance? Niger is a neighboring country. And we are afraid that whatever the inaction or action may cause more problem in our own land. So we are speaking to it. Everybody have their own opinion. My brother from Ghana, the ex-soldier, says that he wants the fat belly generals to go to the war so they can see how the belly shrink down or whatever. Of course, I always say that Nigerian generals, they are no different from the Nigerian politicians. There's no difference. They are the same people that they use millions to train them in abroad. In fact, they sleep in many classes they come here in or India, wherever they go, because they sleep in the class. They not take anything, and whether when they go home, they don't do anything
Like
different.
Tinubu, Abi.
Eh?
Sleep like Tinubu during functions, right?
Whatever, it's your president. Yeah.
Go on, Jonava. See, this my
So
priest.
I'm
This my
running
young
up
priest.
now.
He likes violence.
So please let us speak in one voice if we want one thing to happen. You are entitled to opinion. I'm not going to against it. But without unity and purpose and demand, we are going nowhere. We're going to be divided on this ethnicity and religious and all of those things. And not only because it's Nigeria, the black nation will still suffer in this ignorance. And our resources is together go to France, go to Russia, go to America, whatever the country, and that is not going to have a black race on earth. We will end up, we will become like a dinosaur. They say it's a big chicken that never exists. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonaba. Okay, please, in 1 minute, so we can go to Dr. Dominic and run this off in 2 hours and 45 minutes. You're still muted.
Is that me?
No. Okay, not Chike. Okay. Okay, you are still muted, though.
Sure, can you unmute him?
Okay, let's try that. No, can't unmute. The mic isn't connected. So
Okay,
you probably
take
have
off
to
your
drop
headphones
off
then.
and join again.
Okay, take off your headphones and see if it works.
Take off your headphones. Try if it works. Okay. Remove headphones. You are typing.
No, unplug your headphones.
Yeah, unplug your headphone and try. We can hear you. Okay. Dr. Dominic, you go ahead.
Okay. When I first thought of the Niger coup, the first thing that came to my mind is what's happening in West Africa. You know, you've had Niger. You have Guinea. The supposed coup in Guinea-Bissau, which did not work, and the coup in Mali. And the one thread in all of this is these are places that have French influence. I don't like to go into conspiracy theories about why things happen or some of the underlying big picture globalist things that are happening. But there's just one central theme. The one theme is not only is there French influence, these are governments that are not strong. These are governments that are controlled by strong men. And so inadvertently, these people are pushed into multidimensional poverty, just like Nigeria is pushing its citizens. And then what ends up happening is people get tired, the military is able to feel the pulse of the people, and the military intervenes. And for me, I think most times when coups happen, people react, people are reactionary, because if you've been suffering, right, and someone has been maltreating you, and that person gets taken out, sometimes you don't really critically think through who is the person who's helping you remove that obstacle, right? And so in a reactionary manner, you're like, oh, this person is my enemy, has been, taken care of. I wouldn't really critically think through who is helping me take out that enemy. And so that's why I think most of the time in the beginning parts of the coup, people always jubilate. But then when you have time for things to settle, the military will now start to show their finger, right? They start to show their true color. Whether it's the military elite who are fighting for power, or the military is there to embezzle money. So most times when coups happen, it's not because the military cares about the people. There's always some underlying theme that eventually shows its hand later on. If you enter as a military, my understanding is, I don't support coups, is you go in, you set up a transitional government, you make constitutional changes or whatever needs to be done, and then you hand over to the civilian government. But if you stayed there 2 years, 3 years, there's no substantial thing to show the people. There's no substantial change. Then the point of the coup is pointless. And so that's my worry when it comes to this Nigerian coup. On the other side, I have an issue with ECOWAS trying to intervene militarily because, first of all, the guy who you have as the head, Tinubu, cannot lay clear legitimacy to his presidency in Nigeria because he's being the head of the ECOWAS because it's Nigeria's turn. Emanates from him being approved by Nigerians as the president. And so if you have a legitimacy issue in your home country, then you can't have any sort of grandstanding as the ECOWAS said that you are going to stifle a coup. Right? How many countries do we have in the last maybe 20 years, including Nigeria itself, that the leaders who came in democratically have tried to commit constitutional coup? Was it not in this Nigeria that Obasanjo was trying to vie for a third term, which is not in the constitution? How would he have been able to achieve that? Through constitutional change. It's a coup when you get constitutionally elected, and midway or towards the end of your mandate, you try to influence the House or the Senate or whatever to change the constitution. For whose gain? Right? And so if we as West Africans, if we as ECOWAS cannot think critically about solving the issues that are leading to these coups, such as the constitutional coups that are being committed, having strong men like the guy in Togo who've been there for, people who've been there for a long time, and then they create dynasties and put their kids there, then you cannot have any right to fight any military that comes in. And so the major things are we as Nigerians don't have any grandstanding to tell Niger what to.
Not sure what happened there. Show is now the younger brother of Donyo Coupe. There is corn in their pocket. I better go carry this corn, come. In what currency? Just make sure it's in pounds. Because all this, there's corn in my pocket. Please make sure it's in pounds. I will lost Dr. Dominic there for a second. Kenny, we're trying to move on to the ministerial list.
Okay.
What do you want to say?
No, I just wanted to kind of add to what Dr. Dominic was saying.
Okay. Yeah, please.
So when he was talking about what if, I believe it should be what if question. The military got into power and they ended up not achieving the objective or the, what they told the people that was the reason why the coup happened in the first place, right? I tried to liken that to what happened in 2015, when most Nigerians, those that didn't actually, or those that had little knowledge of who this guy was, Buhari, was calling for Buhari, and some were even saying that even if it is the power NEPA bill that he has as a certificate, it's okay for them, right? So, but unfortunately, Buhari got there and did the worst. Buhari would have, if Buhari had taken that advantage to fix things for Nigerians, I think it would have been a very good move for those that voted for him. Same thing happened when Tinubu was in office, and most Nigerians were not happy with Tinubu, and they were calling for someone other than anybody from APC, right? And then, unfortunately, Bola Tinubu came in, and now he's doing the worst, and people have started missing Buhari. Now, let's fast forward it here. If the military are genuine with their reasons or the objective for the coup, I think it will pay. It will be better for the citizens of Nigerians, right? Because their reason, or what I understand to be their main objective for playing out that coup, is because of the mismanagement of the country's resources, where we have Mr. J has given us historical background to what is happening in Niger Republic, where you have uranium in mass, and then you give it out freely, actually, to the France, and the France, they even use that to generate what they call it. These are nuclear power generators, right? Then in your own country, you don't have electricity. You have to be given electricity from from Nigeria, right? So if the military actually takes over and they were able to fix things for the people, I think people like us will be calling for coup in Nigeria, so that they will be able to fix this. So the main objective is to fix things. But if you leave that and you go in there and start doing something else, I think the what you actually did is raping the country. So, Dr. Dominic, right? Anything other than the present government in Niger Republic should be tested first. This is where I stand. If it is the military, test the military and see how it turns out. There's nothing wrong with military.
We should be careful of what we wish for. The military is not trained. You have to think about. That's why I was making a point and I got cut off. Let me try to summarize. When someone comes in, you have to look at the qualification of the person. Just because this whole thing of the enemy of my enemy is my friend is the issue that we have. Just because someone comes and dislodges another person who's been causing you issue, it doesn't mean that person who is helping you actually cares about you. It's just like having a Wagner group come in and help some African countries, quote unquote, help fight insurgency. But then those countries that are fighting insurgency, the Russians still have ulterior motive, and those places, up till now, think about places, Central African Republic and those places, they're still in chaos. So think about the whole friend of your friend, the whole enemy of your enemy being your friend. That is not true in this case. The military is not trained for diplomacy. The military is trained for force. All they care about is doing things by force. And you think they'll be cool-headed enough to organize things, to create change. I don't think that's true. All the military, check most coups, except maybe Rollins, most coups, all they end up doing is successfully removing the government and establishing themselves. It is always hard to dislodge the military. The reason why we have quote-unquote democracy in Nigeria was because Abacha died. If Abacha did not die, he would probably still be in the throes of military. Probably, even to buttress my point, even when Abacha died, Abdul Salami took over as the transitional person. It was almost inevitable that he had to hand over because he wasn't as strong as Abacha. But guess what he did? Even up to now, we're still finding that he looted so much money. A so-called military man. Look at what happened in Nigeria many years ago when the military started having checkpoints. At first, they weren't taking bribe, but soon enough, they devolved into what the police were doing. They started taking bribe.
Dr. Dominic, I'm not trying to cut you short, but but this is it. Prior to military taking over Niger Republic, in the same Niger where you have the democratically elected president, Niger happens to be a den for terrorists, ranging from Al Qaeda, ISIS, Boko Haram, and all that. They could not contend that, right? Under the civilian or whatever democratic administration. In the same country with huge number of mineral resources, nothing is going. The level of poverty in Niger is I think is second to the worst in the entire African country, and in the same country where God blessed them with so much mineral resources. So if the people, the citizens in particular, are not happy with the government, with the democratically elected government, they are not happy with this government, and nothing was able to fix itself. The government wasn't actually working for the people, but for the France, right? So you're talking about maybe Russia having an ulterior motive, but already we've seen the obvious motive that France had on Niger, right? So why not try the military to see if the military will be able to contain things a little bit better than the democratically elected government? This is my opinion. I'm not saying that military taking over is better. I'm just saying test somebody else and see.
I agree with everything you said, but let us be clear. The people are happy that Bazoum is gone, not that the military took over. There's a difference.
Exactly.
They are happy.
I understand
they are
that.
happy with the absence of Bazoum, not with the presence of the military. But the thing is, how do you get to a point where the people are happy that Bazoum is gone, and there's actually a pretty clear trajectory of the country getting to a level of development?
Now, in this case, I would expect the military to conduct a very clear, fair, maybe a little bit fair election. Thank you.
Mali,
conduct election
and Guinea, how many of them have had a successful transition from coup to civilian government? Exactly my point.
Okay,
exactly
so Mr. James.
but it can happen this time.
I have to leave.
That it has never happened doesn't mean that it will never happen. So let's now be the first time.
Sure, I'm gonna head out. But
Dr. Dominic, please kindly give me just about 5 minutes to respond.
So before you respond, I think that Dominic was going to say something. Then you can respond.
Yeah, I'm going to head out, but I just wanted for people to be clear on this. I think we as Nigerians should fight tooth and nail whatever means necessary that we have. I'm not saying we should go out in the street and start fighting to make sure this whole nonsense about going to war does not take place. There are a lot of implications about this war. Think about this. The only difference between the man in Bauchi or those 7 states that are next to Niger and the person in Niger is that maybe the person in Niger speaks French, but he also speaks Hausa and Fulani. So if you have a bunch of military spies, right, who are Nigerian, cross over to Nigeria, blend in, because their brothers are there, their Hausas, their Fulanis, they can easily make their way down to Nigeria and commit acts of horror. Do we even think about this? There is no difference between, that's why Buhari built a rail line all the way to Niger so that he can connect with his brothers and sisters. There's a lot of cultural implications and security implications about going on this war. Secondly, think about the geopolitical issue. You have Libya that is already messed up. There's a lot of armed infiltration happening in Libya. The only thing that's based also in Libya is, I can't remember the map, but Mali and maybe you come to Nigeria. Just 1 or 2 countries in between. If you fight a war, what you're pretty much doing is creating a level of chaos. You're allowing Boko Haram. Boko Haram can easily just blend in with the. Remember what happened is blend in military. Remember what happened in Syria? We had the Syrian rebels fighting the Syrian army. But before the next 2-3 years within the war, you have multiple groups fighting each other. We don't know which one is the main army, which one is the real army. Even the US were confused which one is the real army. Even when the US was supplying one of the armed groups that were sort of similar to ISIS, but they were a little bit more moderate because the US couldn't figure out who to support. But so they supported the most moderate. So all you're doing is you're creating a wide swath of West African area, a war theater, where there is chaos, armed infiltration, and there is no way, for those who are talking about the political aspect, there is no way there will be a war in the north and it will not creep down to southwest and southeast. And all it's going to do is create more opportunity for people like Simon Ekpa to say, okay, the government is now distracted. There's a lot of chaos going on. There's also stopping Simon Ekpa from even raining havoc on the southeast. So think about all the multiple things that they don't seem connected now, but in a state of war, those things can happen. And lastly, if Tinubu gets approval of declaration of war, if the election petition says, okay, Tinubu did not win, and it's actually Obi or Atiku, based on, I can't remember, I think constitutionally or whatever, they can actually put a stop to changing the government because we're in a state of war. And so you can't change a president in the middle of a state of war. So are we talking about the personal things, personal reasons why someone like Tinubu would want to fight a war, seeing that the way the tribunal is going, he may end up getting kicked out? There's a lot of things that we have to think about. It is not, this whole thing about black people fighting black people doesn't make any sense to me. We should be trying to bridge the gap of that had divided us for many hundred years plus by the colonial I don't like to say colonial masters, by the colonials. We should be trying to bridge that gap, trying to break our borders and be one people. We're talking about CFA and getting and establishing a zone where we can trade together, and all we're thinking about is war. It doesn't even make sense. We've had war, coups in Mali and Guinea. Nigeria did nothing. All of a sudden, Tinubu shows up and he wants to show his strengths. He wants to buga. It doesn't make sense. There's a lot of things at stake. Even though politically, some people may say, oh, APC should go and fight war. But when they fight the war, they will bring it back to you. That is what I wanted. That's the only reason why I joined today. Because I've been seeing all this rhetoric, but this is a terrible thing, honestly. Honestly, I really pray Nigeria survives this.
I think we're all in agreement that we don't want a war. Mohammed came, spoke, not on behalf of the North, but, give us a pulse of the Northern Nigeria, Southern Nigeria, East. Nobody wants war. Even the Senate are not supporting it. So I think Tinubu is, if he's still pursuing it, is on a solo mission for reasons that some of us can guess and best known to him. But
USA and France have base. US and France have bases there. Do you think they will lift a finger? I mean, they will supply intelligence, but think about the ulterior motives. And the Nigerian presidential guards, most of them are US trained. So you're not fighting a random ragtag army. You have an elite force. When it comes to fighting Boko Haram, the Chadians and the Nigerians were the best, even more than Nigerians, in terms of fighting the insurgency around the tri-state border. Niger, Chad, and Nigeria. These are the people we're going to fight. Man, sometimes we joke too much.
All right. It's nice having you. Take care, brother. Mr. J, I'll give you a few minutes and we'll move on to the next topic. We're going to discuss the ministerial list. Not the list, sorry, the screening, some of the things we've seen, how, what do we think? Do we have any expectations? Some of the drama that's happened during the screening. That's going to be the next topic. But I'll give you 2-3 minutes just to, we need to move on from this.
If I'm consuming too much time, please kindly stop me.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Good. Now, I want the military, they are not as bad as we are looking at them. Let's go back to history. I'm going to cite examples from 3 countries to prove that a military dispensation delivers more than a civilian dispensation. In Nigeria, Warri Refinery was opened on November 3rd, 1978 by the military. Kaduna Refinery was opened 1988 by the military. National Stadium in Lagos, that Surulere, was built in 1961 in the civilian dispensation, but was renovated in 1972 by the military. National Arts Theatre was built in 1976, where they hosted First Act 1977, military. Third Mainland Bridge was opened 1990 by the military. Alaja Steel Complex was opened 1982. I think it was Shagari who opened it, but it was built by the military. Saple Power Station was opened by Obasanjo. I can't remember the year. Oshogbo Steel Rolling Mill, April 30th, 1983 by the military. Murtala Mohammed Airport, not the local airport, the international airport, was opened 5th March 1979 by the military. Administrative Staff College of Nigeria, Badagry, 1973 by the military. University of Benin was opened by Ogbemudia, November 23rd, 1970. Kaduna Steel Rolling Mill, mid-1970. Jos Steel Rolling Mill, Jos University, started 1971, and it was Murtala Mohammed, who converted it to full-fledged university, 1975. University of Port Harcourt, 1975. It was University College. In 1977, it became a full-fledged university. University of Calabar, 1975. National Museum, Benin City, August 10th, 1973. So the list is unending. These are accomplishments of military dispensations in Nigeria. Somebody should educate me on what the civilians have done since 1999. Then secondly, that's Nigeria. In the Gambia, when Yahya Jammeh came to office, this country had no university. Yahya Jammeh built a university for them. The third road, total kilometers of third road in the Gambia was less than 500 kilometers. The country had only one hospital that was built in 1850-something by the colonial authorities. This man gave them almost 6 to 8 hospitals before he left. When he came, there were 8 high schools in this country. When he left, it was about 217 high schools in the country. What he did, the list is unending. Another example is Gaddafi's Libya. When King Idris was overthrown in 1979, Libya was as useless as Nigeria of today. But we all saw what Gaddafi did before he was removed. So we should be very careful when we are condemning the military. It's very unfortunate, irresponsible, but their predecessors knew what they were doing. Thank you. I want to go back to YouTube. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Thank you, Mr. J. Darling, good evening. Where are you joining us from?
Good evening. I'm joining from Germany.
From Germany.
Am I probably not clear?
Yes, we're hearing you. So we're looking to move on to the ministerial screening, but I'm sure that's not why you joined.
No, what I do is I've been listening to the consultation since. So what I want to conclude here is this is the time opportunity for Africa to be liberated. A spirit of freedom right now is flowing in the land of Africa, all continents. And this is the time for we to embrace it, to join our brothers, and let's get this freedom for the hands of the master slave that we have called the British and the America and the country that we are today. You people are giving reference of Libya, how good of Gaddafi is. Which people brought Gaddafi down? Right now, I hear and we hear that before one country in Africa, that before you do anything, you will first of all travel to France before they will approve it, what you will become before you have a job in your father's land. Can an African man do that in any country, in outside Africa country? Tell me, can an African man do that? And we all now, do you think that Tinubu wake up tomorrow and now say that he wants to go against Niger, blah, blah, blah? No. Because what? France, they have called the meeting. They see, may all those guys have waking up. Putin want to use them right now to come back to us because we are supporting Ukraine, right? Now, Putin, they are going to their mathematics. So Putin wants to go where the income of their source, of their power. So this is the opportunity for us to start to tell the European face to face, abon by abon. You claim you don't need us. You claim we are useless. You claim we are nothing. But right now, can't you see? Can't you see we are something? Let's take the bull by the horn, brothers. Let's encourage our brothers and our sisters. If you can't do it, if you can't go to war, encourage those that stand to die for me and you, to die for our future. Because we cannot become, we learn English, they brought English, we learn English more than them. The English language, we cannot use it to achieve anything. They went to England, India welcomed them. England took kick against their religions. England kick against their language. England embraced their language. England embraced their religions. England embraced India embraced India black. That is why you are hearing England today. Tell me, since upon all your education, upon those intellectuals and lecturers that we have in Africa, and doctors and blah, 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 blah we have, tell me one thing that we passed our generation. Is it not the same lamentation? Is it not the same our children will come back, keep on lamenting? We are backing the Europeans because we have loved them, because they have entered our skin, they have entered our blood. So we have poured our love to them. We are in love with the white people. And we know that they hate us. We are the one keep on preaching love to them since I was born. And I was watching in some of the video I watched in 19th Brogodo. We are our fathers. We are the one keep on preaching to them. We are useful. We are this. No, we are not useful to their eyes, but our land is useful to them. Our resources is useful to them. Okay, right now they want to come and use Tinubu, which they know if Tinubu come against them, they hold the bad record of Tinubu. They will come against him. Then we will know that ICC is working. They will come against Tinubu. I'm not against Tinubu. They want to use Tinubu now to jackal, to put we and our brother, to put confusion so that they will come. And we know their games, what they have been doing. They keep on playing the same game. So thank God that the land of the God that created heaven and earth, the God that which they rejected, that we choose it, they are mocking us, are mocking our poverty, calling our God a poverty. Thank God he has given us a brief chance once again for freedom. And we must surely embrace it. We must surely embrace it. If you have a brother in Ministry of Nigeria, call them. You people those that went to school more than all, this is the time. This is not the time to be speaking grammar. This is not the time to be talking blah, blah, blah. This is the time of action. Look at what our brothers are doing right now. They are taking action. They are taking the boom by the head. Russia is here to bring a help hand. We all know that. We have been in America for years. Tell me the help that we got in America. Tell me the help that we got for the Euro. It's a mockery. He's telling me that I have a black skin. He's telling me that I'm a retarded. He's telling me that he's making me to have a regret why God created me here on earth. And we saw a people that are coming to offer us a help to tell us, say, no, you people can do it. You people can govern yourself. Without you people can select a leader, and without the leader coming to Europe first to come and pay gratitude, going to America first to go and pay gratitude before we now come back. No, we are not a circumcised citizen of this world, man. We are a human being. And if we, Africa, cannot take the bull by the head by this time, and we're doing all those shit, allow Tinubu, allow Nigeria government corruption, those that willingly to die and dwell with the Europeans to fight against our brothers in Africa. If we allow that again, my brother, our own is finished in this earth. This is our last opportunity. So let us all grab it. Grab this opportunity. Enough is enough. Let's say this European. Let's say this white people. Enough is enough.
All right. Thank you very much, darling. Very passionate submission. All views are welcome, as long as it's not extreme. Thank you for your submission. We really appreciate that. Mr. Scribe, I see you with your Ajax jersey representing Jamaica, Kingston. Osfall, I see you too. Welcome to the show. We're going to pivot away from this particular issue, and I'm going to see if I'm on the wrong laptop. Sorry, I was going to play a video. I don't have it here. All right. I've switched systems. All right. We're going to talk about the ministerial screening. I played the video at the beginning. For those of you who joined from the beginning, it was where, the senator from River State said, Wike is his mentor, is this and that. And, please let him take a bow and go. Someone was asking El-Rufai questions about maybe some of the views he holds. And Senate President stepped in to say, this is a man we know, let him go. Take a bow. And we saw someone a professor who struggled to put together, articulate his year of birth, his journey through primary school, secondary school, struggled a little bit. And the bleaching senator said, maybe he's a genius like himself, because Senator Abo, the one that was slapping a woman in the sex toy shop in Abuja years ago, stood up and said, I wrote my common entrance exam. That's when you write at primary 6 to go to secondary school. I wrote mine in primary 3 and I won. I didn't know it was a competition. And they were correcting him and they said, yes, it's the same thing. Win, best results is the same. The guy said he's a genius. So we have lots of geniuses working for us. I'm not sure why Nigeria is not working. We also saw the story of Miriam Shetty, who was nominated but was withdrawn last minute for another person. A post was taken, or a place was taken by the former commissioner for higher education in Kano State. Does that have anything to do with Ganduje becoming APC National Party chairman? Lots of dramas happened. We've seen Akpabio, joking on common senator. I think he's still happy for the role he holds. I know people would say, "Oh, you're always angry about everything APC." No. Somebody was talking about how her father, she would have loved her father who died a few days ago or a few months ago to see her being nominated as a minister in Nigeria. And she went on to, speak about her father, eulogy and everything. And Akpabio said, we didn't think, we didn't know you were coming to speak to the United Nations. We were only expecting a very short, statement from you. Very insensitive, very childish, very silly. It's just, that guy is, I can't take him serious. So you've all seen it. There's nothing that's new to you in all of this. What do you make of it? I think we have 47. Someone corrected me earlier and said it's now 48. Festus Keyamo has been included last minute. Let my people go type of thing. He's very excited and happy. I hope he wouldn't get to take a bow as well. I think he should be asked questions as well, regarding his role as the junior minister of labor. The unemployment rate under his watch, that should be spoken about. Not that it won't be passed, but at least let them ask him. I don't think people should be taking a bow, at least not most of them. Some interesting names like Bosun Tijani, for instance, has been called out. All his old tweets, for those of you who tweet, before you apply for anything, go and clear up your tweets. Bosun Tijani from Ogun State. I'm from Ogun State. I think we are the only state that have got 3 people nominated. I don't know if that means anything for people of Ogun State. Bosun Tijani is someone that was nominated, and people, quite like his CV and everything, but he appears to be a big critic of Tinubu over the years. Big critic of Tinubu, like big criticism, never supported any Tinubu, stands for, but he's been nominated. Also, I think the lady, now going back to the lady that was removed, that was replaced, some of her old tweets have come up. She's a staunch supporter of Oshibajo. During the APC primaries, she carried Oshibajo on her head. She went with him to Edo State. She went with him everywhere during the campaign leading up to the primaries. So could that be the reason why she was kicked out? A lot of her old tweets have come up, and people are saying probably because she's a staunch supporter of Oshibajo, that's why she was kicked out. But I'll let you guys discuss it. Let me, give you
I want to excuse me that I come in because I want to leave now. I enjoy your Thank you, guys.
Sorry, who's speaking?
But what I want to say is that
Who's speaking?
I think it was Darling.
Oh, okay. I don't think he's talking to us. So let's start with Darling. I see you, but let's start with Maz Describe. Maz Describe, are you okay to speak, or are you busy?
Yeah, no, I think we can progress with others. Like, I don't, I mean, what everybody has said, I don't think I'm going to say anything different. The ministerial list, I mean, it's getting
Not the
obvious,
list
right?
now, it's the screening itself, and
The screening,
drama.
yeah, the screening. Sorry, thank you for correcting me. There's nothing that like the more it goes on, it's like watching a medieval caricature show. You know what I mean? Like all these jesters, that they are joking, but they are trying so hard to convince you that they are serious. You know what I mean? Like, and they are trying so hard. It's just apparently such a mockery. So there was no point for this. We know the government is illegitimate. It's obvious. A PDP guy coming in here, brother. Please just continue in the legitimacy. I think that is a better rub on the wound, because it's a mockery. What we're watching now is like, Nigerians, they suffer. I don't know how else to put it. Like, it's an insult. The worst of us that are ruling the best of us is our parents. It's our parents. There's no better way to put it. Especially the guy who said he won his thing. Like, last week I had a bad outing. I want to be on my best behavior today. Most of you
I
don't know.
know. Last week I wanted to come in and save you. I'm like, what's Scribe?
No, I know, but like most people don't understand. I just had a baby, man. Like, I've not been sleeping well, so like I just want to
Congratulations,
chill
man.
out. So like, yeah, I just know. Like, thank you,
Man.
guys, thank you. I had a baby like 3 weeks ago, so it's not been. I've not been sleeping well. So I think that was what happened last week. But anyway, no excuse. It's on.
Really?
I already apologized. Like, I just didn't. These people said they are the ones even causing the anger. So let me just chill before I lose
Before you
it.
say something else. Okay, Scribe. That's
Exactly.
fine.
I just want to be guided, and just not, easily give in to the anger that they are dishing out. You and I know this is ridiculous. It's too much.
All right. So thank you. Thank you. And congratulations once again. And congratulations to the Maces as well. Horsefall.
I'm not hearing you.
Sure, you are muted.
Sorry. This is I'm learning. Don't worry. Don't report me to my guy when he comes back. Also, thank you for joining us. And by the way, Scribe, I was saying congratulations once again. Congratulations to the Mrs. Overall. Hope she's fine.
Thank you so much.
Recovering well.
No, the baby's doing very, very well.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Thank you.
After
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone in the comments. I appreciate it.
After meal is like 20 pounds, one small jar like this. My brother, I know they do again. I don't retire. Horseful, good to have you.
Yeah,
Now we've moved on to the screening. I mean, it's okay if you want to sort of, take it deep into what we've discussed, but maybe like half a minute. But we're now talking about the screening. What do you make of it? What's your expectation?
I'll keep it short based on what the guy that just spoke said. He said the worst of us are ruling the best of us. I'll tell a short story. I met some Hausa guys when I came here. I'm actually in Istanbul, Turkey.
Okay.
I ran into some Hausa guys, and in the midst of our conversation, one specifically, I was not surprised about what he said, but I knew this was happening. He said, "Man, the only reason I just want to get this certificate is just because I want to use it and go and get position. Tomorrow they will ask, what is your qualification?" It's nepotism. It's not like we're giving position based on merit. No, I know this person, this is my son, this is my wife's cousin's nephew. This is how they give position in Nigeria. It's not based on your qualification or what you know or what you've read or what you studied. No, they don't do that. You see people with qualifications, they don't have the job, but you see people that they are like, if you look at their result or their credentials, it's like, how did you do it? Those are the people holding positions. I was listening to one of the senators talking about why they refuse to sanction what Tinubu sent to the floor, whatever. The guy was not even articulated, but I was just in my head. I said, this is typical everyday Nigeria. So there's nothing surprising about the whole drama. But one thing that shocked me before this presidential election was how would Tinubu, Atiku, Peter Obi, the three candidates running for the presidency of the Federation of Nigeria, travel to United Kingdom? And why are they going to seek permission from who? There are just little things that I really cannot understand about Nigeria, but it's not really a big deal. That's what I have to say. I'll just
Right.
go back to listening to you guys.
Thank you, Hostful. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Good to have you on the show. Whenever you're free, join us, make your submission. It doesn't have to be long, people shouldn't feel pressured that I have to speak for 10 minutes. There are people that we literally have to beg and say, stop. But we appreciate the 2 minutes submission. It's all valid, so. And most of us started small. When I first joined as well, I spoke for 2 minutes, nothing much. But now they have to stop me and say, guy, allow other people. So don't worry. In 3 months, we'll review your performance. You'll be here, we'll be dragging you to say, what's for? Be cool. All right. But thank you for that. Let me go to Bolaji quickly. Bolaji is a new face, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe not a regular on the show. Maybe you've joined before. Good to have you, Bolaji. Where are you joining us from?
Yeah, I'm joining from Manchester.
Is it raining?
Yeah, kind of.
It's always raining in
Yeah,
Manchester. I'm in Kent. I know about Manchester. I was there
yeah,
for 6 months last year. It rained every day in the summer, but go on.
yeah. Basically, I saw the live on YouTube and I was interested in. I don't know who was speaking then because I was in the bathroom. I was just listening, and I don't know, maybe like my granddad or something like that. It was speaking about military, and I was just like, why do you like? Yeah, maybe it makes some, come back with it that some stuff have been done because I was always
Oh, yeah.
born.
Okay, that was
I
Mr.
was
J.
just I was just born in 2002, so I don't really know so much about history. So I'm just a baby among everyone here. But
It's fine.
I, don't-
We all started
I
someday.
yeah. So I was thinking like, why do we like Africans, especially maybe Nigeria are doing too much? I don't know, but why do we Africans always see good things in I don't know maybe other way around? Like, why is it that we Africans we always see good about stuff that was being created by the Western imperialists, whatever they are being called now? I don't know. Because why should we be ailing like the military? Like, there's not so much difference between military. I was in Nigeria till I was 16 years old, and I know like you can't even wear like anything military flag, military stuff like that. So if we are going to be praising the military for what they've done or what they are going to do, whatever, so at what expense do we want it? So if we can allow military to beat us doing their coup, whatever they are plotting, so why can't we allow those same military that are protecting Tinubu, whatever, for us to stand as a woman, like as a woman being for ourselves, like to fight for what is ours. Like if we can be okay for military to beat us doing their coup and beat us doing the civilian whatever democracy they are calling it. So why can't we take it like as a human being for us to stand against them, yeah, during those same time and stood for our power? Like why does it have to always be these old people ruling us all the time and gonna be like, yeah, the military will beat you if you protest, the military will beat you. And when someone will be like, yeah, if you go out to vote, the thug will beat us. Like, come on now, like I didn't even beating us before because when I was young, like when I was like 17, like that before I left Nigeria, I had the issue with one policeman. He was trying to slap me, and I was like, why we even be doing like this? Like, I'm not even your issue, I'm not your problem, I'm not the one that employ you, I'm not even in government, whatever it's called now. Like, so why should you even be slapping me? Like, these are people like us. So they were being created to torment us, to make us look like bad people. And now we're gonna be like, yeah, who is good, who is better when the British are in Africa is good. Like we don't even have anything of our own anymore. Like we don't have nothing of our own. The only thing I can know that is for us and is left for us is just our language. Anything except from that is being influenced by some stuff. They've invested so much in it, like, and some will be like, we can learn from UK, we can learn from that, we can Like they did not even learn from anyone. So why should we learn from them? Like we can be ourselves and do all this stuff learning. I don't know, like I don't know who was speaking. I just feel like why should you always think that the good things come out from these people? Because I'm sure Africa does not have military before. Maybe it's when they came to took our land, maybe that's when military whatever was created. But why does it always have to be good things that these people are doing to us? Like, can we even think by ourselves? Like, why? I don't know. I just don't know because I've always want to ask so many questions that are not going answer to. Like, why should you always be these people that tell us what to do, what to eat, what to look like? Can we always be ourselves? And I don't know. I
All
just
right.
feel like
All right.
there's a lot to
Yeah.
take in as a
No, that's
child,
fine.
you
I mean,
know.
you have a lot of questions, and rightly so. I mean, yes, born 2002, that's fine. I'm even happy that you're interested in politics because that's the only way you would learn. I mean, someone like me would listen to people who are older than me, 20 years older than me, 30, 40, 50, and they know a lot more than I do. So, joining things like this, shows like this, join different shows so that you have a robust idea of what's going on. So it's not just one angle you're learning from. And it's good that you have a lot of questions, and hopefully, your questions will be answered, and hopefully you would see Nigeria of your dreams. What From what you said, it sounds like you want an Africa for Africans by Africans. Let's do things our own way. Let's fashion our own path. Let nobody get involved in our business. That's what you want, and right?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that's exactly what I want.
Yeah.
And do we have to get orders from people? Like,
No, we don't have
people are
to, but
saying that Tinubu do this, Atiku do this. Like, why does it always have to be them? Like, these people are from colonization era. They are either their previous military or like these people that we are supporting. Why can't they also support us and be like, yeah, these people are our child, we've trust them. Like, why does it always have to be these people that are come from the colonization era? Why do they always have to? They don't even have like anything. Here in the UK, when you have abusive parents, maybe like whatever, they will take any little child that is around them away from them, not to damage their mind or confuse them or let them have trauma, whatever it's called. But during the colonization time, who took our great grandfathers from our parents, that they've turned to what they've turned to now, and now it's culture in Africa that everything I will be like, yeah, that's how it is in Africa. Is that even our culture? Like, I don't know. I just feel like I don't know. I'm
yeah. I
just
mean, so what I would recommend is, since you're interested in politics, for you to have joined, and be brave, to speak on a panel like this with over 500, 600 people watching you, it's quite encouraging. I would encourage that you keep joining. You don't have to be on the platform. You can join the platform. It's fine if you have something to say. But there are quite a lot of platforms you can join, and there are quite a lot of books you can read. There are quite a lot of materials that you can. I mean, these days you can get a lot of soft copy without even paying for them. Search the topics that interest you, read up on them, and you would, in a couple of years, you'll be speaking about politics, and you'll be thinking, oh wow, this is Bolaji that they drop. Bolaji they drop gem, or don't leave me, don't leave me. And so keep it up. It's good that you're interested. I'm quite happy. And the questions you have, some of us, slightly older than you, have similar questions. And you will see people like Mr. James that spoke, I think you were in the bathroom, he's much older than I am. He's been away from Nigeria for 40 years. That's almost as old, as I am myself. So they still have similar questions. It's the answer we're all looking for. And hopefully we'll find it sooner rather than later. Thank you, Bolaji, for joining from Manchester. And Victoria in the comment section said, people come on and Show says to them, oh, where are you joining from? And they say, I'm joining from the UK. And he says, when UK? And they said, Manchester. Like, is it raining? Honestly, maybe some of you live in the US. You don't understand. We had a conversation on this show a few weeks ago when they were saying, oh, why don't your houses have AC? Your houses in the UK don't come with AC. I said, no, they don't, because it's cold most of the time. Now, as much as it's cold most of the time, Manchester is a special case. I spent 6 months in Manchester last year. I was working away from home for 6 months. The summer of last year, I was in Manchester. I'm not joking. It rained almost every day. And I would call home, I would speak to my family, and I would do a video call to see my children, and I would see them. Now, there'll be shadows everywhere, speaking to someone, and I'm like, why do you have a shadow? Is it sunny there? And they're like, yeah, it's sunny. I'm like, it's raining in Manchester. It rains every day in Manchester. That place, God no. So Victoria, Chioma, for the guys in the comment section, you need to live in Manchester for like a week. You'll be depressed. Bolaji, don't be depressed. Keep it up. God is your strength. Jonaba, I'll come to you quickly, then I'll go to Tonton. I beg no vex. Jonaba, yes. the ministers, the screening?
To be very direct and specific on the response of Mr. James, whatever the history of the military he have said is stick to no one is even in 2000. That is like 23 years ago of no call, no show of the military intervention in terms of infrastructure. I'm not talking about topping the government or anything. And by the way, all the credit was given to them. There is no doubt that not only in Nigeria, most African countries, we started something, we never maintain it. The Murtala Mohammed Airport that have started for that so many years is talking about built by military. Go there today, the tissue there in the toilet, they want to sell it for you. Tissue if you walk into that place. So I do not understand the notion of the old glory. There's nothing good, there's nothing wrong in giving credit for what people have done in the past. But how progressive are we doing it? Are we just going to build a house and we don't maintain the stuff in the house? It's what we are talking about. If anybody know Benue, know Nigeria very well, I know the role of Benue people in military, we will see that almost every household directly or indirectly play a role in Nigerian military, even though we are minority from the middle or in Nigeria as a whole. So I do not understand the political injection into issue like that, and that make me feel like, okay, all your knowledge and every eloquent and very accurate. So you're going to just pour it for political reason and who you support, and that's how you're going to make your case, because simply because somebody that you like or you don't like is there. And if that is the case, it's a long walk to freedom. And coming to the young man that is talk now, Bolaji, that says that I always say that it's a long walk to freedom. In my own word, I say that how can't African or Nigerian grow in their own space? I'm not saying that there is no room, whatever they have done is right, and there's nothing to learn from the West. But when you learn, I cannot just come what happened in your own household and come and force my own household to get it done immediately. I have to educate them, show them how it's done, how we can make a progress with it. So in the nutshell, thank you for being involved. You are a young man, and keep on saying what you are saying, and then we will see how all the young people get involved in politics. Because if you say, oh, well, I don't want to get involved in politics, then the politicians
It looks like someone is attacking
I don't.
Jonaba's Wi-Fi.
Am I there?
Oh,
Okay.
well, you're
Okay.
going in and out.
Okay. Sorry. The politicians are the lawmakers who decided whatever happens in your life in Nigeria and any other part of the world. So get involved and use your own influence. A good policy bring a good politics, and that good politicians will influence for a good of the people. Let us keep involving, and let us not shy away. Not us not be depressed by those that are trying to mortgage our lives and the life of our children. Thank you so very much. That is my case on this until we change the subject.
All right. Thank you very much, Jonaba. Femi, blink twice if you're in danger. Blink twice so we can call. I think the comment section they are going crazy. They say, who is following Femi around? Is Femi safe? He's in trouble. It looks like you're in the office today and you're just moving around.
No, we have some special thing going on. It's my buddy from Turkey. We just working on some polycoms.
It looks like you're in the office. Yeah, that's fine. I mean,
yeah,
we have to check, because it would be very irresponsible if something was actually happening and we see someone following you around. But Tone, let's come to you quickly. I know you've been patiently waiting. So from Tone, I would go to Peter, and I'll go to Augustine. Tone. Well, you need to unmute yourself, and we're talking about the screening. Have you seen any of the screening? Does any name, so it's not just negative, does any of the names fill you with confidence? Is there anyone that you think, oh, this person, I like the person's CV, I like this person, if they were in a less corrupt setting, they would actually do well? Is there anyone that, if you isolate them from maybe the corrupt circle, you would think this person would do well, means well? You're still muted. Let me see if I can unmute you.
Okay. You can hear me now, yeah? Okay. There are some people that I know, and some people that I don't know where they're coming from. I mean, the I just there's just one thing. My only worry, because when I talk about APC and Tinubu, people will think that I have a personal hatred for him. When I was about 17, 16, 17, I had to leave. I had to live with my uncle in Ikeja, and he used to come around our house those days. I know him personally. He comes round and all that. He just been like that. I mean, he was living in Oregon those days. So, if anything, I should be supporting his party. I don't have any problem with him, but it's the revelations that has been coming out, and there are some certain things I know which I'm not even surprised. It makes sense, and he's associated by my uncle. By the way, that my uncle is late now. If he was alive, perhaps he will be one of his right hand man and maybe a minister now. You can't you can't when I think the Bible says that when the foundation is faulty, you can't build on a faulty foundation. The foundation of these APC people and their mandate is just faulty. I don't see any. I've tried to be objective, to remove myself um, from um, from the bias I have, my credit bias I have against APC. I can't see anything good. It's just not. I mean, all you see is comedy. The other day, I was like, things you hear on for the screening. I mean, how could you allow somebody to come there at the venue and you're just telling the person that no, you're not there anymore. Somebody else have taken your place. It shows that these people don't have any organization. They don't have any respect whatsoever. So for me, I'm out. I don't, and I think that number that they are
It's
that
47.
Tinubu is proposing is just too much. This is the time that we need to be frugal. We need to be economical. Save money, and you're paying you're giving yourself pay rise, and pay and whilst the ministry the military boys are you just topped up their allowance by 200 naira. That's an insult. That's a slap in their face. So that's just a thing. That's just a thing. It's worrying. You see, all of us here want to see a good Nigeria. But when you start talking about this administration, people will say, "Yeah, shut up, your IPOB or your obedience and all that." Well, if that's what you think, that's fine. That's fine, but we all want to see Nigeria good. We want to see. Listen, when I joined, let me tell you. Let me tell you something. When I joined the army, it was a secret between me and my dad, because at that time my mom was living in the UK. Now, it was very natural for me. By the way, I'm British. I was born here. The plans was for me to finish and go over and do my A levels here. So I kept delaying. My mom could not understand. Most of the time when my mom calls, she couldn't speak to me. So my dad was lying for me until I finished. And when I got in, it was 2.5, it was the 2.5 years. They have not, my set finished just before the university thing was integrated. Okay. So the day she found out, it wasn't a pretty story. And then on top of it, I had to go to Liberia. Oh my God. So it just tells you people then were very proud to wear that uniform to go and serve their fatherland. But how many people want to go there now? A lot of people don't want to go. A lot of people that are in the military, even in the NDA right now, are possibly they just want a job. Are they really going there because they have a passion to be a soldier? I don't think so. And that was what Maxi was trying to say earlier, that the military we had back then is not what we have now. Morale is gone down. The standards has gone down. The officers and all that generals are just politicians in uniform. So that's just the thing. So I don't think anything good will come out of these Tinubu government plus his nominees. That's my own
Okay.
observation.
That doesn't that doesn't fill me with confidence. But it's your take on it. Peter, will come to you quickly. Good evening, Peter. Where are you joining us from? Is it Manchester?
Hello, everybody.
Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I'm calling from UK.
But not Manchester.
No.
Okay, that's fine. You disappointed a
I
few
was there.
people. But go on.
I was there 5 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, so we're talking
Right.
about the screening and the number. So we have 47 names sent so far. Somebody said, it's 48. I've not confirmed that, but at least we know there's about 47 names sent so far. Is there any name? Because I don't want it to be all negative if we can. Is there any name on the list of any person that you can think of to say, you know what, this person, if you remove this person from a corrupt environment, this person will do well? Is there one? Or is it just doom and gloom? It's all rubbish. They're going to fail. They're thieves.
If you ask that, I have never had any hope in Buhari government, and Tinubu will do the same thing. Like he said, there was no good foundation. It started miserably. It will even end worse, and Buhari will be a hero at the end of Tinubu's government. My take in all of this is that I am not going to worry myself too much about the Senate, and I've watched a few of them. I see what is going on there. What is Akpabio, what is he going to offer? If you look at NDDC, what he does, so there's no credit from him, and all these nominees as well. You can see all of them, the same old drink in different bottles. Anyway, I'm not going to dwell too much about them because there's no light in the tunnel at the end. And what am I going to talk about is that I understand everybody was dwelling about the coup and all of that and the progress of Africa. I listened to Julius Malema today, one of his videos. It was so impressive. That is why I actually come to this show today. If we all, if I say too much now, it's like we want to overthrow the Western world. If we all could get together the way we are all coming on now and support that is advocacy, I think that would be the beginning of freedom of Africa, especially where we have this few coup that people want to be liberated from this Western world leadership. We cannot learn from anyone. Benin Empire was dealing with British, Portugal. They didn't learn from anybody. So nobody learned from any. Leadership is not learned, it's earned. So if you are not born leader, you cannot be a leader. So Africa cannot learn leadership from anyone. If the European or America gave us the opportunity to lead ourselves, the problem we have is this: how can I have my own bank? I have my money in your bank account, and you have the card. You can see the difference is there. So you could spend money and tell me that the money is there. So that is what the Africans are facing today. So the leadership that we are seeing today, Africans are we are making noise here and there. If I can travel to South Africa today and come back today, I have put money in the economy of the system. So the economy will be running, the employment will be booming. That alone. So if we're going to restrict ourselves, according to Malema, of this visa, you must get visa to go to Ghana. So we are actually we should see to the Europe what they are doing. If Englishman is going to Germany, he doesn't need a visa. It's just for the economy. Yeah, the plane could fly. They're so cheap. You can go to France at any time. Even midnight, you wake up and just go like you're going to Lagos. So if Africa should operate like that, We don't need them. We don't need them. We don't even need to learn anything. Just okay. Why shouldn't the airport in Benin City running sufficiently to take people to Lagos or from Benin to Accra? So any of this can boom the economy of every state, employment. So this is what I say, that we all should, if by raising fund, anything, we all should be advocate of Malema. We should support him. We should do whatever we have to do to make sure that we are liberated from these people that hold us down. We are being shackled by these foreign puppets that call themselves leaders. That's what I want to say.
All right. Thank you very much, Peter. Nice to hear from you. Femi, Augustine, please bear with me. Femi seems to be going through a maze. So I think he's probably found a spot where he can speak to us. Femi, let's hear from you.
Okay, so I think it was Tony that said something that just kind of triggered something in me. You spoke about NDA, and I've said it a couple of times. I took the exam, and at the time I took that exam, keep in mind I grew up in Kaduna. We moved down to Lagos, went back because I always had interest at the time in the Nigerian military, the way it was. Yes, they were already depleting. They were not renewing the aircrafts and stuff because, of course, Babangida was scared of a coup happening. That was pretty proud to even when I got to the point where I took the exam. What I saw there was it was basically a turning point in what made me decide, you know what, I'm going to leave this country. Because the moment you start sacrificing, what's it called? What's that word now? It flies, it's flown over me, but like competence or whatever shade you want to put it. The moment you start sacrificing competence with and replacing it with just mediocrity and all those other words and unkind words that we like to use, then you can most likely start to see where we are headed. I saw it as far back as then, because if NDA was already looking like what it looked at that point in time, then even what we see now is just a joke, and it's just a reflection of Nigeria as a whole and even Africa generally, because apparently we love to like deceive ourselves, thinking the West, all of what the West does is our problem. We are our own problem. And I, for the most part, I beg to differ. It's I mean, everybody has their opinion, but as a 17-year-old, 18-year-old, what I saw then, that's story for another day. Now, pigging back to what we have right now with the ministerial lists, again, maybe it's a good way to pivot from what I said I experienced when I went for the interviews at NDA. It's Nigeria. It's Nigeria is Africa. There's nothing. The more you see, the less you understand why we continue the way we are. Because if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, and you keep hoping on hope, and we like our churches and our mosques, our pastors, our imams, we like shouting God, God, God. These people that brought these religions, they don't even practice it the way, like, we're so hypocritical, thinking that see, anyway, there's a lady that was crying. Apparently that's lifelong ambition as well. I could understand why she was crying. Like, it was emotional, and of course she was one of those that was considered, maybe the crying helps in her being considered fit enough to take a bow, because she took a bow afterwards. That was what she was made to do. Of course, I wasn't surprised seeing Keyamo's name at the last minute. I think maybe Baba eventually remembered that. How come I have not added Keyamo? However, you did see that it was followed by a tweet by Fanika Ade that I'm still here, Eminko, Emiloko. You know, I mean, it's not impressive. I think that even the night, initially we were talking about the first set of lists. It's only gotten worse, because at least I could pinpoint a couple of people like that ICT guy. I've forgotten his name, from Oyo and stuff. But by the time you now start seeing people like Bosun Tijani, who, you know what, let me just keep quiet. Sometimes it's best not to even say anything, you know. I'll just keep quiet.
Okay, thank you, Femi. The lady you spoke about, which I also mentioned, apparently she used to be a columnist on Sahara Reporters, and she had written some even damning stuff about Akpabio and his gang, you know. So the lady used to be a columnist on Sahara Reporters. So maybe that's why they just told her to take a bow before before it got messy. Take a bow and just go. But yeah, that's fine. So we go to Augustine. Augustine, the ministerial list. You've seen it, you've seen some of the screening.
I
What do you
was
make
just
of it?
looking at Femi, the thing pain you. These days, as I said, you just need to laugh about everything in Nigeria. Let me recount what happened in this show. There is this nice gentleman who came here some time ago before the elections. He lives in the West. I don't know, it should be the UK or Germany or maybe the US. He said he was going back to vote. It was Jude. Jude asked him, "Who are you voting for?" He said he was voting for Tinubu. Jude had the question, "You want to vote for Tinubu with all these back and baggages?" He made a very significant response. He said that, "I know that Tinubu is corrupt, but I just feel he will do well." So I now ask the question, you are the one who said he's corrupt and you still feel he will do well? He said yes, and I didn't just go ahead. Now, it was here that we said that Tinubu will appoint technocrats to lead the country. Not all of us, most people, most of the people who came here supporting Tinubu, if you want my call name, I go start to call them one by one. Because sometimes this is good to call people by their names so that they know that they are the ones who sent their people to the desert and killed them and come here to believe that they are good or good, not is it good enough? They said Tinubu will appoint technocrats. Now it don't come time to appoint people. You and I saw the list. It is a shame. It's a shame that you bring, first of all, people who have gone on retirement. I call these former governors. You bring them. People who cannot tell you one and it's one, two and it's two. Wike, Aerofy, Matawale. Those who have baggages even with the EFCC to answer. You put their name in the list. And one of the APC stooges was saying that none of them have been convicted in a court of law. Come on. Okay. Person when go in claim say get a 2 credit unit. 2 credit unit. Somehow he managed to get into the university. And he's telling me that he can bring more documents for me if I want to see it.
Not more. Much more.
Much more. These are the people who are going to be at the helm of affairs. That is a problem we face in Nigeria. There is one funny thing we don't know, that when you want to be a good leader, there is one thing. You know, one thing they will always say that we want to appoint graduates, or maybe, for example, want to appoint those who have done their PhD. They are good in, they are independent researcher. Why? Because they can read documents. We were all here when the House of Assembly passed the present Electoral Act, and they made a mistake. Do you realize that this document was read by more than, okay, well, let's put it, was supposed to be read by more than 5,000 people, or more than 500 people in the House? Then also in the presidency, they don't see mistake. Now, when they don't sign them, they now say, hey, we made a mistake. Let us try to fix it. Let Buhari sign again. What I'm trying to say is that these men who they presented to us, as we saw there, they cannot read documents. If you cannot read documents, how then can you preside over affairs of the country? That is just what I saw. This way, bunch of people, where I go talk say, they no go school, or maybe somehow they go pass through school campus. They chase woman that time, they no enter class. Then now, they no even get anything that school passed through them, or them they pass through school. Suddenly, they now bring them to preside over our affairs. Look, as far as I'm concerned, you cannot give what you don't have. And leopards don't shed their spots that easily. Not even that easy, don't shed their spots. So you see this issue of Tinubu, for me, somehow I don't really try sometimes beating Tinubu. I beat more those at the grassroots who see all these things and still support evil. That's the people I mostly beat more. All of them see here, they come here and they make noise and talk up left and right. Sometimes I don't understand whether they get sense at all. Let us just enjoy the renewed shaggy, as they used to call it. And as I said, when you see things like this, just laugh about it. By the time they go 1, 2, 3, do what they can do, in the next years, or maybe 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, we go see what we do to ourselves. And as far as I'm concerned, these people are the helm of affairs now. Wike, Aerofy, and the rest. Person will not comport himself in public. Now you expect say me lead the country. It will not just work. The list was a disgrace, and same as the people who were screening them. Somebody who was caught in a sex toy said that he was exceptionally brilliant. And if this person finished at the age of 3 or started at the age of 3, fine. But that one, I know to get wahala for that one. Why? I'll talk for myself. I started classes at the age of 4. And I spent 6 years in primary school. At that time, we spent 7 years in primary school. But when I got to primary 5, I aced the exam so badly that they had to jump me to primary 7.
So did you win?
No, I didn't win common entrance. I passed it.
Okay.
So I didn't. So that person says start at the age of 3. I cannot say anything about it because me, I started at the age of 4, and I was able to finish very fast. So I don't know much about that person.
Yeah, but I mean, you said something, or you said, somebody caught in his. You can go to the sex toy shop and still be a brilliant person.
That one.
I know you're a Catholic, and but don't mix these things up. You can be brilliant and still be kinky.
Sure, please take me off. I'll be back. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll do
So
that. You can be brilliant and still be kinky.
The way he won the common entrance shows that he wasted all his time in the sex store rather than reading the book for him to pass. Okay. After all, he won the common entrance and everything was okay. But trust me, in a nutshell, let me just end up. I don't see anything coming out from this administration. I don't see. And in the next 4 years, if there is another election, let's hope that let's see how it comes. My point is that those are the grassroots who have seen the renewed shege will be the one to still do rubbish for these men, including my lecturers, because they were supposed to slap us, including my lecturers. They go still root for this thing, and they'll see a renewed shege.
Okay, thank you, Augustine. Bolaji, it looks like were you trying to say something?
Yeah, I don't know. I was going to ask Uncle Femi some question, but this is my first time. I don't know if it's okay to ask.
Ask him quickly. If it's free,
sorry,
it looks like
Uncle Femi. This question is just direct to you, Sha. I was gonna ask if when you said you left Nigeria, I was going to ask that. Do you think leaving is the option?
Okay, so
yeah, I was brought up by my parents. Like, it's not like I walk out from Nigeria like willingly because I was going through stuff.
So as we grow up, and I mean, this is just an individual thing. I was at an age, I was a teenager, right? And when you're a teenager, this is not to make an excuse. We've all been teenagers at some point. You think you know the world, right? And of course, we all have individual experiences. My experience is not different, it's different from your experience. Think about this. If you were in a situation where, I mean, I'm not hyping myself, I'm extremely brilliant, and you find yourself in a situation where it's a case of welcome to the real Nigeria, or the real world, if you will, where mediocrity rules. And I mean, I'm telling you about a situation where I felt like crying. I'm talking about a situation where when we started, this is the way it works with NDA. When we started our screening, at the time it was in Kawo, Kaduna. It wasn't in Mando, where it is right now. The first day when we started our screenings for our academic screening, I saw people that had Fs and Cs. I mean, this is not them say, it is what I saw, Getting into ND, I mean, come on now. If you see certain things, it affects you psychologically. Like, see, at that point, where my mindset was okay, why will I work hard and someone else that's not worth it is getting ahead of me? And that was the only thing I thought of. I was like, I'm gonna leave, which eventually happened. Now, fast forward to now, I probably would still have felt that way, but maybe not the way I kind of am articulating it now. But I'll still be mad, because you would be mad. Like, where is the sense of justice? And that's what I'm saying. A country that thinks it's fair game to just do anyhowness. This is what the results we're getting. Now, presently, the things I'm doing to try to like, I mean, I can't change that. Yeah, I'm not Jesus Christ, but there's some things I'm doing to try to like change things in my own little way. I don't need to disclose it. I don't have to, but I just wanted to explain to just serve as this to serve as a rejoinder to explain my thinking at the time. There's too much unfairness.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
can I say something now?
Make it quick. 30 seconds. We need to go to Ed and John Abba. But yeah, make it quick. Go on.
Yeah, because I was going to ask Uncle Femi. I did not have any issue with you, Uncle Femi. Because I feel like a lot of stuff like within my age and below my age, like they are not seeing anything. You know, like when this Guinness stuff come up for Nigeria, like Guinness World Record was saying, the comment and stuff they got from Nigeria, they've not got it for over 30 years now. And the person that is holding the current record is from India, and India has about 4 times or 5 times of Nigerian population. So I was thinking, like, why don't we think the Indians like are taking the same energy to Guinness record? Because they have a lot of stuff going on in their life. Like, I feel like Nigerians are just, I just know, like, they are not aware of what is going on in Nigeria. They just believe like we are Niger and that's it. Like, they are not aware. If someone like Uncle Femi have not been like, yeah, this system is unfair and is getting this system is unfair with us and we are not getting what we want, and left Nigeria, maybe it could have been a better place. And I just feel like at this point we need to just stop saying it's not my business, we have to watch it, it's not my business, we have to watch it. Like, we can't keep going to these countries, like, because there's not even like certainty in us going to these countries. Like, there's no future, we just have to go. And when stuff start, like it has shown in Ukraine, having Ukraine passport during the war, they won't allow you to enter the train as a black man that come from Africa or mixed race. They won't allow you to enter the train. So what's the point of we going to these countries when we know that when stuff happen, you're still gonna be denying access to these resources? They are just keeping us happy now because we don't have choice, or they don't have choice, or it's still okay with their system. If they want us to be out of their country within 4 to 5 days, right now, it's going to happen. We are not going to do anything about it. So I don't know. I just feel like a lot of people are not aware of what is going on in Nigeria. And if Uncle Femi could have stayed, I don't know what he has gone through or what he has experienced. I just feel like it could have been a much better place than everybody saying.
Yep.
It's not my business.
So,
It's not my business.
Mr. Shaw, please. I'm sorry. I usually don't interject, but please, Mr. Augustine, please.
Uncle Femi, we can talk privately, you know. If
yeah, we can. We can. I just want to
here.
quickly say something because we're on live TV, so I don't want to be anything I say to be misconstrued. So again, I said I was an 17, 18-year-old at the time it happened. See, there's a lot of it happening to a lot of Nigerians, and that's why I said I don't really want to like say the kind of things I'm doing. You don't know the kind of things I'm doing to try to. I'm not Jesus Christ. I'm not in government, but there are things I'm also doing to try to change it for. Because see, at the time, what could I have done? I was 17, 18, trying at the beginning of my own life. You understand? Trying to get into NDO, which I so much wanted to get into. See, there's a point in your life when certain things happen. It hits you so bad, you really want to cry. You understand? Now, at the time, stay to do what? I had an option, and I took the option that was going to work for me, for my own person. See, there's sometimes you got to be selfish. There are times you have to be selfish. This is my life I am talking about. I'm not talking about Nigeria now. So, having now acquired, okay, let me quickly round up. You spoke about the Indians. At some point, the Indians were living in droves as well. They had to leave. Sometimes you have to take a step back in order to move forward, which is what Nigeria is not doing right now. I can only do my bit. I cannot save Nigeria. Who am I? I don't have any godfather. I don't know anybody per se. So the Indians left. The Indians that you see going back now, where, for example, Hyderabad is like a hotbed for IT, which Nigeria should actually be right now. They left at some point. And India has also been where we've been. So don't get it twisted. They've been where we've been as well. But at some point, they had a proper leader who started this revolution where, I mean, they had Yahoo, the way we had it. But they built It didn't have to be colleges or universities. They built hubs, what we know as hubs now. And a lot of those kids that were doing the Yahoo Yahoo of the time, they started putting them together in these hubs. And that's why today, when you mention things like not just IT, but and you see their space program, the way they're going with it as well, Israel and the rest of them, it didn't just start just like that. People had to leave in order to go back. So I just wanted to clarify that part. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Richard, we'll come to you. We've just got someone who's joined who hasn't spoken at all. Ed, welcome to the show. Nice to have you again. I'm sure you've listened to what we've discussed. So currently we're discussing, what's your take on the screening so far? Well, I'm not sure if they've ended the screening, but the screening of the ministers, what do you make of it? Are there any names, that are positives for you that you're looking forward to them, making changes that would better the life of Nigerians? Are there any names, or is it just the same for you? It's just same old rubbish? 9 former governors, take a bow. Wike is our Lord and Savior. 5 million people from Rivers are chanting his name as we speak. What do you make of the whole thing?
I think it's just a big missed opportunity for Tinubu. For someone who has a lot of issues of legitimacy, this would have been a very good opportunity to show Nigerians that really, I know the way I came in might not have been the most preferred, but I have your interest at heart and I want to really hit the ground running as I promised, right? But it just seems like this is a list that we could have even, I could have made up this list and I will get it up to a point of about 60% accuracy. It was just so predictable. It just seems like, it just seemed like horse trading for me. Like, you helped me during my electioneering, so I'm going to give you a position on the seat. I was not really impressed. There are a few names that stood out for me. Maybe someone like Wale Edun. Okay. But to be honest, I don't know if I would say he's standing out for me as a result of what he has really done or as a result of the hype around him. Because a lot of people, say a lot about what he did in Lagos. But then again, how am I to be really sure of what happened in Lagos? Because a lot of what happened in Lagos is just increasing your revenue base by taxing people more and more. There wasn't like real economic stuff done that you would say, okay, these were some stuff of genius, right? I would want to give a little bit of credits to someone like Lateef Fagbemi, who obviously is an APC lawyer, but then again, he's a lawyer and he has gotten to the top of his career, being an SAN in Nigeria, right? So, it doesn't get better than that for you to have someone, be the Attorney General. But apart from that, Wike, I know a lot of folks say, oh, he was very good with projects and all of that. But I feel it's just also part of how badly beaten our psyche as Nigerians have become. Because the indices by which we measure people, they are really just, we built roads, constructed flyovers, and then we roll out the carpet for them. I'm from Edo State, and I know how much hype Oshomole also got doing that kind of stuff. But at what expense? That guy really bled Edo State, So it's, I wish, I really was looking forward to seeing a better list, especially for the fact of we're in a very bad place, right? When Obasanjo came in 1999, as at 2003, 2004, our external debt was about $48 million, right? Is it million or billions? Sorry if I'm not getting it right, but it's something in that vicinity, 48 million or billion dollars, something like that. Yeah, and Obasanjo was, something that kept him awake was, I want to rid Nigeria of this debt. And he went for the best heads at that time. He went for a managing director in the World Bank, people who have international clout, people that okay, these people in the international community, they can be able to,
push for concessions for Nigeria. Like they can be able to, they have the connections, right? For someone like Tinubu who wrote on this old mantra of he knows how to hunt for the best talents, I'm really surprised that someone like Keyamo, someone like what's this other person's name? The former, all these former governors are taking up the majority. I mean, how many former governors? About 9, right?
9, yes.
9 out of about 48, and it's even an over bloated, cabinet by what I was reading today. I mean, I don't think any other cabinet we had this much people being screened for ministerial positions. I feel like it was just a missed opportunity, and it does not just inspire confidence in the average Nigerian. Another thing I was really thinking about. Okay, I didn't mention this guy that was screened. Was it yesterday or today? What's his name? The guy from Ogun State. You talked about him, show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be someone who has. Yeah, it seems to be someone who has some level of experience in what he's doing or what he does. So it just, I mean, the question I asked, as in when I saw it, was, okay, this guy is having problems because of what he said about his government. So like, what should be our, and this is something I'm throwing to the entire panel, what should be our posturing? Like, maybe Mr. Femi here is an IT expert. When you're called to come and be part of a government which is deemed by a great deal of the population to be illegitimate, would you see that as an opportunity to, okay, contribute your own quota? And what does that mean for your previous stance on the government? It's just something I've been thinking, like, because I felt like it was a little bit funny when they started saying, oh, you tweeted this thing about these same people. How come you are willing to serve with them? Did he probably compromise at some point? What does it mean for us as professionals?
Or does he go in with the mind to effect change and
exactly
be different to everyone? I mean, I think it's yet to be seen. I think we'll have to wait to see how he performs. Personally, if you ask me, I think we'll have to wait to see how he performs.
Yeah, but I would really have preferred to see a lot of technical, especially those with good international exposure, people who have worked with maybe these multilateral financing organizations, because we're really in debt. Like our current debt profile is like 3 times what Obasanjo had to deal with, and we could see the urgency with which Obasanjo dealt with that. The number of the team he puts together. I mean, that is still like the standard when it comes to like ministerial positions in Nigeria. For me, Tinubu, he disappointed. Well, he didn't really disappoint me because I didn't vote for him. But for those who are cheering for him, and for a part of me that wants to be patriotic and wants the best for Nigeria, I was quite disappointed.
You've been let down. All right, thank you, Ed. We go to John Abba, then we go to Richard after that. John Abba, briefly, the ministerial screening. Have you been impressed?
Let me go to Richard because it's just coming out.
Okay.
Thank you. So
okay. Thank you, John Abba, for that.
Yes. Oh, okay. I can come in now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks so much, everybody. And thanks, Mr. Shaw, for letting me in. And thank you, Mr. John Abba, for yielding. I see everything from totally different angle. I'm at work, so I might leave very early. So why I joined is because of our Femi. I understand his frustration when he wanted to join the military, NDA, and he didn't get in. But I want us to see that it's true. Things are now okay in Nigeria, but it's not only Nigeria. It's a human thing. I'll give you an example. I live in the US. I've been here for a very long time. They will tell you all these Ivy League, the standard, they don't compromise. For goodness sake, the late Senator Ted Kennedy was caught cheating in exam. And the standard in Harvard is once they catch you with anything, you bring anything to exam, you are out. Guess what? Ted Kennedy still graduated because the family is well known. The family donates to the school. For goodness sake, we all know George Bush is an Harvard graduate. He doesn't know nothing, but because of the name, his dad was CIA deputy director. It's everywhere. Tell me, Prince Andrew, the second son of late Queen Elizabeth.
No, I'm not cutting you short. I want you to visit what you say about George Bush. He's not from Harvard. I just want.
He has a bachelor degree from Harvard.
Okay.
History, a bachelor degree from Harvard. He's an Ivy League graduate, and we all know that. Okay, for another standard, the Western world will tell you, hey, you sleep with a minor, you go into jail. You will register as a sex offender. Prince Andrew, the second son of Queen Elizabeth, he was caught in America here. And the lady, the 16-year-old girl, was ready to testify. And they knew. But guess what?
They settled.
The queen covered him. The only thing they said is that, you know what? It's not going to represent the queen no more. They demoted him. But why don't they let him come to the US to answer his judgment? So all these manipulations are a human thing, not just Nigerian thing. Not just Nigerian thing. The West does a lot of it, but they know how they cover it. Another thing, we're talking of Nigerians' debt. It's sad. It's all over the world. In America here, the last time they had their budgets balanced was during the Clinton era, going to 30 years. Their debt keeps increasing. In fact, right now, I don't even think they are monitoring it again. So Nigeria is true. Obasanjo paid some. And don't forget that time oil was selling. We made a lot of money through.
No, we did not. We did not. We did not, Mr. Richard. The highest oil sold. We did not.
We did.
We did not. We did not.
Mr. Head.
I can give you proof of that. I can give you proof of that.
Mr. Head, what is the value of Naira then? What's the value of Naira during Buhari? During Buhari, it came as low as $26 per barrel. Obasanjo was average of 78.
That's
it never came down to 50.
I'll send the link. I'll send you.
Exactly. Everything is there right there. So Buhari's 8 years, I think the average would be like $30. It was late in now go up. But I mean, what I'm trying to say is this. It's not only Nigeria. The US, their own debt also keeps going up. The value of their dollar, when I came here, when I first came, if you have a job of $6 per hour, at least you can pay your rent. But within 10 years, the devaluation that happened to the US dollars, the devaluation, when Barack Obama was campaigning 2008, 2007, 2008, that time in the debate with Hillary, he said only 5% of America makes 100,000 or better. Now, then 2008, if you make 100,000 in a year, oh, you are somebody. But today, if you come out and say you make 100,000, you are just a middle class person with the rate, the mortgage, the rent, everything is now. So you can see the rapid devaluation of the US dollar too. You can compare it to Naira, you think it's doing well. But when you compare it to what people bought in America here 10 years ago and what you can afford with that same amount, you will see it's a global problem. It's a very big problem. I believe, I don't want to judge the former governors. I believe the administrators, the list, we have more than 5 medical doctors. So somebody said here, I can't remember the person that they can't read journals. If I'm a medical doctor and you say I can't read journals, that's disrespectful to my career. And we have more than 5 lawyers. So if the environment is good for them, I believe they can perform. I'm not going to write off anybody. I believe if you can be a governor in your state, you are a good administrator. And with that experience and age, I believe and now they have money. During the Buhari, they were borrowing money. Now money shouldn't be, they don't have no excuse right now. They have money to spend now. So they should be able to start paying off some of the debts. And then let's see what you do. We need water, we need electricity, we need good roads, fund the universities. Let's see. So we have to hold them accountable for that. But I'm not going to write them off for now.
Okay.
Sure. Can I just stop Mr. Richard there? So because we have money now, you're budgeting for war and you're taking on more ministers. It doesn't add up, sir. It doesn't just add up.
I don't okay.
Well, excuse me, sir. You are citing all this administration. I was a second lieutenant at the age of 22. I'm in my 40s now, even though I look young. At the age of 22, I was already an officer, and I went to the first war in Liberia. I saw people die. Listen, the thing is, just because it happened in all these places, should we then forgive the present standards that will not move us forward? So I appreciate your mindset that we should give people chance and all that. But this man, listen, there's an antecedent we can all see. I mean, he did say, to be quite honest, yeah, I wish that he would surprise people like me, but listen, all the people he has chosen so far, the way everything is going, his decision making is so wrong and so flawed and all that. It's not just going to work.
Well, I chose to disagree with you.
Yeah.
They are just 2.5 months into it. Just look at everywhere. Barack Obama, Joe Biden, when they come in, the first thing is, by people. Obama put like 3 or 4 governors. 3 or 4 governors. The first thing is that if you don't win, you cannot assemble a cabinet. And then how did you win? Those who help you to win, you need to do. I mean, I think to me personally, in as much as that person is qualified to run the ministry, and there, okay, for instance, we are talking of expatriate or whatever, Mr. Obaseki in Edo State. Yeah, thank you very much. He was never a politician. He's an Ivy League person. He schooled in Columbia University in New York City. How is he doing? So we have to be careful. Oh, this person is from Ivy League. This person attended Oxford. Okay, for instance, the only person a woman has been delivered of birth twice was done in America by a Nigerian graduate, a Nigerian-born doctor. Harvard educated doctors were there. They had no idea. Columbia, Stanford, Princeton, UPenn. Somebody from OAU Ife. The lady had cancer and she was pregnant and she was too premature to deliver her. But he did what? He took out the features and the baby did not die. He removed the cancerous cell and put the baby back. And after 9 months, she gave birth. She's living her life. So let's be careful. Mr. Obaseki is a graduate from Columbia University, New York. That's an Ivy League. He's an economist. How is he doing in Edo?
All your optimism I share, but in this case, I think it's an exception to the rule in the situation we have on ground. We cannot afford to be experimenting with somebody that is not that does not have a clue. He's they are full of they are liars. They are biggest bigotry and all that.
When President Bush was telling you that Iranian president had nuclear weapon supported by the FBI and CIA, were they telling the truth? Politicians tell lies. And Marifa, let me tell you, one of the characteristics of a leader is to tell lies. For instance, I'll break it down for you. If I'm a coach and I put my girls or my boys to World Cup, they didn't do well. When we are in the locker room, I'll tell them, hey, I'll come to you, Mr. Show. You didn't defend that ball. But when I come to the press, I'm not going to put you under the bus. I'll tell you a different, my boys gave you the idea. You didn't come our way. That's leadership. I will come to you and say, Mr. Show, you should have defended that guy. That ball that scored. It's your fault, you know that? But I'm not going to say it to the entire team because I know there will be division. And when I'm doing my press conference, I'll tell them opposite. Oh, my boys gave you their best. Luck didn't just come our way. That you see, coaches, once you lose your locker room, you lose the team.
See, please let me respond to 3 things that Mr. Richard has said.
Please make it.
Please. Okay, the first thing he talked about the U.S. debt profile. Yeah, nobody is saying that the U.S. doesn't have like a strong debt profile, but there's something called solvency, your ability, the assets you have to repay that debt. You talked about the U.S. George Bush going to Iraq, right? The question is, was there something for the US, not just George Bush, was just something for the US in going to that war? And then now compare that with the Nigerian situation. Is there something for Nigeria in going to that war? That's the second point. Then he talked about the doctor who was able to carry out a very successful surgery. I mean, that's very commendable. But the question has not been that Nigerians are not talented. The question is, why are they not talented in their country? So why was it easy for him to do that very commendable act in the context of America? So we're not just saying that. No, we're not just saying people should go to. For me, I raised that issue of someone who has experience with multilateral funding agencies. For me, I think that was just a way of me saying I need someone that's very, very vast when it comes to international financing, because we really need our finance books well done. We need to carry out economic reforms, and that person needs to understand how this happens within international context. So I'm not just saying you should go to an Ivy League just for the sake of it.
All right. I'll let Mr. Richard respond to that in like 2 minutes, then we'll move it on to someone else. We've got
thank you very much, Mr. Shaw and Mr. Ed. Number one, George Bush that went to Iraq, he went because Saddam Hussein had disrespected his father. They had no other thing to win there. They actually wanted Iraq to be as strong as Iran, so that they can, because one is Sunni, the other one is Shiite. America never liked the Ayatollah in Iran. But now they destroy Iraq, and that empowers who? This Shiite, the Ayatollah. So right now, Iran is so powerful. Their kids are doing very well in the nuclear science and the military. So America actually weakened themselves internationally by going to Iraq, by killing Saddam Hussein. Can you believe that Saddam, his deputy was actually a Catholic? He was the Kurdish in Iraq. They are the minority, but he was protecting them. Now you killed him, and the Kurdish are, wow, everybody's killing them now because of their faith. The same stupid thing Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and Hillary Clinton did when they killed Gaddafi. Now, since that time, Libya doesn't have a state. They don't have a strong state. And look at our kids. They're trying to cross to Europe. Look at what they're going through in Libya. So most of the time, when the CIA or FBI tells you, they're lying. They killed Saddam Hussein at that region now. Sudan is there. Now it came to Niger. That region is very dangerous now. Libya. Just look at that region. Libya, Sudan, Chad, Niger, everywhere there. Because of what Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and the external affairs or whatever, Hillary Clinton. That's what they did. Now, Niger, I do not think US has interest in there because they don't want Russia to have much influence in Africa. So it's likely, if we are going there, it might be funded by the US. They are there. They might provide the airspace, intelligence, and some other thing. They do not want Russia to control that area. Although everything still boils down to France, they have to be fought. We have to give them the credit for the problem that's going on in that region, because all the Francophone countries, none of them has their own central bank. France doesn't allow them to have their own central bank. They don't even have their own currency. It's as bad as that. So when just look at it. When you don't have your own monetary policy, your colonial master is taking every time you sell something, the profit, everything goes to Paris. And when you want to take from your money, they will tell you, you pay it at $50 or 50% interest. So that is why you see all those Francophone. That's why you see the people, they love the military takeover. But military, when they first come in, they will tell you good things. But give them 1 year. By the time they start inflicting the pain on the people, and they will tell you, oh, don't worry, just a transition head of state. They will not go nowhere. They are there to stay. But they still boils down to France. France mess up all the African countries that have colonized by them.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Richard. Thank you, Ed.
Yeah, take me off. Let me go back to work, please.
Thank you.
All right, thanks so much. I might join later.
All right,
all right, thank you.
Nice to have you back.
All right, thanks everybody.
Yeah,
thanks so much.
Are you
all
still?
right.
I think you agreed with most of.
Yeah, take me off. Take me off.
I will. I'm trying to do
all
that.
Right, thanks. All right.
Jonaba, are you still gonna go ahead or?
Thank you, Shows. First of all, I want to say to my brother who is in my neighborhood in Texas, Femi, that I say is not Jesus Christ. Jesus said, "Greater things you shall do in my name." So, your excuse of not defending or not being who you want to be in Nigeria, I'm not saying I buy it or I do not buy it. I'm just quoting the scripture because you say you are not Jesus Christ. We have had that several times, but it is okay. I understand where you are coming from. The issue of the new cabinet appointed by the President Bola Tinubu. I want us to understand one thing. We are a very dishonest people, and we have little or no knowledge of what we talk about. We talk out of maybe this person is not in my clique. We don't have the interest of the whole, or we don't have the knowledge. We may have the interest, but we don't have the knowledge. In any government at all, people pick people that loyal to them or one or they share their common view. For instance, the former governor of Kaduna State, El Rufai, before he became a governor of Kaduna State, he was the minister, FG minister. Yeah, FCC, whatever you want to call, he did well and he was picked by Obasanjo. He did well there. Even though some people may criticize him, people that are affected directly by his way, but then they believe that the modern FTC we have today is built by El-Rufai. And he himself, he said that it's difficult for him to lead Kaduna State the way he wanted to because he saw that is different. So, and another thing, another person you want to see in that cabinet that have a knowledge of what they're doing and often educate himself is El-Rufai. El-Rufai, you may not like him, you may like him, you may not believe what he believes, but then El-Rufai educate himself oftentimes. He come to the U.S. oftentimes to educate himself. There was a time in Kaduna State to the Muslim and to the Christian. He says that there's no reason for them to put their speakers. I'm just giving a common example to put their speakers outside for public disturbance. That the Christian know the church they want to go, and the Muslim know the mosque they want to go. There's no need of waking people up early in the morning or people shouting on the street even during service. He was criticized. People call him Antichrist. For the same policy, he was not sparing the Muslim out of it. So we are a very complicated society. I hope and I believe that with time, Nigerians can take their destiny in their hand and have, like I said earlier, put their demand in the front of the leaders so that they can say, okay, you are going out of our way. How do we hold you? How do they hold him accountable or her accountable? But to you to say that, okay, most of us that are here, how many here, you apart from the internet polling and all of those things, how many of you do you apply for any office there? Are you a politician? Do you even vote? So why do you easily come to condemn people when you are not even involved? Apart from the fact that we speak to it, you are not even on the ground to even work on those things. That's where forefather says that your interest is is the very good thing that you defend. Some of us, we don't even have investment in Nigeria. We may all have Nigeria in our heart and we want the best. But are you a politician? Who do you want to be there? Are you belong to that party? You want him to cross a party line and go and pick who you want it to pick? That's not all of those things is that Nigeria is a very complicated place, and even in our own immediate family, is very complicated to deal with. So let us give them. I mean, you have a right to criticize them, but let's give them a chance and see what they can do. Have they learned from what we say here? Because the purpose of us coming on this place is to put pressure on them and to tell them that the game is over. You can't do us the way you want to do when the knowledge is not spread. When you just give what you want to give us. I'm not in support of them. I'm not against them necessarily. If you're going to say I'm taking this off, what are you offer alternatively? That is my own question. Thank you.
You are muted, Todasho.
Augustine, I'll give you 1 minute. Say what you want to say, but Jonaba won't be responding to you. I know
I
this
want
is
to
for
just go
Jonaba, but he
straight to
won't
the
be
point.
responding
It
to you
is
because we
straight.
need to keep
Oga
it moving.
Jonaba, we may be little boys, but we have had the flavor of leadership. No sister our face deal like this is on about do leadership. I have led a group, and I will speak like P2B. When I entered there, I took the group from number 10 to number 1. So nothing say we don't get sense. Most of the time, when things go wrong in organization, they always call me because as I close my eye like that woman in court, I do the right thing. Nothing say we don't get sense. Some of us, we are like this, put us in that Tinubu's shoe. We will do the right thing and we'll go out and find the people. It's not because we cannot do the job. We have done it and we are doing it now. What are we doing in Nigeria? Presently, we are working even on ground to help the youth. For me, I'll talk for myself. So nothing say we don't get sense when we complain or we cannot do the job. If you make me minister of education now, I'm going to my mid-30s. I know what I will do now. Nothing say we know if you do. We can do it. We can do it. It's not because we come here and talk. It's not as if we don't get clue at all. So fast, we have the ability to read and write, to research. We can do a better job, and we have done it even before now. So that's just what I want to say. Don't try to trash us as if are not politicians. Okay, even when it comes to what have we done for the country, we have applied for a lot of things, technology-wise, manufacturing-wise, even before coming to this part of the world. But the system is so compact in such a way that it destroys the youth themselves. That is why I told you in this platform, I also made yogurts that are fortified with vitamin A. So we have done a lot for the country. All they need is that necessary environment. Just make the environment conducive. You go see how industry will spring up. These small things we earn now, we'll go back there and make better factories, better food, and everything you can think of. So let's just tell ourselves the truth, stop reciting air of fire and the rest, and thinking we don't know what to do. Me, I can be a minister of education. I know I can do it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Let everybody understand me, including my brother Augustine. I never say that you cannot do it, and I never say anybody cannot do it. I said, do you run for the office? Is the question
But that's
I
what
ask.
you said.
Yeah, I do not say you cannot do it. Did I say that?
That's what you said.
That you cannot become a minister?
That's what you said. I heard you
No.
clearly.
Okay, replay it. Maybe you have another thing, and maybe your internet is
I
not.
mean,
Okay.
you make a lot of unnecessary excuses. For
Because that is the way you want to see it, and that you are
no,
right to
you
think
make
All
a
right,
that
lot.
it's
you want
fine.
to. No. Listen
You
to
live in
me.
advanced
Don't
country.
talk
You
me
live in
over.
advanced
Will you
country.
be?
And
Will
you're
you
making
respect
excuses
me
why
when I
things are
finish?
not working.
No. This is the problem.
Michael, okay, so Jonaba, please
Yeah, I'm
summarize.
responding.
I live.
Michael, don't worry, we'll come to you next. We'll
You
come to
see,
you
this
next.
is the problem. Let me talk to my brother Austin. You say let you say like
Michael, just wait. Michael, wait, we'll come to you. Don't worry.
yeah.
You get to speak, Michael.
I'm
Yeah.
not to be supporter. I will never be a supporter. I respect
Okay,
your
that's fine.
choice of whoever you want to be the president of
Which is
Nigeria.
absolutely
I
fine.
respect that. Everybody on this platform know my stand on that issue. So, and I'm entitled to my own opinion, and I know
Of
why I
course.
say that. So, the issue of Nigeria, where it is that in politics, I say that the politics is that whoever you are choosing in your cabinet is the people you want to trust, is the people you believe. If you fail, they fail. But the issue, and I'll give you an example of El-Rufai. El-Rufai was the minister of FCT before, and he believed many people that he did not step on that stone believe it was a good one, and other people believe it was not. But he himself, he said he couldn't do what he wanted to do in Kaduna State as a governor of Kaduna State, that he wished he could do more. Politics is like that. We all can kick back and forth. But then the issue of you want to do not say that if you cannot be a good minister. Any Nigerian is capable of being anything they want to be. I always say on this platform and elsewhere, the only place Nigerian cannot live to God-given potential is only in Nigeria. We can only, and why? We can only become whatever we want to be anywhere else but in Nigeria. And I don't know why. You can answer that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, John Abba. So, man of prestige, we'll come to you. What we're discussing and what I would like us to stick to, which is the second to what we're still discussing, is the ministerial list. Are there any names on there that interest you? Are there any names that give you hope? Is there any one person you're thinking, oh, I wish this person would be given this portfolio because I think they would do really well? Or is it all negative for you as well? Do you just think it's a waste of time? Somebody with 2 credits, much more certificate at home. We've seen a lot of things go on, but I'm trying to see, is there a positive spin on this? Is there anything positive that we can take from the whole, screening that we've seen over the last few days?
Yeah, thank you very much. I really came in, I was on the chat, that's where I probably would have preferred, but I came in because of Richard, this kind of statement he was making. So I just came in to counter him, but unfortunately, he has already left. So most of the narrative he spent, his talking point, is more of APC talking point. I've seen him here, before, but he was doing that line, trying to convince us that everywhere is so bad. So don't blame Nigeria. Nigeria could be bad. So he's come here to do whataboutism. So that's the main reason why I came in.
Oh, okay.
Because some of the stats that he gave, some of the statistics that he gave me here is not even close to. It's kind of beyond the point. It's kind of bending the truth in that regard when he was talking about American economy. Go and look at Bidenomic right now. Look at what he has done. The inflation rate has purely decreased. The unemployment is 3.5. Right now, inflation is decreasing, and pay rate has gone up. So how are you going to be comparing it to Nigeria in that area? I thought he was just kind of misleading. Then he was talking about Iraq, but let me not talk about that because he's already gone. He's not here anyway. And John Abba too, I fought you a little bit. He was speaking on sentiment in that regard about Erufai. Erufai is religious intolerance. That doesn't bother you? What he do to the Christian in the Southern Kaduna and everything. But you're here praising him. I've been to Kaduna when I went home during December. Yeah, he did well in terms of impact and everything. His IGI is pretty good. But those kind of things, anything about human being, suppress any kind of economic, you can give me. I'd rather be alive than enjoy, those economic boom that you supposedly say he had done. He did to my own opinion, he's an average governor, compared to other governors. But what I can't stand is religious intolerance. Everybody know him, even at all. Forget about the tape. He has been doing it, killing Christian. He doesn't, any other place. You're a Christian, you're supporting him, but that's your opinion. So I can fault you for that. Everybody has the opinion.
Exactly.
But anyway,
that's the beauty. That's the beauty of democracy.
About the ministerial. Yeah, having said that, John Abba, I respect you, but I will give you my point anyway with respect, okay? So having said that, about the ministerial list, I kind of call it like a mixed bag. There are some people that he put there that I like. This guy that's supposed to be Minister of Finance, yeah, that guy is good. I'm judging people not because of their credential, because we have a lot of educated in Nigeria. Everybody here is educated. Probably a lot of us here has PhD and everything. It's not about education. Look at Emefiele. Go and read that. Go and read his profile. That guy went to Soka. He went to Harvard. He went to University of Berkeley, California. Columbia University. So what did he do to Nigerian finance? So it's not about education. Education is good, at least bachelor degree or whatever. But it's your antecedent. That's what we pray on. What have you done before that we get to show you what you can do? Like I said, that guy I think he's from Ondo that's supposed to be the finance minister. Yeah. Because of his background, what he has done, I think he's going to do well, but who knows until he's get there. But my only issue of all the whole nominee, Tinubu has the right to nominate anybody he wants. Election has consequences. You would like to surround yourself with people or people who you like. So that's the way. Look at the appointment that I show you, the region by region. Northwest has 30%. Southwest has 28%. North Central, I think about 15%. Northeast, about 14% or something like that. South, 9%. Southeast, 1.5%. Of course, Southeast didn't vote for him, so he can do whatever he wants. He probably got the list. because I think it could be got like about 90%. So he gave them 1.5%. So that's part of politics. I'm not mad at that. But having said that, I have issue with Wike being there. I don't know what kind of position. Just because of his antecedent, the way he has been before. That's what I don't like. But
Don't
any
you
other
want
person,
flyovers?
I have no quarrel with that. I have
You
no
don't want
quarrel.
flyovers?
Huh?
You don't want more flyovers?
What is flyover going to do for my stomach?
It will be easy to
build
cross to
15
you,
or
like
16
somebody
flyover.
said.
I mean, yeah, what is flyover going to do for my stomach? Go look at Port Harcourt. I was in Port Harcourt during December. I mean, there's some flyover or whatever, but a lot of hungers over there. Even right now, I have family in Port Harcourt. I mean, if I give them $1, I need to be giving them $2, and I used to buy for not even $2 because everything has tripled. So I'm just saying the point I'm trying to say. He didn't save his people while he was there. So that's the only two that I have worry about. What can I do? He did what he wants to do. So, but let's see what they're going to do. That's the way I look at it. I try to be positive about what they're going to do. But judging by the antecedents, yeah, that's me. But anyway, that's why I come. You can put me on the background, okay? I'll come back later.
All right. Yep.
Sure,
No worries.
take me off. I'll come back later. Just put me on the background.
All right, I'll do that. Thank you, man of prestige. I think, Bolaji, I'll come to you quickly. I mean, you don't have to say anything. Like I said, because you're new, I don't want to put you under pressure. I was just going to ask you, did you see anything, have you seen clips? You might have been on Instagram, Twitter, some clips about the screening. I know the worst part of it would be the clipped part that would circulate. Have you seen any of it that make you shake your head to say, oh my God, what are we doing? Or have you not seen anything at all? Did you see any part that encouraged you with regards to screening the ministers?
Yeah, I don't know, but just like I've said earlier, like, my stand is clear and I don't want to be missing stuff up, I don't want to be like confused because that's what has been happening like all those years and nothing has changed about it. So with the election, with the minister, with whatever, I'm just not interested in it because it's just same thing and I just feel like it's just same thing and I'm just not interested in it.
Yeah, no worries. Just stay there, keep listening to the people who've been around for longer than you. Hopefully you learn
Can
it.
I say one thing
about this? Well, 1 second, Augusta. And the good thing about this platform, you can already see, I mean, if I ask you, you would agree with me that it's not a one-way platform. You've seen people who've spoken for and people who've spoken against. So, and I think that's the way to learn. You don't want to be in an echo chamber where everybody is in agreement. Still, some people think this platform is just IPOP channel, Igbo channel. That's all they think is Peter Obi or nothing else. But you can see it's quite diverse. People have come, and of course, I agree. When somebody comes with a different opinion, we're like piranhas. Oh my God, I have a question for you. I want to challenge you. Sometimes don't challenge them. Let them say what they have to say. You can debunk it or you can argue it, but don't that rush of, oh my God, I have to challenge you. I used to be like that, but I think I've learned to say, you know what? Let people say what they want to say. They have the right to believe what they want to believe. When it's my turn, I can say, oh, I disagree with that speaker, but let's not rush them. Let people be so that we don't scare them off this platform. That's my only appeal, because I wouldn't want to come in and everybody's just kumbaya, holding hands. Hosful, you want to speak about was your uncle or any of your relative on the list? I beg, hook me up. Hook me up. I won't go Abuja.
No, you just said something that being in a hurry to challenge what someone says. Mr. Richard said something that I would say, in my opinion, I think he was very wrong.
Okay.
All politicians should not have to lie. Sometimes we just have to come out and we want to hear the truth. It might be painful, but the truth, we all know what is happening. Our leader is telling us the truth. He made a reference to George Bush going to Iraq. I read the Substack by a guy, you can check this guy up, Scott Ritter. He said George Bush went into Iraq based on his emotions over what he was told by the American CIA. They lied about Saddam Hussein attempting to kill his father. He went into Iraq based on what he heard from the American CIA. It was not the truth, because already the American CIA and the FBI had their agenda in Iraq. So they found a way to push the administration into Iraq. So, Mr. Richard, I don't know where he's getting his information from, but I think what he said was very flawed, and we don't have to take lies from all our leaders. It does not make sense. Sometimes just come out and tell us this is what is happening. It is bad. We'll find a solution. Everybody knows that okay, we're in a bad situation, and our leader is trying to steer us in the right path. Instead of coming out, the lies in the world today has what has brought us to this point. America has been lying to everybody. Look at the world today. They say, oh, this leader is no good. We're spreading democracy. This leader does not want democracy. They will stir the people up, remove the leader, put who they want. What is happening today is based on lies, more lies. Nobody is saying the truth. Can we just normalize saying the truth? Yes, it's not what we want to hear, but at least we can sleep at night knowing that this guy has told us the truth, and we'll wake up in the morning and come up with solutions. Not you lie to us, and where we're looking for solutions for the lie, you give us another lie. How are we going to solve the problem?
Okay.
Oh, that's my 2
Thank
cents.
you, host, for
Thank you.
The word twerking. I think that word must be trending on Twitter, be X, be whatever that app is called now. I'm just seeing the word everywhere. Twerking. It is well. Augustine, please let's hear from Chinoyerim. He's in Nigeria. I don't want to, his connection might die. NEPA might do miracle. So Chinoyerim. So the ministerial screening. Have you watched it? Are there any names from the southeast? Maybe people that you are familiar with that are, for instance, from the west might not know. Are there people that have been nominated from your end that you think, oh, this person, is a nice person. I know he's going to a corrupt system. They might change him. They might destroy him. But if you put him in a good setting, he will do well. Is there anybody on that list? Or are you just not, everybody is just nonsense to you too? Oh, you're muted. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
The fact is that I'm not just interested in any single thing they're doing.
You're not interested.
I'm on a personal note, I'm done with Nigeria. On a personal note, I'm done with Nigeria.
Guy.
Seriously. Believe me, I'm done.
Wait. I know it's frustrating, but don't be done. Don't be done. Please don't be.
No. I don't believe in the Nigerian state. I'm sorry.
What do I say to this?
Unfortunately, I'm a citizen, but I don't believe in my state.
When your passport expires, you are not a citizen anymore. Don't do it. If you imagine you don't have a passport now, you are not even a citizen to start with. So you might be stateless for all you know. Do you have international passport? If you don't have, you're not a citizen.
Yeah. I told you when I went to the immigration office to take my passport, the number of people I met there, God. And if you go in the conversation with any of them, you come to realize that nobody wants to stay in Nigeria. So what kind of country is that? A country that nobody wants to stay in. Every single person that have the wherewithal will want to live in Nigeria. Why? So it's a question.
Okay. It's sad. I mean, I hope things get better, especially for people like yourselves. So when someone like myself come on here and speak passionately, at times get angry, and I talk about the basic things, people say, oh, emotion and all of that. And when they say emotions, I'm like, okay, when you say emotions, didn't your APC, one of your star boys, APC that was meant to be one of the star boys, Ojiuzo Kalu, when he became governor, he was the youngest of that set in 99. He cried. Crying is an emotion. You don't tell them not to show emotion when your big boys are crying. Ponde, what's that guy, MDDC guy? He expressed shock and he collapsed. That's emotions. So your politicians are on daily basis. The one from Kwara State, the Commissioner for Health, went during COVID and they looted their warehouse and he said, oh, we don't have the facility for that. The one that's become a meme. He cried. Politicians show emotions every day, but we the citizens, we are not allowed to show emotions. When I see people like Chinoyerim, talk like this. There was a guy who joined from Abuja Fix. He joined a few weeks after Tinubu was after Tinubu made that pronouncement that subsidy is gone. I know we have to take tough measures, and I know things will be tough. But what people are not liking is the fact that when is it going to get better? Give us timeline. Tell us. I mean, there's a trust deficit. Port Harcourt refinery, 1.5 billion spent on it. If you ask them, they will say they don't talk. Now they said you'll be ready December 2022. Now it's December 2023. December 2023 will come. If it doesn't happen, people will say, oh, the president has been there for only 6 months. We can't keep making excuses for them, especially when they have not cut cost and you're telling the people to tighten up their belt. But you are. This is why Fix was telling us on this platform. He said he doesn't go home to his family anymore because of the cost of travel. He said, I can't go home every day. He lives in Abuja. He said, I sleep in the shop or in the office. He said, because if I go home every day, I won't have any money. He said, so since the cost of travel has gone up, I stay in the shop Monday to Friday. I go home to see my family weekends. That's some of the things people are going through. So when people want to know, when would it get better? Please tell me. Let me know. But you say they're emotional.
I don't think, I'm sorry to cut you short. I don't think Nigeria will get better.
I'm hopeful.
I've lost hope completely.
I'm hopeful.
Nigeria
I'm hopeful.
Can never get better. If they want to prove me wrong, then they should make it get better. Nigeria can never get better.
Okay.
If anybody thinks I'm wrong, if the government thinks I'm wrong, they should prove me wrong.
I hope they do.
I never give up on this idea. Nigeria can never get better. Since I was born till now, from the time of my father till now, I'm gradually getting old. And Nigeria is not. Will it be my children that will make Nigeria better? No, we should stop telling ourselves lies. Nigeria will never.
I hope it gets better.
I'm sorry to say.
It's all right. It's all right.
No.
Augustine, you're going to say something. Say it quickly so I can go to Madam Nelly.
Okay. What I wanted to say is this. I wanted to speak with Bolaji first. Look, the truth is that sometimes if you cannot achieve your dreams in Nigeria, you just move to the neighboring compound or move somewhere, achieve that dream. Whether you run away from Nigeria or not, somehow you are still linked to that country. Somehow you will still come back and work. And the last thing I wanted to talk with Chinonyerim is that even all these things we having now happened in Europe even. That's why you hear Scribe will tell you of the 18th century revolt that brought equality in France, the 1840 revolt that also came around. But with time, when all these things happen, there will be a day that people will say, okay, we don't want to go with this again. And they will move ahead, remove everything, maybe these old politicians, find people who can do the job. And from there, things will become better. So for me, I believe that one day things will get better. And I know so. But the point is that all these things, all these people you see going out who are now intellectuals outside, one day they'll come back home. I'll tell you the truth. If we had a good environment, most people here will go back home. I need to eat my eba and my amala every day. So those are the things people will still come back home. So I know things will get better someday. So don't give up on all those things. Don't worry, everything will be fine.
Can I add to that, please?
And one last thing, maybe John Abba will hear me. Maybe I was a little bit emotional. My Oga, no vessel. Now, just to tell you that we can do the job.
Don't worry, the politicians are always emotional.
We can do it.
Buhari was always shocked, but even Buhari was still shocked about this Queen Niger. Shock is a form of emotion. There are different types of emotion. Shock, happiness, surprise, crying. It's all sadness. It's emotions. Don't worry. If you're emotional, don't let anybody, let me use the famous word, gaslight you. Politicians are always emotional. Yes, they're always crying. So
okay, I'll just bow out.
All right. Thanks, Augustine. So we go to Madam Nelly. Then we go to DMO. DMO looks familiar. It looks like one of my secondary schoolmates. It looks like Lekon Ademukoya. So bad. But of course, I know. I know my homeboy when I see him, but I'm just saying there's a canny resemblance. Like Madam Nelly, sorry. Good to have you. And let me just tell you, I missed the show last week Friday, but I think you did something to electricity. He actually had a show off the back of what he said a question you asked. What is it that divides us or something like that? He can't stop talking about that, your question. He had a follow-up show based on that question that you asked. I think it's, what's that thing that divides us or something like that you said? Just to let you know that, you triggered a reaction, you triggered something in him that's led to a series that's going to be doing on this platform. But welcome, good to have you.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. You see, I've always been watching this platform, and once in a while I will come in. And let me start with the question you're asking about the ministerial appointments. You see, you all have to understand when a fish is rotting from the head, please don't expect anything from the middle or the tail. It will never happen. Until Tinubu tells himself the truth, he will not succeed. He will not. Doesn't matter what we say. It doesn't matter how much we try to patch it. It will not succeed. You got to tell yourself the truth. I'm going to give you an example with my own personal life a little bit. But there's so many examples out there. I raised my son, and I remember when he was younger, I would like sit down with him and I would say, please don't ever, like sometimes when you go to the supermarket, you will see little kids trying to take cookies and eat it before their parents finish shopping. And I kind of say to my son, please don't do that, because I don't want anybody to say that we are stealing. So fast forward. Another day we went to the store. I wanted to see if the grape is sweet, and I put one in my mouth. My 5-year-old son said, Mommy, you just stole their grape. Guess what? I wouldn't, at that moment, I had goosebumps. Why? Because this is what I've been teaching him. And so I swallowed my ego to admit to him we're going to buy it. And he saw me, I picked up that bag. Not that I didn't have the intention to buy it, but the goosebump that I got was that, oh, okay, so he's listening to me. He's listening to me because he's a Black child, and I've been in this country for so long, and I don't want anything to happen to my son. I don't want any police person to say that, oh, he did this, he did that, and then they will eliminate his life. So from day one, I've been teaching him to do the right thing. So with that, look at the ministerial appointment. Many a time some of us will say, oh, let's give things to the women, in women equality. I believe in women equality, but if a woman is useless, I don't want that. Because if I'm Tinubu's wife, like this Remy, whatever she is, I would have said to my husband, why are you doing this? But she's not doing that. Rather, in one breath, oh, I'm borrowing money from Shetima's wife. In another breath, oh, we have money. You all can go to hell. On the inauguration day, that's the only thing that you could see to say to people. And you call yourself that you're a leader or that you're a mother, who we always claim that we women, we have that natural tendency from birth. Don't call yourself a woman. Don't call yourself a mother. So I'm looking at these ministerial appointments with all these ladies. None of them have anything for me to reckon with. None of them, including the guys. But if we're going to say, oh, because that person is a woman, Bethy Edu, whatever you say you are, Beta Edu, whatever you say you are in medical field, a young medical doctor lost her life horrifically in an elevator, and you come to tell me you want to be a ministerial? I mean, let's all be for real. Or the Rabadu, you guys call him Rabadu, who has been fighting corruption. What happened? Do they give him some or to change his mind? I know that, there's an adage that says, master your mind and do not allow your mind to master you. What changed in him? So again, I don't care if Tinubu comes in tomorrow and tells me, oh, you are now the Senate president. My answer to him will be no, I will not. I will not be under you. Because I will not tell you that what you're doing is wrong and you will listen to me. You need to vacate that position because you stole it. So you see, all I'm saying is that every day that we come here, we keep talking and talking and talking and talking. We need to come up with solution. We really need to come up with solution. How can you do that? How? Did you think about all those poor people? So again, I will never be his wife. No, but if I am, by accident, I will make sure that he will not do that. He will not do that to another human being. You know, so we talked about, somebody just said that we're all here in United States, or we're going to come back and we all have learned something. Again, we also need to remember that intellectual, you cannot just have only intellectual. You have to have intellectual, you also have to have wisdom. They both go together. It's not just intellectual. Because look at half of the people in your Senate. They have PhD at the age of 3. They have PhD with only 2 credits. That 2 credits, they didn't tell me whether they made a C or they made a B minus or B plus. 2 credits, and they have PhD. You know, days are gone when we will come out and even open our mouth and say we have PhD. It's down the drain. So where is it? I think the youths, we really need to stand up. Every other country is standing up. Why? What are we waiting for? That Tinubu is going to change? He will never change. I mean, look at the mockery that Ababio does in the Senate. What kind of Senate house is that? He's talking, other people are talking, everybody is walking around, and he's making, like, in a kind of a condescending way, you are here to, don't tell us about your father, just tell us about them. Oh, man. No. I truly want to go home. I appreciate my stay in United States, but I really want to go home and contribute. And if it means I will die, so what? We are all going to die one day anyway. Thank you so much for giving
All
me.
right, thank you very much, Madam Nelly. It's good to have you and have your opinion as well. Hopefully, you would, see and eat the good of the land. We wouldn't want to lose you. Everyone wants a better Nigeria for themselves and for their children. But DMO, welcome to the show. It's good to have you on the show. Where are you joining us from?
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Show, for a marvelous job.
Thank you.
I'm joining you from the Republic of Ireland.
Okay.
And thank you, my fellow panelists. I just remember this song by Sonny Okosun. I'm not going to sing, but Which Way Nigeria?
Okay.
And I think, so for people who are students of history, I believe that song was released in 1983. This is 40 years later. We're saying Which Way Nigeria? Well, I think the one word Nigerians are beginning to abuse, in my own view at this stage, is the word hope. How can you hope for different results when you keep doing the same thing? It icks me when people keep saying that, let us give them time now. It is just 2 minutes. This person did well when he was minister. Are they the only people that own Nigeria, a country of 200 and how many million? And we can't get different people to be ministers? Come on, guys, we are better than this. If you're in diaspora, at least you have some level of, will I say, education, social education. Yeah, let's not be reasoning like people who are from the caves. What are we talking about? Are we actually watching this process by the Senate? To them, it's a joke. To them, they are playing. The other day, let the poor breathe, and they were laughing at us in our face. And we expect something great to come out of it. Really? Somebody is telling me here that this person did well here, as this did well. is this. Come on, guys. By their fruits we shall know them. We see these things, which way Nigeria, 40 years. I don't blame the gentleman that was from Nigeria, the Chinoyelem guy that said Nigeria will never be better. I hope not. Let me also misuse that word. I hope not. But I can understand where it's coming from. One of the reasons why the many youths kind of came out this time during the election is that they are tired of the recycling of these same people, and you still have the same people and they are back again, and we are making excuses that, oh, if you were Tinubu, you use people you are comfortable with. Is Nigeria Tinubu's property? We should be ashamed of ourselves when we're even saying that. We should be better. Let us learn from history. God is not going to come down to develop Nigeria, guys. God did not develop Dubai. He did not develop Singapore. He did not develop the West. America experienced the same thing. Europe experienced the same thing. Maybe the same. Should we experience the same thing that people experience? Can't we learn from their mistakes? There was a time in Europe, there was no car. They were riding horses. Why are we not riding horses now? So that in future we'll start driving cars. Please, let us. Nigeria is not complicated. I'm sorry, Maoga Ogaba. Nigeria is not complicated. We are the ones complicating simple things. Example is we have the police. If you have a police, why do we have road safety? If you have EFCC, why do we have ICPC? Why do you also have the police? Nigerians are complicate little things. We make little things look so big. I see no reason why people like all these wicked all these people should be back as ministers. There are people, Nigerians, we have quality. Nobody knew about Okonjo-Iweala before, despite the fact that she was.
So I think there's a breaking news from Nigeria.
Okay.
The army has taken over. The army has occupied Fashola's house in Abuja, and we don't know. They don't know what is happening. They barricaded his end.
That's fine. We'll check that and confirm it.
Okay, we'll
Thanks to you, Tone. Sorry, DM, Karim.
So, brothers and sisters and my fellow Nigerians, guys, for me, I'm happy I'm not in Nigeria. At least it's for the sake of my children, to give them better opportunity. I don't care what anybody wants to say, because people will say that from US, from Europe, and I still tell you Nigeria will be this and that. But okay, go back to Nigeria now. Go and tell me, advise me from Abuja, and from wherever. One state in Nigeria. Stay there and advise me. Why are you in diaspora? So that's all I can say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, DMO. John, 1 second. With regards to the Fashola news, we'll keep looking. I've seen a few things. I've just gone on X now. It's just weird. It should be Twitter. I've just gone on Twitter to check, and I've seen some, headlines saying that Nigerian army takes siege of Fashola's Abuja residents, restrict movement in and out, and all of that. But we're not sure, why that has happened, and we can't even confirm that yet. But we'll keep an eye out and see what happens going forward. John Abba, yes, right of reply in a minute. Then we'll move on to the last topic of the day.
My brother that just spoke just said that I say Nigerian is complicated, and he didn't see it complicated, but he's also mentioned about the police and the traffic, or we call them yellow fever or yellow whatever. Nigerian is complicated because we do not know what we want. We never put our demand forward. I say this over and over. I was saying earlier that if it is Peter Obi that is a president, it's not going to be different from what we are having right now. The approach may be different, but the fuel is still going to be up, because he also campaigned on that he's going to remove fuel subsidy. Let us be very honest and very knowledgeable about what we are saying. So the issue is that the complication aspect of it comes to the citizen. And I said, what are you demanding of your leader? Give example of United States, and so many states have been in the state. There are places in United States where the black neighborhood, what you see is a pay loan, a pay loan. Uh, Building or businesses whereby or car title loan, whatever you give them your title, they loan you money, and then all of that. But the black community come to demand that okay, it's not enough for us to just allow to vote for a politicians, whether they are black or white, but we have to change this. It's still in existence, but it's limited. People have to know what they want from their government and put their demand forward. And the demand forward is that before you go, whosoever you are voting for, the citizens have to have that conception, whether you, whatever the party you belong to, you may vote on based on the choice of the person, but the policy and the demand of the citizen should be similar or almost the same. So when we say that Nigeria is not complicated, then we don't understand what is going on in Nigeria. Even right now, whatever is Fashola you are saying, it's a distraction. Who is Fashola? Who is Tinubu? So you think that will hold water for a long time? Before you know it died down. I mean, what they'll get order from the higher, whatever it is. How much even you in Nigeria, I have had people that they arrested people for whatever the crime, and they receive a call from the highest office, say, let go of this person. I'm interested in that thing. And once you receive that, some of them have to resign. Some of them have to fight back, and the fight back never go well with them. So that is Nigerian, we all know. And it is, we all continue to unite in one purpose. What is good for black is good for the white. What is good for Yoruba man is good for Hausa man, is good for Igbo man, is good for Ijo man, is good for Igala, is good for Idoma man. So as far as we are divided within the ethnic group of who this person, this politician is going to give you more than you are thinking without putting a demand, then we don't understand the dynamic of politics. But I respect wherever we are in our own understanding of politics on how things go. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jonaba. Now I can see Ngozika's joined us from Enugu, Nigeria. Ed, yes, don't worry, I'll come to you. I'll see you. I'm just acknowledging Ngozika. So we've talked about ministerialists. The last one we're going to talk about, most of you might be interested, some might not be interested, is the NEC APC meeting that happened, I think, during the week. Buhari was missing. His spokesman, Garba Shehu, said, or former spokesman said he had prior engagement, so he couldn't attend. His VP, Yemi Oshibaji, was also missing. It was in that meeting that the new national chairman emerged. And, a lot of APC supporters have said, that's a good thing. Ganduje is a loyal man to Tinubu, and Tinubu rewards loyalty. So Ganduje has been, has become the APC national chairman, and that old video has trended again. And we've seen grown men go on TV and said, "Boy, he was not convicted. He's not been convicted. So what issue do you have with him?" And I'm even looking at the video and I'm thinking, 2017, maybe after 10 years, all your sins are forgiven, as we've been told. As George Samani said, even God forgives. I was thinking, at least let it be 10 years so that we can say his sins have been washed away. Maybe because he didn't have any forfeiture. So his is maybe 5 years and he's been forgiven. So that's the last thing we're going to talk about. But Ngozika, obviously, since you've just come in, I would let Ed speak and we'll come to you and you can talk about everything we've discussed so far, the ministerial screening, the Niger issue, and if you want to talk about what's happened, because there's a 2-week sit at home. So have you been sitting at home? To go there, you would talk to us about it. How has it been for you and all of that? And because, like I said, just to let you guys know, I agreed with Rudolph, Dr. Damages, I was going to do 6 hours, except Forefathers or Mr. Scribe coming at 10 p.m. UK time, which is only about 35 minutes from now. If they don't come, if neither of the guys come in to anchor the show, I'll be closing the curtain after 6 hours of hosting it. I've not eaten. I've been drinking one bottle of water. Rudolph doesn't pay me enough. I'm joking. I'm just joking. Ed, we'll come to you. So you wanted to say something?
All right. Thank you so much. First, I think an apology is due. Maybe I was a little bit too impatient when Mr. Richard was speaking, because it was throwing a lot of, fake information out there. Talked about oil prices. I just sent you a link of the chart of oil prices from sometime in 1960 up to 2000, maybe 22. So his assertion that the average oil price was about $60, whereas in the time of Buhari it was like $20-something. That's just a lie. The only thing I would give to him was the fact that during Buhari's time, the exchange rates was really like unfavorable to us in the international market. But who caused it? So you see, as in, the Buhari government actually ran on the ground of we need to have a better or a stronger naira. So whose fault would that be? It's also their fault. So either ways, it's still the fault of Buhari, and it's still the fault of APC. We keep talking about how APC Buhari was the one that removed the fuel subsidy. We shouldn't blame Tinubu for it. I mean, these two people are in the same party, right? Why was Tinubu not the national leader of the APC? Why was there no due consultation? So if it had turned out good, Tinubu would have taken credit for it. So the fact that it came out this way, you should also just man up and take whatever flack you get for it. I just feel like that's not a very tenable argument to use to absolve Tinubu of what is going on in Nigeria now, right? And again, there's this whole talk about the contract about the subsidy payments was supposed to be due later than when he announced it. So I think the thing about Tinubu, he's trying to legitimize himself, put up this persona of a very strong political leader. So he makes a lot of statements, and then when the thing backfires, he starts retracting. And that's about what he's about. That's what he's about to do now with Niger. So I mean, I don't know why he keeps doing that, but I think it's very wrong. There was also with Mr. Richard, because I mean I was really not very happy with the kind of statements. Like we if anything, you learn from when we relate with the Western world, the more in quotes developed world, we should be learning from their mistakes, taking the goods from them, and like learning from the bad experiences they've had. And and that's why it's usually very interesting to me when I see Nigerians always say, "Oh, what of the US? Does this not happen in the US?" They talk about how I don't know who made inference to how a former senator was caught cheating in the exam and all of that. We even talked about Prince Andrew, but at least there were some sort of corrective measures that were put in place. To see that Prince Andrew does not represent the Queen in the US. There's a reason why it does not come to the US today. So they didn't just gloss over it and say, "Oh, well, he can come, there's nothing." But today we are having the chairman of the ruling party being the same person we saw on camera putting bribe money inside his Bavaringa. I don't get it. Like what punitive measure was put in place to at least see that, okay, even though you're trying to exhibit some sort of loyalty to this man as a party man, you also realize that this thing has gone beyond a particular point. I mean, this is a governor without any form of shame, just sticking money, dollars, inside his Bavaringa, and it was just radio silence. That's not. I don't know why we are glossing over that, right? And every time we always like, "Oh, in the US, this kind of crazy things happen." Let me tell you, the US, the institutions in the US, they are so well built now that anybody can be the president of at least someone. You can be president of the US, and there's a lot of wiggle room. Talking about how Bush went to Iraq. Bush went to Iraq, but there was something for the US. We know there was oil in Iraq, right? Apart from the personal issues or the personal issues he had to settle with Saddam Hussein, we know how that impacted U.S. Oil reserves. So it's not like it was all a Bush family affair. So that's the question I keep asking. If Tinubu goes to Niger, what is in it for Nigeria? For all you can condemn the West, everything they do, and I think I think it was Propadas that made an allusion to this earlier. They always do something because they know it will impact. No, I think it was Show. It will impact them it will impact future generations of people that are older than their own children. So that's what I want to hear from Tinubu. Like, how is Nigeria going to benefit from this war? Or is it just a personal vendetta or a personal scheme of Mr. Tinubu as opposed to it being something that Nigerians can gain from? There's also one other point that was made. I'm trying to remember. Oh, anyway,
we can come back to you.
I can't remember it now. If you come back to me early enough, I'll be here. But if not, I'll soon leave. Thank you.
All right, sure, no problem. Thank you, Ed. Ngosika, I'm going to come to you in a second. But Laji, I know it's your first time with us, so this is your, and you're our baby. You're, 2000. I think they've lumped me and you people in the same category. They call me Gen Z on this platform. I'm Gen Z, so I'm your, same set with day. But on this show, we have some rules. Laying down is not allowed. I've seen you do it, but because you're new, I thought, no, it's all right. It's fine. If you don't know, you don't know. So laying down is not allowed. Eating on the show is not allowed. Coming half naked, even as a guy, tank top. Don't come and show us your muscles. We don't care. You understand? So we have a few rules. Driving and talking to us is not allowed. There are things that are not allowed on the show. So I just thought I would. I've purposely allowed you because it's your first time, and I don't want to scare you away. So I'm telling you.
It was the reason I came in.
To come and tell him, Abi. See, Uncle has come with Kane Okoboko.
I'm sorry
and he's in London, so he might catch you on the train to Manchester.
I want to tell you, please. I'm not seeing you well, but like, please sit up. I'm not seeing you well. That was why I wanted to put it.
Yeah, all right. So we've taken care of that, and also with regards to the news of Fashola, I've also seen some prominent APC guys Twitter handle posting picture of Fashola with Ashafa. Benga Ashafa. Some of you familiar with Lagos politics will know Benga Ashafa. So apparently Benga Ashafa's child got married today, and they're saying, this is Fashola with Ashafa in Victorian land, Lagos. It's noise, it's a lie. So Nigeria, you wouldn't even know. Anyway, just to let you know that there's another side of the story where people are saying Fashola is free, is in Lagos at a wedding with Ashafa.
Basically, they are saying that they received an intel that they were going to attack his house, some youths, and they deployed soldiers to
provide security.
Yeah, to put protection. Yeah,
in Abuja. Oh, no, what did he do?
Yes,
I think it was in Abuja.
I think there's been this. I mean, this does not represent the view of Dr. Damagishu, or however you say, but I think there's been rumors that is the one writing the judgment for because he's a lawyer, senior lawyer, whatever, that is the one writing the judgment they would read. I think maybe that's gone too far, and some people are saying, they want to go to his house and protest. I think that might be what's happening, and the military have gone to provide security. But I'm glad he's safe and his house is being protected, because there's no point for jungle justice or riot or anything. That's so that's that. Ngozika, I'm sorry. So I'll come to you now. So what we've discussed a few things. You have the floor. We've discussed Tinubu, Niger, ECOWAS, Senate, the veto date. We've discussed, I'm not sure if you followed everything. We've discussed the ministerial list. We touched on the NLC. There are small yash to shake. They've now
followed it somehow.
Yeah, so NLC, we've discussed NLC as well. You join us with the ministerial nomination, any name on the list. And of course, I would like for you to talk about, what's happened over the last, without delving into it, what's happened the last couple of days with the sit at home. It's been close to a week now. Has it been fully observed? Was it just Monday?
It's 2 weeks. You're counting 2 weeks countdown. Sit at home.
I think you're slightly behind. Sorry, who's playing something? Please mute yourself if you're not speaking. Ngozika, we're waiting for you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Show. I have been watching on and off because I just came in.
MTN don't do our you.
this what they call gang.
MTN don't do Ngozi Kawa. You should go and
Gang.
tweet them now and say, have you, if you're on Twitter, you notice if any prominent, it's so frustrating. If any prominent person on Twitter, like when I say prominent, it might not be somebody you know, but anybody with a large following tweets something important, a Nigerian story, you will see the first 20 replies at MTN, where's my data? At GTB Bank, because they know that that tweet is going to get a lot of attention. So they go and drag the banks and MTN, and those ones will be replying. And the first 20, 30 replies is MTN, GTB. I'm like, I want to get to the gist. Anyway, Ngosika, sorry. We're back with you.
Sorry,
It's
it's the
okay.
network around here. So I'll just, because like you rightly said, I don't want to dwell on it, but where I am, I don't know if you can hear me. Good evening,
Yes, we
everyone.
can. Yes, yeah.
Where I am, inside Enugu town, and I live in one of the busiest parts of Enugu. It's been free. The first day, that's Monday, people were skeptical to come out. And I'd like to say this what we're seeing on ground now is what a lot of us expected from the governor, other than just ordering people to come out of their house, other than just ordering people to go to their shops and locking people's shop. What he's doing now, which is show of force. We are seeing a lot of security personnel advantage points. I know that it's not a guarantee that nothing will happen, but it gives people this sense of security. This is what some of us expected of him, and not to be forcing people to come out of their houses and go to their shops or to their workplaces. So yeah, there is that. There's movement. I mean, I just came in not not quite long ago. I went to an art exhibition. So there's been movement. I don't know for other places. I can only speak for my place. And my sister in Anambra has been going to her shop. She hasn't missed a day. She has gone to the market. And when I say market, I talk about Onisha Main Market. I don't know any of you that knows Onisha Main Market and how busy it is. She's been there like twice this week. So anybody that says they're sitting at home in their area, it's pretty, maybe it's just their own end. But other places that I have family and where I am, we're not sitting at home. That is for that. And I wanted to talk about the Nigerian coup. And you know that thing the Bible says about removing the speck, the log in your eye before trying to remove the speck from somebody's eye. This current government did not get the memo. They didn't. And it's funny because his wife is a pastor. I be deacon, I be elder in the church. She probably has never read that part of the Bible to him. That you first of all need to put your house in order before trying to tell another person how to run their home. She probably never gave him that parable from the Bible. I think it's laughable. I think it's foolhardy. I think it's become a pattern. The man just wakes up and does whatever he wants without thinking it through. I mean, how do you go and cut power supply? Like you're trying to negotiate with these people. Why are you antagonizing them? It doesn't make any sense. It's almost as if he acts before he thinks it through, and it's disturbing. It's disturbed. I don't know how long this pattern of doing something before thinking it through, that even they think it good, because I don't want to believe they think it through. It's when they do it and they start receiving public backlash. Then they will now say, oh, yeah, we should have done it like this. Now I see. So I'm beginning to get disturbed. It's becoming a pattern from the removal of this fuel subsidy without any plan to cutting off power supply to Niger and antagonizing the very people they want to be negotiating with. I mean, it doesn't make sense. I just hope we're not in for more horror than we're already seeing. It's already horror. I don't care what anybody says. I'm speaking my reality. It's horror. Anybody that tells you it's not horror, it's horror. I've never. I don't think I've seen Nigeria this bad. I don't think I've seen Nigeria this bad. It's worrisome. Let's just hope this is pattern of making bad decisions, and then when he receives backlash, he will now say, "Oh, yeah, I could have done it better." Let's hope the pattern does not continue from here. And then about the ministerial list, anybody that was disappointed with that list, I mean, what were you expecting? Really, this is the APC. What were you expecting? I think it's really rich of anybody to expect any different from them. They're a bunch of crooks who stick together by doing a bunch of crooked things, and they're bound to reward each other from the bounty of Nigeria. So I am not shocked. And the person whose own is amusing to me is not even Ganduje. It's Wiki. It's Wiki's own that is amusing me. Like, it just further goes to show that, excuse me, the average Nigerian politician would literally eat shit just to stay in politics. I mean, what didn't Wiki say? What didn't he say? And this is the same man that is lobbying for a ministerial position. It's sad, it's disappointing, and it can't get any better. Ganduje's own, you're even talking about you're talking about 10 years before they forgive him. Oh, was it not EFCC that came on the Twitter space? I can't call Twitter X. I'm sorry. I can't call Twitter X. Like, I don't know how to pronounce it. It will give me trauma.
It's Twitter.
Is it not the same EFCC? EFCC came to
No,
EFCC
sorry.
came on
No,
Twitter,
sorry,
on
I'm
Twitter
laughing
space.
because sorry, someone put a comment and said, "I've taken over the show from Rodolph through a coup."
I tell you.
Sorry, Ngozika. Sorry, that just cracked me up.
No, so I joined it. I think I saw a Twitter space some time ago when EFCC came on Twitter and was defining forfeiture. I can't go into detail, but basically
Gang.
MTN, that gown.
Gang.
You don't hook.
They don't take class
I
for
knew
that
I
man.
had
They don't
two
take class.
stickers. All right. Ngozika is frozen. We'll go to Lokopi. Dr. Gomez, I hope you have like 5 minutes just to hang out for Lokopi.
No,
to
I just
speak.
wanted to make a quick
I
clarification.
know you never stay for long. All right, quickly.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys.
it's on the Tunde Fashola space. I just made a call to him right now. He's with my aunt. There's nothing wrong with Tunde Fashola. He's well and hearty. He's my cousin. His mother's my mother's baby sister. Tunde's okay. There's nothing wrong with him. Yes, there was a threat. There's some military people protecting his compound, but he's fine. He's absolutely fine. He says I should say hello to everybody. Okay.
I don't
Okay.
Dr. Gomez, thank you very much for your support. I saw your super chat.
No problem.
First one and the second
Anytime.
one. Thanks for always.
You're doing a good job. I'm proud of you.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Have a good one. All right. I'm sorry. So you heard from Tunde Fashola's cousin, Egbon Fashola, Agent Fash is doing fine.
Well, yes, it's better gadgets.
leave Fashola alone. No.
It's better gadgets.
I used to, honest, the way I used to like Fashola, oh God, like he was one of the APC guys that I liked. Him and Ambo.
I nearly interjected and said so fucking well.
No, I beg.
Control myself. No, I had to control myself.
I beg. No vex. Ngozika, please round off quickly so that we can go to Lokopi and Niger man.
Yeah.
No, let the other guys go. I'll just
let the other guys go. Guys, if you have forefathers number,
Loco can't go before me. Then I'm supposed to go before
if you have Niger, if you have
Loco don't say I be Dion.
If you have forefathers number, me, I'm closing this shop in 40 minutes. Oh, sorry, 20 minutes. Go and find two Niger. Yeah, they go.
I hear you since I hear everything you talk.
So, all right, go ahead, Lokopi.
Yeah, I think we say we get 15 minutes more. So 15 minutes we shut down. I know what if controversial forefather not come. Well, the one that caught my attention is two things anyway. I don't know what Tinubu is up to, if he's allowing himself to be used by ECOWAS to send armies to go to there. And if he does, for me, technically, if there's issue with war in Nigeria, this and that, I'll practically be happy, let me allow, because who will collect is those 7 states up there that is having borders with them that they will collect. So before you reach middle belt, we will not beg them, oh, please, okay, sorry, we don't want any more. that time all those 7 states, because they are the same people. So all those 7 states, they don't collect for the hand where maybe Russia could just send some spies enter Nigeria. So once they reach middle belt, we'll come back say no, so we don't want war anymore. They all those Fulani outside will collect well. If they don't want to get sense, Then for the ministerialists, I mean, if anybody is complaining, I don't know. Why should you complain? Since 1999, that's as it has been. You put people, you reward. After all, I think Oshomole said, if you join APC, your sins will be forgiven. So, yeah, what's the guy there? Since Ganduje joined them, you understand? His sins has been forgiven. Buhari came out and told everybody, the whole world, that the video was photoshopped.
Yeah.
So, if the Grand Commander, GCON, have said this, who are we to say anything again? So nothing is going to happen. You understand? Is as far as we have it right now, for him to have said the video is Photoshop, that means the FCC cannot do anything, because they would now seem as if they are going against what Buhari said. You understand? So Buhari have said is what's it called, Photoshop, and so it is. So I think nobody's going to go after him. You understand? Except maybe power rotates or change hands, then let them anything we see go better. So for me, all these ministerialists, Wike, Rufai, Umahi, the other governor, nothing else. So what do you expect? They work for the partner, so they should benefit from the party. So Nigeria is just a story. I'm the only concerned with the Niger, whatever.
Talk on it, because like I said, I'm closing. At the close shop in 20 minutes.
Just
so
before you close the shop, just you see why that man came. Yeah, no disrespect to his person. I don't know him and I don't care. I don't care who he is.
Which man be that? Which man be that?
The man that just came some few minutes ago. And
our guy, you told. You never think when you come with each other. You the pushing people.
Listen, let's get something right here.
Yeah,
Yeah. Listen, let's get just something right. The day is going to happen, and it's going to happen real soon. It's going to be something that we've never seen. You're going to see people sitting on the floor with the soldiers dealing with them and all that. See, why should he come to the show to tell us about Fashola? Who cares? I mean, if his cousin is fine, God bless them.
It's
people
his
that
own opinion.
People
now.
that benefit. People that benefit. Wait, hang on. Let me speak.
Leave him. His opinion. You don't have to counter him. If you have anything, you counter him. Leave him alone.
The thing is,
I think
people that benefit from the
he gave information.
people
That is not your problem. You talk for yourself. Talk what you want. The solution.
People that benefit from the corrupt system will never talk, and that's part of the thing that is drawing us back.
How do you know? How do we know you are not corrupt in the system?
What I saw, for me, to be honest, what I saw was
I would explain what happened, but go on. Yeah.
I think it was you told that brought breaking news and this and that, right?
I'm just asking myself, why did this man have to come to the show? He just wants to come and feed us with information. Yeah.
There is no monopoly here. Everybody is free to come to say whatever he like.
Okay. Tone. See the way I'm looking at it from.
Can I just address you? Yeah.
What I'm saying.
Can I just address you?
Tone. It don't go. It has gone. Don't worry.
No. I've seen he doesn't know how to comport and conduct himself. He shouldn't.
We've had a good.
Shouldn't try that on me. I'm very respectful. See, listen, Niger man, I'm a very respectful person, but I've seen you're very disrespectful. You're very disrespectful. You need to check yourself.
You don't even know how to talk. You're just understanding yourself.
Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Get that in your blockhead.
Gentlemen, please,
I will not go to gutter with you, please. It's okay. That's not why I'm here.
Please, let's not do
for me, the only thing I see why he came was because you asked a question, you brought a breaking news, and Show said he hasn't confirmed yet that this and this and that. So like he said, okay, maybe army, or he said something like so. Probably maybe he just felt since he's going to get first-hand information, he said he called first. And he called, and they gave him a report, and he just came to share his report. I think that was what.
So I'll try and clarify this, because Sansinam also asked me the question, and he said, "Oh, sure, answer." It's not like I'm trying to avoid the question. So Dr. Alexander Gomez has mentioned it. He joins the platform from time to time, and he'll be here for like 2 minutes. He'll speak quickly, and he goes away. So he's mentioned it before that Tunde Fashola is his cousin. I pay attention. I pay completely things. He said it before. And the fact that he's mentioned it before that Tunde Fashola is his cousin, and we were discussing Tunde Fashola, and this, I mean, I've seen Dr. Gomez's comments, so I know he's been following us. So the fact that he said, please send the link, just as we were discussing today, Fashola, who in the past he said is his cousin, I thought maybe he has something. I wasn't sure what he was going to say. He could have come to say, "Oh, they've
So what I was trying to
happened."
say,
Or it's
yeah,
been
this particular brother here, Niger man, he needs to learn how to
okay, that's
behave
fine.
and address people.
He's an
He just
adult.
jumped. He didn't know what I was trying to say. Wait, hold
It's
on, leave up
fine.
here, beg.
So let's not
Hold
dwell
on.
on it.
He just jumped into my mouth without hearing me out. What the hell are you to shout me down?
Okay, so we can't do this.
I'm tired.
You can't do that. You can't do that. I'm calm.
Sure.
I respect people.
You know what to do. You know what to do. Sure.
Gentlemen,
You know what to
it's
do.
okay. It's okay, guys.
Sure, can
We
I
don't know
please
each
say
other.
one thing and then I'll leave you guys.
Just 1 second. Just 1 second. So just to just to tidy that up, I know that Dr. Gomez has mentioned it here before that Tunde Fashola is his cousin, and we're discussing his cousin house being siege, military, and I saw a picture of him with somebody, and he requested to come on the platform, which he hasn't done for the 5.5 hours we've been here. And he's been, he said, I think he sent the first or second comment today with the super chat. So he's been here for the last 5.5 hours. He didn't ask to come on. And we discussed his cousin, and he said, "Oh, bring me on." And I thought we might have a scoop, we might have an exclusive. That's why I brought him on. I wasn't sure what he was going to say. And some people think it's an elitist thing. It doesn't matter. There's nothing elitist about it. It's the fact that I have heard it here. It's not, private information that is mentioned that Fashola is his cousin. That's the only reason. But
Sure,
so
but
that
I don't think that Tony is upset with you. I think what Tony is probably trying to ask is if Dr. Gomez is telling us that Fashola is his cousin, I do appreciate him coming to let us know that he's safe, that nothing is happening to him. But also, I would have, as a true Nigerian, or as somebody who is really telling the truth, that works with humanistic principle, he should have also added for us, is Fashola actually writing for the judges? Because he wasn't in that case. He wasn't one of the judges. So why will he be writing for them? I don't understand. Then don't they understand English? What?
Yeah.
So he could have also added that, and maybe he would have answered Toon's curiosity. But
in Dr. Gomez's defense, he might not know that his cousin is writing. We don't even know if this is.
For me, I don't think I would believe that kind of. I don't think I would believe that kind of rumor. I mean, why can you write it for judges?
Even if it was true, his cousin might not know
That
about
is a
it.
lie from Peter Fair, my brother.
You understand? So,
I don't think
let's
that's
not
possible.
dwell on it. This might be a topic that we'll discuss tomorrow. If Rudolph is back tomorrow, and he can, or if Father turns up, we can discuss this. That's fine. Let's go to Niger man. I'll touch on Niger man. Tone, good to have you back. I know sometimes things get heated, but please let's it's always good to have you here. I love your opinion and all of that, but we have to keep it civil and all of that. Niger man, please, your final submission. I'm about to round off. Except
let me just go my final submission. Good evening,
Raphael,
everybody. Good evening. Oh, thank you. Sure. Yeah, I've well in a lot of things since. So let me just go on the ministerial. So we have been on this since almost the whole week. But there's a lot of people there that is we can pick out. So it's not the whole list is condemnable. Only the problem there that I have is we are talking about to lean the government, the cost of government, to lean the government, and we are going to 48 because the constitution only have 36, and it gave the president another 6 to have to form. Maybe you want to form another ministry, which is supposed to be 43 plus FCT. And today we are going to 48 ministerial, and we said let the poor breathe. So even the poor is not going to breathe. That is only my concern over there. And a lot of people there which not supposed to be there. Even the 7 the screen today, there's a lot of controversy. So but we want the president to know that this is not what we campaign about. You should remember Nigeria, we are passing through a lot. Our family is passing through a lot. So that is only what I can say. I don't need to win anybody, go to gutter with anybody. That is not my own. If I have anything, I counter it. That is only because we have been on the ministerial list all the whole week. So that is only what I just want to say, because the government is too far for us right now, which is very bad for us, for the country.
Thank you, Niger man. Thank
Sure.
you. All views are welcome. Like I keep saying, as long as it's not extreme, we welcome all views. Forefathers, your ego, as much as you see your ego,
antiquity,
your ego needs. If you are traveling, if you are going to Nigeria, buy a separate ticket for your ego. Your ego is massive. See, you'll be the English.
Antiquity.
This guy has been in Britain for too long. It's the British ego that they mask it as if very humble, very. He's been hearing also that I'm leaving. He left it.
Wait till 10 minutes. People like, yeah, Messiah.
Before, now smiling. And people are saying, forefather, you, to Nigeria, you. He's very happy in Nigeria. That's me. Anyway, White Label, it's been like 1 billion years. It's good to have you on the show, brother. How have you been?
I'm good. So watching you all solve Nigeria's problems. And, I said, I don't know much, so I let the experts, do the whole magic of doing everything. But I've been hearing from Rudolph, and we check on each other.
The ministerial list.
Is that a topic for today?
Yeah, it's what we're discussing. So we've discussed Nigeria's interest in Niger. Is it going to benefit Nigeria? Is it going to benefit Tinubu? Should we go? I think a lot of people said the Senate have vetoed it. They've said, no, we're not going to war. But the fact that he even contemplated it, was that the right thing to do in the first place? So those are some of the topics we've discussed. Gandola becoming APC national chairman. And, grown men are saying, yeah, that's he's been loyal to Tinubu and Tinubu has paid him back. There's nothing wrong with it. Those sort of topics. The screening, apart from the list, the way the screening has gone, the fact that these people they are meant to have gone through the DSS or whatever. So what did the DSS screen? The fact that we're coming on national TV to display this to the world. And for that, this is to you. I keep telling you, we as individuals will take 10 steps forward and our government will drag us back 1,000 steps. The world is watching this. They are discussing 2 credits. I won common entrance on national display. So what did the DSS do? I think this sort of nonsense should have been dealt with by the DSS so that when you come to the National Assembly, they're now asking you about your CV. What have you done? How would you contribute? And not, did you go to secondary school? Did you pass 2 credits? NEPA certificate? You understand? So, White Label, sorry, that's what we're discussing.
All right. May I give my opinion?
And much result.
Sorry, White Label.
Okay. Well, I find it fascinating that there's a discussion around what the DSS should be, why DSS is not doing certain things. When the golden question is, what exactly is the DSS? What is exactly DSS job? What is their responsibility? Because the other day I saw DSS dragging is it civil defense? Yeah, the civil defense.
No, it's the correctional center. Prisons.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the correction. And I saw a lot of people celebrating it, and some people were fighting against it. And I was like, nobody seems to know what exactly is the DSS official job. But people seem to celebrate when it's somebody they don't like that the DSS strikes against, until DSS strikes against the common man or your person. Then you now start, and then I'm like, here we go. It's a repeating cycle all over again. So what exactly is the DSS job? You have the Army has an intelligence agency, Navy has, everybody has. So what exactly is the DSS fundamental official task at hand? Because DSS is holding Nnamdi Kanu. DSS is in the same place that police is supposed to be in. DSS is doing the same thing that Navy is supposed to be doing. DSS, so why is DSS overstretching itself if you are called a federal republic? But nobody seems to be intelligent enough, even though you are the giant of Africa, to ask that simple question. But I'm not intelligent, so we'll move on. So let's talk about what's the other topic again? Let's see.
So we're discussing Niger.
Niger. Well, I was talking to a Nigerian just before I came on. That's the only reason why I came on, actually.
Okay.
And he has ties to Nigeria, but he's from Niger. And I explained to him a certain thing. I'm like, Tinubu needs a big win. I looked at it from Tinubu's side. I said, it makes sense. It makes sense. If you calculate Tinubu is a calculator. I'm not saying literally, but the man likes to calculate. Niger, those boys they're boys who did that stuff. They don't deserve respect from my point of view. They've not even fought any. They're not in the forefront. They're not doing any fights. Sorry. Let me see. Did I charge my laptop? Okay, it's charged. Sorry. And you use all the big words every coup leader uses. It's the same thing I've been hearing since I've been a child. When you plan a coup, you take over. Yeah. We've heard the same thing, that you make yourself rich. However, Nigeria has the right to respond. You're the leader of ECOWAS. You've said zero coup. We don't need coup. Military guys shouldn't be handling. They shouldn't be coming to power. None of them should have power. They shouldn't touch power. Go and be serving in the barracks. Protect your country. If the president says go fight terrorists, then go fight the terrorists. You're a presidential guard and you take over a country. Nigeria is the big brother of Niger. Nigeria has a right to respond. But Nigeria is led by somebody with questionable character. The man is looking for a win. He needs international love. He needs local love. Niger gave him that opportunity to get that win. Based on history, Abacha is somebody who did that too. Abacha saw the opportunity with Sierra Leone. It's a different type of scenario because it wasn't the military in Sierra Leone. But when Abacha did that, it bought him time when he conquered the rebels in Sierra Leone, because he gave them the warning too, back down, and they refused. So when he did it, it's a different military now. It's a different time. But Tinubu might be trying to repeat that same trend. They say history repeats itself. So Tinubu might have his advisors. They have people whispering to him. He's looking at Niger. Guys, back down. I just made a big speech. Everybody's looking at me. Why not make that big stamp of approval? It's a time in Africa where everybody will notice you. If you can pull it off, the whole world will say, oh, there's a new guy on the stage. It's not like South Africa running to Moscow. It's not like this other guy. It's not like that other guy. You will be different. So he gets that big win. And if the Supreme Court knocks him out the next week, what do people remember Tinubu for? He stopped he saved a democratically elected president in Niger. And Nigerians, with all the talk, we still talk online, with all our bravado, with all our mouth, we will still be like, we saved Niger at the end of the day. History will remember us. We will reverse it later on, like people are doing with Abacha today. We're doing it with Abacha. So we'll do it with Tinubu. So I'm seeing some of that. I'm seeing all the chaos agents coming out, making all manner of stuff but it's all playing out again, all over. It's like history repeating itself all over. So the military aspect is there. If you allow the military guys do their thing, Nigeria can do it. It's not like impossible to take out Niger. So yeah.
All right, thank you, White Label. Appreciate that. KJ, good to see you. I saw you earlier. It's just that you were driving. That's why I didn't bring you in.
Yes.
But it's good to have you, guys. It's been
Thank
wonderful.
you. Good afternoon.
Yes, just on the dot 6 hours. It's been a wonderful time. Thank you all for being part of the show. I would hand you over to very capable hands, forefathers. It would shake you up a bit. Might
The
not be as
ancestor.
gentle as I've been.
The ancestor.
Sure.
So
Why don't you want to hear my comment? Sure, before you go.
I said I was going to be there for 6 hours now.
KG the run for you,
I said I was going to be 6 hours, and it's exactly 6 hours
Sure,
now.
my friend. Why are you running from me? Why don't you want to hear my comment? Sure, my friend.
Make I see my family. I'll come back. So
okay.
to take us into the early hours. We're here to 6 a.m. Anyway,
Fathers, no, I
so
see that.
thank you guys. The guys in the comment section, thank you so much. Seen most of your comments. I appreciate you as much as you appreciate what I've done today. But Rudolph will be back with us tomorrow, hopefully. I think there's a show running tomorrow, so Rudolph should be back tomorrow. Tell him I did a good job so he can increase my pay.
Choma is waiting for you.
Me, I'm joking. I don't get paid. Nobody gets paid for doing this before people start thinking, oh, what money are they sharing? It's a labor of love. So, forefathers, I'll let you carry on. I'm sure you've followed us. You know what we're discussing. You can, so you can start all over again. All the topics and introduce whatever you want to introduce. Have a wonderful time. I'll be watching on YouTube. And also, sorry, forefathers, we have a baby in the house. His name is Bolaji. He said he was born 2002. He's interested in Niger politics. He's contributed. He's asking questions. Here it comes. If he sleeps on the show, don't worry. Let us indulge him just time. So he said he has question for local pay at some point. So facilitate that if you can. Please.
Allow him to.
Somebody who's just willing to learn. He has so much questions. Bolaji, let me just tell you, forefathers, if you listen to him tomorrow, you go and enroll for.
It's turn by turn. No, allow me. It's Cage's turn. No. Turn by turn.
Do not suffocate them.
Ask a question or one.
Please, I have a quick.
I beg it's okay, Cage's turn.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Welcome. Can I make my comments?
Yeah. Greetings to everyone in the panel. Let me greet the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. Yeah, KJ, please, you can go ahead with your submission.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Thank you so much for Father, and thank you for every one member, local man, and every other person that I cannot see properly because I'm on my phone. The thing is this: I want to start from the major, the elephant in the room, which is what is playing out right now in concerning the ECOWAS and Niger. And I want to start from the last panelist who spoke, and he said that Nigeria is supposed to. Nigeria is good enough to intervene. Let me use that word. Why? Why is Nigeria good enough to intervene? What's the reason? ECOWAS is supposed to be not a military force. It's supposed to. One of their lists is not to interfere in other countries' business. That's one of the policies. Now, coming to say that, I haven't even said that. Let us assume, concede without accepting that they decided to change that mandate. How do you think that Niger and Nigeria can go to war in the first place? Do you just go to war like the way you declared subsidy is gone, without any taking into cognizance what's going to happen? Now, I have a friend who used to report from Katsina State, and one of the things Katsina and Dutz and was Jigawa. One of the things she said to me was that some of those people have cousins. In fact, they prefer of one of the province. His families were living in Katsina, in Daura. Why he's the prefer? In other words, like a governor of a province in Niger. So she used to write some reports for him and send to him across, which they publish in their local papers. But she is a reporter in Nigeria. That is how those areas are, and sometimes there's not proper demarcation between Nigeria and Niger. I have gone there. I've done some stories in Maragdi, where the Nigeria made railway too, and you cannot, except you are told. You don't even know when you have crossed the borders because there's nothing demarcating it. If you want, I can post some of the pictures I took from that borders. It's an open field, no trees, nothing. Now that's 2. 3. If we decide to go to war, just like Tinubu have decided to do that, how do you protect the northern states? That's 1. 2, we also said to ourselves, it is not conceivable that the northern states will accept Nigeria to go to war against Niger. It's impossible. And today, you can see what has already played out. The governors and the other senators and others have shut down that bill. It wasn't going to be possible. That's the kind of system we operate. And then we cannot keep, there's something that is even called in international relations bilateral and unilateral. How do you do unilateral before bilateral? I thought you would have first of all gone to discuss with these people, and when your discussion fails, you call other people to come and follow you to discuss. You called a meeting, you took a decision. Even if I was the general in Niger, I will fight in my last blood. I will not accept that, because that's giving your sovereignty and your dignity to another set of people, and that is not possible. It's not possible at all, especially for those who are in the military. You see, one thing they used to teach us those days when we were there for small military school is, if you want, you see, aggression is what we live in. We like it. When you bring aggression, say bring it on, because that's what you are trained to do. You are not trained to be a nice guy around the block. No, you are trained to be when somebody says he wants to be violent, you teach them. Let me tell you something. The first time I married, when I married, I was still a very young man, and sometimes my wife is carried away, and one day I sat down and I said, Madam, if you want to be happy with me, don't even try violence, because I went to a military school. In the barracks, I was there for 6 years. Okay? So when we hear the noise of things getting heated up, that's when our blood used to boil. And those of you who are in the military will know what I'm talking about. You're not afraid of it. You go for it. That's what you are trained to do. Okay? Now, it wasn't possible. So it was totally a non-starter right from the beginning. A total failure in international, diplomatic relation. Total failure. Okay? That's failure number 3 or number 4 that Tinubu have taken since coming into governance. Now, there I will say to Nigerians, those who have been shouting, as they follow and sing turn by turn, those who have been shouting at turn by turn, they should relax. Okay? If we have come into the arena, these people that have just been introduced to you, the 47 of them, how many of them? They are your saviors. They are going to pull Nigeria out of the dust that we are in. Is it possible? Some people are complaining that Ganduje is being. Who else do you think? It's on this panel. We say Ali Baba and the 40 thieves. What's the difference between Ali Baba and his 40 thieves? These have to be best of 10 feather flock together. I don't see anything. And people are, calling Wike. Wike. Let me tell you, I calculated Wike was a chairman. From chairman, he went to become governor. From governor, he went to be minister. From minister, he has come back to be a minister. If you put all his years together, a person born at the time he started serving in government would have been maybe 30 years right now. And yet he still wants to continue. That is the system we have. What have you not offered Nigeria that are coming back? Some people say, well, they work hard to be there. Yes. But if you work hard to be there, is it about one person, individual? Why do we always make policy that is individualistic? And see, let's not put it too far away that Tinubu is just laying out the corner to satisfy Buhari that his cousins is not going to leave his cousins out of government in Niger Republic. It is not a personal thing, for crying out loud. It's not a personal thing. The moment we begin to think personal, we have gone totally off. The reason why these other nations are, and I like the summation somebody made, I've been listening for all this while behind. America do not go to war for nothing. There must be a strategic reason why they're going. We have gone to Liberia. What did we get? Nothing. We have gone to Sierra Leone. What did we get? Nothing. We have gone to what's the other one that we went the other day? What have we been able to get? Nothing. Myself speaking to you, in my primary school, I contributed 1 kobo to the freedom of South Africa. We all the Nigerian schools that time we donated 1 kobo to donate to ANC to conduct their free. What have we been able to get back from South Africa? Except that South Africa will insult Nigerians and kill them and fight them in the streets. Okay, we are the worst of their enemies. But me speaking to you, I'm not saying somebody else. In my primary school, we were donating. Okay, all the primary school students in Nigeria were living. Okay, 1 penny. I've been at 1 kobo. Yeah, that time we all brought it. Okay, and it was put together and sent to South Africa because of Nigeria's contribution. Nigeria was known as the frontline states. Even though we're in West Africa, we are regarded as a frontline state because everything we do was to favor and fight and speak on behalf of Southern Africa. But today, South Africa becomes free. What have we gotten? So we cannot keep throwing our men and resources into the ocean and saying that we are big brother. Big what? We are big nothing. We are big nothing. Let's come off the high horse and swallow our pride and go back and rejig our nation and build it the way we should build it. So we can be proud of it. We can be. A friend of mine told me a very sad story. I was detained at an airport because he's carrying a Nigerian passport. Detained for nothing. They said that he needed a special searching. because she's a Nigerian. Okay, it's sad, and until we tell ourselves the truth, if we keep behaving like an ostrich with our head in the sand and thinking it is good, we are not going anywhere. And you see why sometimes I speak with so much passion is because I am over 50 now. This was the same story my father told me. He's lying in the grave now. He told me that story that Nigeria is going to be good. Okay, look at where we are today. Look at where do you want me to tell my sons the same story too? I wouldn't do that. I won't do that. So I prefer to give them a second chance that I didn't get. That's what I would say. And I pray that some of us will get the hook that this is not about a region. It's not about a region. It's not about a tribe. It's about Nigeria as a nation. Do you want to go forward or do you want to go backwards? Or do you want to keep saying the same thing over and over and expecting that we're going to have a new nation? It's not going to come. And then before I finally give on back to you for further, just want to touch one thing. You see, the East is getting clearer now what is going on. And the governor, I heard Ngozika speaking. That is what the governor should have done long time ago, what he's doing now. I'm not saying call the military, because the military has its own exigencies. If you bring them to an environment, after that, they also would begin to, that's what we call bush allowance those days. They will begin to collect their bush allowance. You can't stop it. Okay, so in order not to allow your people to be, become those who be giving bush allowance, you take care of this thing by calling the communities, bring the communities into view, and work with them, and they will bring the sit at home to a close. Not that you try to force people, not that you try to do any. They will bring it to a close. They will tell you who in the community are responsible. If they are miscreants, they will tell you. If they are true agitators, they will tell you. Okay? And at the end of the day, peace can return. We need peace. We need peace in Nigeria. I don't know how many times we need to say it. We need, at least, you see, the issue of even letting the poor breathe. I was so angry with that comedian in the Senate called Akpabio. Okay? So let the poor breathe has become a comedy. It has become something to joke about. People are dying. People are going, and see, some people are harvesting, this bush yam, they call it, those yam that grow in the bush to eat. That's what they eat. They go into the forest looking for those bush yam. That there's a tree that grows and it has some kind of like a pod under it. People are eating it, and we are talking about you giving helping people to live, and you are laughing with it. You're laughing with it. Finally, on the issue of the National Assembly, the young girl who spoke brilliantly have been removed from the list, and it pains me so much, because they removed her not because first of all, I said to myself, I hope not because Akpabio. Akpabio has a way of liking women. That's what I'm saying. The other woman who complained in NDDC. So I hope the same thing have not happened to this young girl. But the truth is that such brilliance should be encouraged. If her name made it to that list and people have called her for screening, why remove her name from the back door? What is the reason? Can you tell us the reason why you removed her name? If Tinubu didn't want her in the first place, why do you include her name and taking her to that point? You didn't remove her name while she was waiting for the screening. You didn't remove her name before the night of the screening. You removed her name after she had done a brilliant presentation, and she was telling you the story, which is what if we tell that story in the developed world, has her news reporters will be rushing to find out how
Please,
that story ended.
Please, can you share what she shared? Because I wasn't aware. Maybe most of the viewers probably doesn't know what she actually.
Oh, you okay? She was in the Senate and she gave a brilliant presentation. And Akpabio now says, we're not here we didn't call you here to come and address the United Nations. We just wanted you to say about yourself, tell us just give us some brief, not to give us a United Nations address. That's what he said.
The presentation is about what topic in specific, or what did she say that was brilliant?
Oh, she did a general story of herself, from her growing up, from a very humble beginning. Her father used to sell goro, in the streets of Katsina or thereabout. Is it Katsina or Kaduna? Okay, yeah, Kanu. And from that point on, they struggled to become who she became, and she's brilliant. I mean, when you hear she was brilliant. I listened to her speak. Okay, I was impressed. apart from the fact that she's young, she's a young person. She's about 30, 36 or thereabout, or 38. Okay. And I felt that such people, and she's an artist, and I felt such people should be given opportunity to run Nigeria. They have brilliant ideas.
I gather that Tinubu's cabinet is beginning to swell up to 70 now. If you include some of the advisors that he's got that have to also speak in the cabinet meetings now. So they say he's getting up to 70 when the American this in cabinet is around 25. So this is something that maybe we have to address. I don't know, maybe Nigeria's problem is bigger.
Chief Dan Ushe said he particularly didn't believe it, but he went to stand on the road in Abuja to count the number of cars in Tinubu's entourage. He counted 60. 60.
Is it when going to work every morning?
Yes, every morning when going to work. 60 cars. So and now what is this? Why did he go there? You are saying people should tighten up their belts, but you are driving 60 cars. Now, you see, sometimes when we say this, and people, I don't know how they think about it. 60 cars means that is 60 of those times four tires for each of them, times the fuel, times the manpower, that's the drivers, times every other thing that is the lunch, breakfast, and dinner that those people are going to eat, because as they are going into Aso Villa, of course, those of you operated there know that once you are in Aso Villa, if it's time for eating, you can just walk in there and go and eat. So food is made available. It is part of the Nigerian money. 60 cars, 60 drivers, times 4. Wow. That's 60 times 4. That's the number of tires.
Your audio is messing up a bit. Sorry. Who is next on this thing? No, it's still shaky. And to be fair, I think you've said most of the stuff. I guess I'm not sure there's much left. Is there anything else you want to add?
Oh no, I mean, I just say that I'm just saying that we should all put away sentiments, whether tribal or otherwise, and face the real issue. Nigeria is not ready for. If we're going to go to war, who is going to finance this? Who is going to finance the soldiers? Is it the money we don't have that we want to use to put them in the camps, pay them for being there, arm them, give them bullets?
I think if there was a conflict, America would readily fund it. But that is
no. America didn't fund us in Liberia. It was a lie. Liberia was one of the examples.
I can assure you that they will fund it on this one. See, this one, they are
America have never funded anything anywhere outside.
Even if they will fund it, I'm not supporting it, but I'm telling you that they will happily fund it.
Why would they fund this special case? I thought
because the military base is there.
Then it should be different.
I have the answer to this question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go on, tell me.
If you say America would happily fund it, you mean the way they are funding it in Ukraine?
Exactly.
Is that funding?
They are funded Ukraine to the tune of 76 billion US dollars.
And they are still losing.
Because they are fighting the superpower.
So to what end? This is I wanted to respond to what Mr. Lee said earlier. You asked if Tinubu had an agenda. I would say we should ask. I can't hear you.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I would say we should ask the people that voted for Tinubu. This is the same problem we have in almost every country that elects someone that is very old. These old men, they have nothing to lose. They don't take the lives of the citizens or the people around them into consideration. They want to go and fight anything, do anything for the sake of pride. Tinubu is acting based on pride and ego and whatever it might be. He's not acting in the best interest of Nigerians. You want to rush into Niger. Mali is there. Senegal is there. Algeria has already said if anybody steps into Niger to fight them, they would step in. So when you start adding everything together, what are we gaining if we go into Niger to help them? We'd only go there, shed blood, lose Nigerian lives, come back and lie to the people and just tell the people something. Like, it does not make sense. This is one man's personal ego. It has nothing to do with Nigerians or helping Nigerians or helping the Nigerians. It has nothing to do with this. This is just one man's ego trying to seek approval because of maybe the way he went into the White House or the Aso Rock. It wasn't something clear, and people are still questioning the election. So he has to do something big so we forget the past and look at what is happening now. This has nothing to do with Nigerians, the best interest. No, no. He's doing it because he's seeking approval and he's going about it the wrong way. He's making more mistakes every day.
This is what Nigerian leaders do. Nigerian leaders, by and large, on the continent, one can describe them the way African American describe, some people as coons. The Nigerian government have been the greatest coons on the continent. They do everything to please the foreign interests, and they don't necessarily put their own interests and their regional interests first. And that is partly why he's doing it. You saw his relationship with Macron when he went there, and he goes there for healthcare, and UK whenever he's upset with Nigerians. So they have properties all over in all these countries, and this is why he wants. And besides, remember, he has a background in Nadeco that was battling this in Abacha's regime. So all that relationship that is built up with the West is to be a kind of anti-regime and a coups. So even if civilians are carrying out coup all the time, they will change from 2 terms to 3 terms using the power of their office to do that, which is technically a coup. You don't see this civilian government say anything about it. See, what Tinubu is doing is that he just wants to go in there, like the way we've always done, do stuff for nothing. And the people he's going to protect is not necessarily us. He's going to protect the French troops there. He's going to protect the American base there. And clearly, if Algeria alone said they were coming in, it's over.
Yes, because Algeria has an alliance with Russia.
Algeria's military size. Hold on.
Algeria's military size. Russia will step in.
Hold on. Algeria's military size almost 3 times that of Nigeria. This is the stuff I've been talking about before. That Nigeria is extremely weak. People don't understand. The moment Algeria says, don't go in there, it's over. Nigerians can't go in there. Because if you want to send soldiers there, Algeria just sends one quarter of their soldiers. It's already half our entire military. Because they are ready. And Algeria is very, very anti-foreign interests. Yeah. If you look at it, before they got their independence, they were one of those people that fought for their independence. They fought the French. It was a very, very bitter conflict with the French. And French killed a lot of their people. Since then, they never looked back. They just handed us the key. And it meant that all the people our forefathers that used to sell slaves, and they also trained them to acclimatize to Western culture and Western ways, they just handed the keys over to them. The pattern just repeats itself. You want to go and fight your own people for what? For what? Why are you not telling them that? Why is French having all these neo-colonial policies against Niger? Why is American military base right next door to my country? Why Russia is fighting Ukraine for daring to want to join NATO? Why is it that we don't have any sense of security? This is a chance for him to start bargaining for Nigeria and African countries. Because we know France, the United States wants to stay in Africa. They want to be here. Otherwise, the Chinese and the Russians will dominate and take over their positions in Africa. So if they want to stay, you demand stuff from them. Look at the deal they signed with India just how many weeks ago. They are going to share space technology with India. They are going to build their jet fighter engines in India. They are going to share technologies, quantum technology and all advanced technology with India. They are going to be fixing their aircraft carriers and this is submarines in India. If Nigeria got even one of those deals, it's going to mean a strategic shift, and it's going to mean a lot of this in dollars, in terms of billions of dollars of revenue every year. But no, Nigerians wants to go and fight for master for no reason. Like we take Ogogoro and umbrella for human beings. But that is the story of our this. Our elites. The truth is that our elites that are there right now, they have been corrupted for a very, very long time, and they don't seem to understand the interests of the people. The only thing they know is they want to go to the Europe to go and get nice houses. They want to go and invest in those countries. They want to have a rich, fat bank account. Their children go to school there, and they come here and lord it over us. That is the culture of our elites. And that is going to be a problem. And if they don't change, sooner or later, what is happening now will affect them too. Because clearly you can see Nigerians are not for this military action. I think up to 90% of Nigerians are against this military action. That's how bad it is. It shows you the difference between the top echelon of Nigeria and the people themselves. That's what is revealing itself right now. So let me I just finish rambling on that. Who is next? I think Bolaji.
Yeah.
Because they say you are new, and so everybody seems to be trying to patronize you. So don't mind them. So
Yeah.
please, what do you think about these young minds? They don't have the baggage of colonial mentality that many of our parents and old people like us used to have. So what do you think about what you've had so far?
Yeah, basically, I was going to ask Uncle P. I was going to ask him a question because he said something earlier, and I was going to ask why he said that. But I think he's on call now, so I'll just have to
Okay.
go on my next topic. What KJ has said already, like how are we going to go to war with country we don't even have like military power? I just feel like at this point we should not be expecting so much from Nigeria politicians anymore and stop discussing if we can't just take power into our hands. Like, I don't just get the point why we just like before I was born, they've been talking. There's a lot of songs, there's a lot of movie about it, there's a lot of chat about it. So why do we keep doing same thing? Like, what about we coming up as a people? Because if you want to look about it, like go into details, all the politicians that talk, the army, like keeping us in our bay in Nigeria are not even up to 5 million, and they will be the one to dictate what to go on with about two to 180 million people, and confining the north, like I don't see the point of hating towards the north, and because the system is just there to keep them like that, like nothing is going to change about north going with the politicians or voting for the people because they use poverty as a weapon, and these people are not being educated, maybe as we West or South regions. I don't know. Like they keep certain things away from them, and they don't see them as a woman anymore. They just see them as people they use. Like they use them like they are not woman anymore. They don't have woman feelings for them anymore. Like just use them as people.
Bolaji, so if they are doing these things, from your point of view, how do you think would be the best way to shift, either move these people out of positions of authority, or improve things even when they are still there? How do you mitigate or reduce the impact of this incompetent leadership that we have?
Yeah, like like everyone or every family or every cousin have someone in the army or have someone that is on the street eating from the street or have someone that praise this you know these people. So I just feel like it's it's just about time we start getting involved with people and let's just talk to them. Like they used to call them at the Niger when I was small in Lagos because they were, and when I was growing up I feel like it's not like the right way to treat them and pursue them away. I feel like these people are not one of us. Like our goal is to be uniting Africa as a whole, like not even to be dividing ourselves and be like this is Yoruba, this is Igbo, this is Hausa, because that's what they want anyway. Because we don't even produce gun in Africa, we don't produce anything to even fight in Africa except from cutlass. And once we hit ourselves like 3 times, everyone is tired, everyone goes home. So these people get rich in us fighting and they get rich again, like just same tactic they use during the colonization era. And it's just same thing working all over again. Like they just destroy us, divide us, and take whatever they want. Because during the conflict, we don't even have time to know what pipe is leaking, what vessel is leaving the country. They just take whatever they want and they supply us weapons to kill ourselves. Then they come again and tell us we are the poorest nations, poorest continent, and they also tell us again that they are still paying them the money. Meanwhile,
You said something about family members.
yeah, like
So
it's gonna be
You are
hard.
saying we should start from our families, or
Yeah, like it's gonna be hard, but it's what is gonna happen. And the next election is 4 years now, or maybe we have less than 4 years left. Like it's gonna be a wooding part. And I feel like a lot of people being my age, they don't know anything, because when I talk around them, they'll just be like, everything is cruise. Because like what actually annoys me the most is
everything is cruise.
yeah, like everything is cruise and it's not my problem. That's your problem. Go and deal with it. Like, why are we like? It's not even like this UK, US that we are going to anymore. Like, it's even sustainable for us. Like doing this Ukraine war, like you have Ukraine passport and they will not even allow you to get into the trade. So like it's gonna get to a point whereby the aliens or whatever will just come to these countries and they even be allowing us to go under the bunker with them. Like they will be stopping us to go under the bunker with them. So why can't we just start, I don't know, investing in our own country and stop using our knowledge, our talents? If we can afford to let soldiers beat us while we are still under the democracy or civilian government, so why can't we just allow the soldier beat us and take what is ours, like once and for us, and let's end it there?
I think that makes sense. In terms of family members, that one is going to be hard. I don't know how many of you here find their family members wanting to get into government, and they tell them, make sure you do the job. Make sure you do the job. Make sure you don't try to go out corner money and bring it to family members. So that is the thing.
No. One thing, I'll tell you the truth.
Moderator.
Can I say something?
Oh yeah, Liber, you want to say something?
Yes.
I want to just because I'll be leaving soon, so I just want to address Apology.
After Augustine, yeah.
Okay. The point is that the truth is that it's not all family members. I remember my father will knock you if you are going to somewhere to represent him or do this job you are talking about, and you go and collect somebody's money. So I know that some families will tell their brothers and sisters not to go and steal, but it's just that if you come to statistics or probability, they will tell you that one bad orange from a very large sample of bad orange is still the same probability. So it's just that the number of people who are bad, who always tell you go and steal first, they are much. As I said, the number of people waiting to steal in Nigeria are much, much more than those who are presently stealing. That's just a problem. But I think there are some families who will tell you that don't touch government money.
Imagine that woman from Delta that even her name is just there. She hasn't gotten the ministerial position yet, to just for her name to appear in the list to be submitted. She's doing like you can imagine. But and that one, she will say she's a top member in the church, or maybe she's a deaconess in the church, and they just to know that her name is there among. She hasn't gotten the position yet. She's doing him baba. Like,
money don't land now. Money don't land.
You can imagine. So
are you done now?
Yeah. I'm waiting.
When you said before you ask Uncle P, because I'll be leaving soon.
Okay.
So sorry to interject.
No, look where.
Bolaji, where are you at?
Manchester.
Okay, so you're one of them UK people.
No,
all right.
Not one of them.
Yeah, you are. You are special. I will encourage you to read. And when I say read, the world
are you serious?
Existed before colonialism. All right, the world existed. The world did not start just after colonialism. So there's a world that existed before colonialism. People existed. Diversity is not a problem. So I don't know why people always want this one people. There's nothing wrong. You can have one continent. I don't hear one Asia. I don't hear one America, as in the Americas. I don't hear one Europe. There's European Union, but nobody says all Europeans are one. Diversity is not a criminal offense. When it comes to Africans, then we start shouting all Africans, but the one people. Yeah, we start shouting that it's a criminal offense if Swahili, Yoruba, be who you are. Okay? I'm speaking to you. I'm not speaking to everybody. I'm speaking to you. Because it's you young people.
Raphael, hold on. Let me come in there a little bit.
Hold on, my brother. Hold on. I'm about to leave. You guys will have.
No. If you leave, I want to talk to you again.
I'm talking to the young man. Let me finish with the young man. You young people, it's your guys. It's up to you guys to save us. I don't even think you will save us. It's you guys that will save whatever is left. My nephew just started working for somebody in the Bayelsa House of Assembly. And he had never paid attention to politics. He didn't care about all this. But he's a young man like you, and he finally got a job. And first thing I asked him is like, how are you seeing it now? And he said, I never knew how laws were made. I never knew how the process was. But he has to do research. And I said, okay, so now that you are in this position, and he's like, wow, I see what it takes. I see how limiting it is. I see the pros and the cons. It's part of the process. It's easy to just come out here and say the president and the this and the that. Why do you have to appoint a minister for the Federal Capital Territory? That's supposed to be a mayor. Nobody talks about that. That's why I asked the question, what is the fundamental duties of your secret service? Other countries have they tell you what their secret service does. It comes to Nigeria, the secret service is involved in harassing prison, the leader of prison services, central bank governor, every other person is just arresting you buy president's daughter's former cell phone, SIM card. Secret service is there, and we are fine with it. As far as there are so many things that we don't add the simple. It's always with the small details. Start with the small details. Sometimes we worry ourselves with the biggest things, but sometimes it's only the small details that you need. But sometimes just start with the smaller things and then start building up from there. But read. There are so many noises in the social media spaces, and a lot of them are not true. There's this whole thing about the Niger and all that, a lot of noise, a lot of things is not factual, but I'm not going to touch that anymore. A lot of people have said what they want to say. I'm not here to dispute that anymore. I've said what I wanted to say. But read, my brother. There are a lot of factual stuff about Nigeria that we don't talk about. We are not afraid to talk about it. We are not ready to deal with it. And it's unfortunate, but we hide behind unity, no unity, where we are all one. Well, you can't be diverse.
An example of some of those things. Can you give us an example of some of those things you think we should talk about?
Yeah.
Let the young man provide me a question.
Yeah, I was saying, like, unity is important because our struggle is just the same thing. Like, when we are being enslaved, like the way they enslave Yoruba, is it different? Is it different way they enslave the Igbo people? That's why I was saying we need to come together and let them know when we are being divided, we are just being play around and be like this one.
Okay, Balaji. Let me ask you, Balaji. How did colonization?
Let me add to his own. Let me add to his own.
Add your own quickly. So
let me add to his own.
I'll take everything.
Because when you say like diversity, right? See, there's a system that has been designed and it has been working, right? Yes. He is clamoring for Africa to be one. It's not that it's bad. Not that diversity or
I didn't say it's bad.
So like it is that because in Africa, right, we have there's a common thing that everywhere an African goes outside Africa is being treated as inferior, is being treated as lower class. You understand? And judging from the fact of the memory of slaves, judging from the Berlin Conference, that how some certain supposed the real inferior people, brainwashed the whole world and went to Berlin and decided to share a continent to themselves and rule over them, which is living continue. So because of that common
let me pause you there.
Now you now have everybody saying, okay, let it be one. Hold on, let me finish.
Mr. Lokopi, was an African country at the Berlin Conference?
Sorry?
Was an African country at the Berlin Conference?
I don't know.
There was.
No,
Ethiopia.
Hold on. See, if it was, hold on. Like Malcolm X will always say,
but he wasn't there representing Africa in any way.
Exactly. You can be there as a puppet. You can be there as a snitch.
You see that's
you understand. Hold on. And if you say hold on, let me finish. If you say you are there, you're right. You're not there because you are there as a leader of a section of Africa. You might just be there as a snitch, as a tool, and that doesn't mean you speak for the rest of us. We're talking about the collective effort of the majority. So the minority cannot speak for a few, but those that did the Berlin guys, many of them were like top people who control the strings in their own country. You understand? But the people that were there in Africa were not the people that control the strings in Africa that was there. You understand?
They don't have to control. They weren't controlling They took care of their own interest.
That's what I'm saying. You understand? So those
They were
people,
recognized as a
if
country.
anybody in Africa that you think that is there,
but
that person
my
is
brother,
not the
there's
person
a point. There's a reason why I bring that up, because we don't tell that story correctly.
Yeah.
That is tied to what you are suffering today, because a lot of us carry God on our head, and it's tied to either Christianity or Islam.
Yeah, no, regardless of religion, what I'm trying to say is like
it is part of the problem.
No, it's of course it's part of
that's
it.
why I tell the young man to read.
No, it's not. It's part of it.
He has to read. A lot of
regardless,
them
even if he
don't
has to
read social media. Social media is not reading.
There's a time where we'll definitely wake up and say yes. Even if you read now, you now woke up. What are you going to do with this knowledge that you know?
Well, they have to start somewhere.
We now will not say we're not aware. We will not say even if we are somehow mid old right now. That doesn't we do not have the strength or the fire in us to do something that will still hand over to people like Bolaji to continue from there. You understand? So I think part of why we are here is to make sure we at least let's start, so our people like Bolaji will know, oh, there are people who are fighting, who started this, but nothing is being done. Then they can have something to start with.
That's all good. Last thing I'll point out. Bolaji mentioned something about this Yoruba being enslaved, like the Yoruba being enslaved, like the Igbo. Last question I'll ask you, Bolaji: how did colonialism start in Nigeria?
Yeah, because I don't know if you've been watching this earlier. I said earlier when I joined, because it was my first time joining. I said
no, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just based on your knowledge of Nigeria. How did colonialism start in Nigeria?
I'm going to get there. I said earlier. I said that the only thing I trust now from information I'm getting is just my language.
Yeah, that's fine, but it still ties to my question. Still ties to that. That's why I'm asking it.
So I feel like that's the only thing that I feel like I'm still giving it chance of that, because influence is crazy when it comes to how things change over time. So I would say colonization, to my view, starts when the British was navigating and they found the west coast of Nigeria. Then they settled down. I don't know what they promised them. Some story would be like they gave them palm wine to get them drunk, then ask them to sign whatever it's called for protection. Some would be like, yeah, and we should not be fooled. Africa was involved in Africa slavery. And I would be like, the American politicians make the British politicians make choice of enslaving the black people, and years later they tell us it's not good. So if they can say that it's not good years later, so why can't black people also, like, do a mistake and like they learn from their mistake, even though maybe it's not what they said, but why can't we also learn from our mistake?
My brother, let me just cut it short. I hear you, but one of life advices that was given is when a man doesn't know, a man should be able to say, I don't know, and there's nothing wrong with that. Colonialism in Nigeria, Britain did not invent palm wine. We had palm wine before.
No, I'm not saying palm wine. I'm saying this wine. What's it called now? This beer.
But it's okay. Just hear me out.
Nothing was given anyway. It was just normal. The
official start of colonialism. The official. One thing is that people have always been trading. Kingdoms. Kingdoms were what existed way before, and kingdoms have always had trade. We have records of that. Kingdoms have interacted. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Interacted with each other. Long time ago, people have interacted. Empires existed. One empire from Oyo Empire to Benin Kirby. Sokoto Caliphate is much newer. The Songhai Empire. Egypt had something, Ethiopia, a lot of empires have existed all over the world, right? Rome came, and Rome was defeated by, the largest defeat Rome ever had was around Ethiopia, led by a woman. However, the official start of colonialism in Nigeria was when somebody wanted to become king in Lagos, and he didn't like his brother being king. And that's when he willingly told the British, if you can get me to be king, I will sign. I will sign that paper. He didn't really understand, whether he understood or not, we don't really know today because we weren't there back then, right? But that is how it officially began, and that's how Lagos will end up becoming a protectorate, and led to 20,000 deaths in Lagos, with Britain sacking Lagos for a man who wanted to become king, which means a Yoruba person started the colonization of Nigeria.
Can I say something?
What was the role? Hold on, Raphael. What was the role of the Portuguese when they came?
Trade.
Right?
Everybody was trade.
Good.
Okay.
And you see the effect to Ishekiri today with Ishekiri's why is the Olu of Owori's crown looking like a pope's
same cap.
Cap, and you see in Germany why is our favorite rapper called George? It should be Jorge because it's in Portuguese is Jorge, but we can't say Jorge, so we call it George. That's our
Sorry, can I ask a question?
So, yes.
Yeah, that year you said the British, sign and whatever. What year was that?
Well, I can't tell you the exact year, but what I've mentioned right now
because
is my brother. Okay. What I've mentioned right now, look it up. If it's a lie, you can call me out next time I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm fine with being called out. If I'm wrong, I'll tell you that I'm wrong. But that is our official history because that is where it began. Lagos was the first protectorate. These documents were signed, and then from there they started conquering and taking more territories, and that's how it began.
Because
when we start saying that one place was enslaved, like
now when
Raphael,
if you say Lagos, right? If you say Lagos, at least when did the British went to the Benin Empire? When?
Man, you want me to take history exams?
No, you know where. No. Hold on now, because Lagos was not that area, that king or area then was not existing before, or they say they were existing, but they were not prominent before the Benin Empire, before the Benin Kingdom.
Why is Benin called Ancient Kingdom?
No, hold on, because the British already got to Benin before they got to where you are talking about.
Why is Benin referred to as the ancient kingdom of Benin? Because you said Benin was not existing.
No, we are trying to get a timeline here right now, right?
If you're talking about the invasion of Benin when Oba Voramen was taken out, that is not about the signing of was Benin declared protectorate before Lagos, or was Lagos declared? No. So am I wrong in what I said?
I'm going somewhere, right?
So you are giving the young man, I'm giving him an information that he can work with it from there and build with it up. And there's documentations, there's videos,
just to be clear, the before the West decided to start colonizing Africa, they found the cure for malaria, and because before that time they couldn't go inland, they often died. If you heard the story of Mungo Park, and the death toll was extremely high. That's why they call West Africa and Congo the white man's graveyard. So when they found the cure for malaria, from the point of view of Nigeria, from the point of view of Africans, it was nothing. But from their point of view, now they have the ability to come into the continent. That led to the point where they had the Berlin Conference. They decided that any territory you conquer, you are able to hold. So when they had that agreement, they were already coming knowing that they are not going to fight themselves. They are going to fight us. That's the difference now. They are now united against us. So that changed the trend. And whatever was happening on the continent then, we didn't know our fate had already been sealed. And this is why it's quite important to understand stuff at a macro level. Because if you don't know that, you are dealing with stuff on a micro level.
Final thing I'll
you
say.
could easily miss this thing. That's your fate to be decided. Let's put it that way. Go ahead.
Balaji.
Yep.
If you ever take a visit to Mali, I don't know what the military junta will do. Hopefully they don't touch it like what happened in 2012. It's another time they try to destroy history. Well, it's been digitalized, so hopefully it stays forever.
Okay.
Mali has something that one of the few places in Africa that they used to write down their history. So it dates as far back as 12th century. 12th century. We have what I'm aware of. It goes back as far back as 12th century, but it may even go further than that. Every family has transcripts. So every family has their secrets, what happened, all the gist is written down.
Network is very bad.
Now, if they have a museum where all those transcripts are being digitalized. Included in those transcripts is Uthman Danfodio. The Uthman Danfodio that I teach you about in Nigeria, this school, is a totally different person. What he was writing there. What he was writing about when he was living in that part of the world, he sounded like a progressive. What you people in the West be shouting about as a woke person, that's what he sounds like. The Uthman Danfodio that lived in that area. Now, all this talk about until European, the West found malaria, cure for malaria before they started coming to Africa. You see proof that people from Greece, Rome, Vikings, they have been chilling in Timbuktu, what is present-day Bamako. They've been in those areas. Like
that is not the area we're referring to. I'm talking about. Can you calm down? We have to interject, and so that I can carry on. The area I'm referring to is the area that are infested with malaria. That's what I'm talking about.
Malaria wasn't. They had forests.
They didn't have that problem there. That's why they were in South Africa a lot earlier. Yes, they were in South Africa a lot earlier. They were in northern, the Sahel a lot earlier, but not the Niger Congo area. That's what I was referring to.
Let me finish. So when you go there, try check out that museum, see as many transcripts as you can read. Not everybody will tell you the truth here.
It's in translate. Sorry to interrupt. It's translate to English.
Yeah. I've met the man who's in charge of the project. He was in New York here last year, and Alhaji Haidara.
Because the story I heard with what you just said now with the king of Yoruba land was even like 1913 or something like that. Like
that was why I was shocked. God bless you, Bolaji. That's where I was going. Like, well,
no.
I look at the timeline. Yeah, look at the timeline.
I've said it earlier.
My language. 1911. Wasn't 1911?
Yeah, that was like we talk about timeline. Like the story we're talking about history was just yesterday. Yeah.
No. That was
the Battle of Lagos happened on 1851. And the king that was removed was King Kosoko. And
I actually grew up with Kosoko. Well, one of my childhood friends is Kosoko, which is I don't know if he's related to those kings or not, but he's actually there are two of them are in Ireland, two of them are in somewhere in the UK. One is a pastor now, not surprisingly, but was a bad boy in school back then. But anyway, you have a bright future ahead of you. That's the point. But
so I just don't want to argue because I've said
no, it's not argument.
They control the information and everything. Like they destroy
my brother. Nobody controls the information is out there for you. It's for you to dedicate the time to go to this. It's there. There's this assumption that
Mr. Raphael,
find it. Sorry,
Mr. Raphael, sorry to interrupt you. Bearing in mind, they've canceled history in school, so you wouldn't know. You can always
well, Nigeria. I didn't have a history teacher. I attended private school. I attended public school in Nigeria.
I'm referring to Bolaji. Given his age and all that, I don't know.
I relate to that. I'm saying in Nigeria, I didn't even have. I attended schools in Jos, in Benin, and in Ibadan. So I missed out on a whole bunch of. I attended a Christian school. So I attended military school, Christian school, where the history giving you.
Yes, brother. Let me come in.
I missed a lot of this, but it doesn't mean we should discourage the youth. It doesn't mean we should discourage the youth from finding that the truth is not out there. And some of our traditional palaces have some of these archives. They also have you can find information there too. The way you can find information at royal palaces in Europe, you can find information at your traditional palaces back home. The Royal Palace in Benin, Lagos, and all these other places, Sokoto, Kano. There's information there. Just don't think that it's limited in one place. That's all I would say. All right, I greet all of you.
Thank you, White Label.
Don't let him go. Don't let him go.
White Label, they don't want you to go. They say you should not go.
Send me an email. Send me an email.
White labor, they say she wait. I think somebody wants to say something. I think Elisha, Echo, you want to ask him something? Because Elisha was here first. Okay, go ahead.
That?
Echo wants to ask a question.
Who's Echo?
Echo is
Bolaji,
on
you
the
wanted to ask
panel.
me a question, right, Bolaji?
Yeah, when you know, I will.
Echo, please go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, brother. I mean,
What the person?
I respect this brother called what Raphael White. You know, this
Just Raphael
our
is fine. Don't worry.
yeah. This our brother, which you call him a baby, Bolaji. I think he's spitting sense. With all honesty, he is spitting sense. But you see, but the history that the Raf is talking about, you see, you trying to throw dust in all of our eyes. Why? Because before the colonization, there were no Lagos. As you mentioned, there were Benin Empire, and even before that, we were living our ancestors were living over in the Nile River. Over the Nile River, as the local war broke, that is why we all dispersed, and some of us call we call ourselves Ghanaians, Nigerians, what have you. Those times there were not Ghanaians, Nigerians. We're all the same people. Hence, this man talking about Mali was part of us. Mali, even if the Yoruba, the Igbo, the Accra, the Gans, the Fanti, the Akan, do you know who we are before this? You talking about what we are all not. We cannot be one. We have to be ourselves. You're talking about something
I did
that
not
you
say we
shouldn't
cannot
say.
be one. But
You
go ahead,
see,
my
brother.
brother.
No, listen. You come here. Everybody is intelligent, but you don't want to make like you want to supersede other people by your intelligence. Because the reason why I wanted to talk before you go is that even in the earlier one, the Niger and Nigeria war, that's what even was infuriating me more, because you're talking about Nigeria can put Niger down quickly. No, you don't say things like that.
Can I see your face? Can I see your face, please?
No, my face is there because my camera cutting off.
Okay, Nepa took light. It's all right. Sorry, it's so good.
You see,
because my brother, I really need to go. I really need to go.
Okay,
I will just. I don't know where you are from, but your accent is giving me a different vibe.
Okay.
I'm not attacking you. Let me just point out a few things.
No, listen.
You said Mali. Wait.
Let him land.
I need to go. You can't force me to stay. I need to go.
Let him conclude.
I need to go.
Let him finish.
I need to go.
Let him finish.
I want to say.
I can't be late for an appointment because
I don't want to.
You can go there, no problem.
Okay, then you can go. You can even go. What I want to say is that I do not even want to say I'm a Ghanaian.
Let him say what he wants to say.
I know you're a Ghanaian.
I know, but the reason why I joined is that this is African platform. It's not about Ghanaian or Nigeria. It's African platform.
I know.
We all feel the same pain.
Yeah.
Because I have been fighting over here in the UK on the television that if Ghanaians and Nigeria alone can come together, we two of us can even influence the whole continent. Of which I firmly believe that. I used to have a brother called Bola on Ben TV, and then we have other brothers on OBE TV. We used to have a breakfast show, debate about this situation. But today, you want to say, even one sister was saying that, oh, the Igbo want to go their way, let them go. I say, we want to have United Africa, and you want to separate yourself. Why? Now you want to go to war with your brother. How can that be? That is what even making me come online, because you say, I mean, what? Now, if Nigeria want to come hit Niger, we'll just hit them easily. Don't put them down. It hurts me to hear you saying that, because whether Nigeria or Ghana or Niger or Togo, we all one, whether you like it or not. Take it from me. We all one people.
That's fine.
You see?
Fine.
But then
Let me just make my point quickly.
We will not, because I know that we cannot allow ourselves. We cannot allow somebody to come and let us fight among ourselves. It doesn't work that way. We are one, whether you like it or not. We are one.
I hear you.
Echo, thank you.
And I agree.
Echo, thank you. Do you have a specific question for him so that he can answer it? Do you have a specific question?
Yeah,
I want to ask. I want to hear you, sir.
I tell him, brother, when you're talking about the history of when the slavery started, when you're talking about Nigeria, mention Lagos, mentioning whatever cities, what date that the other brother was asking, what was the year, what was the date? Because then we can refer you that those times there were not demarcation like as you mentioned, like Lagos and things like that. They were not like that. They were not territories like that. These people came in, and in fact, you also mentioned about the Benin conference. The Benin conference, where were you? The date were there. There were no any Africans there. The people went and share African among themselves without any African.
That's fine.
That is why NL Lumumba was saying that if you are not on the table, you become part of the menu. You'll be eating. You must be on the table.
All right, I hear you, Echo.
Before they don't eat you.
Moderator,
that is what is happening. They chop us and they chop us up.
Allow me, moderator.
Echo, please let him respond. Thank you.
So, my brother Echo, I get it. You're in the UK. There's something with the power outage in UK. We need to talk to Prime Minister Sunak about that. But
don't worry about that.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried. My brother, I'm with you. So, you reminded me of my good friend. He's from Upper Volta in Ghana. And he told me about his mom's tribe. They migrated from present-day Uganda to Upper Volta, just close to Burkina Faso. And, I'm glad that he told me of that history, because it's easy to just say, these people have always been here, they're indigenous and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, we don't, we just talk as if people just magically appeared one way. We don't want to talk about, that's why I say diversity is important. You can be who you are. It doesn't matter. Ghana has Western Togo land. I know Western Togo land are trying to break out of Ghana. You have not developed them all these years.
Listen. Don't bring all this one. This is irrelevant.
No. I know Ghana because my grandfather died there. He
of
died
course,
there.
I know Nigeria too.
Wait. I know Ghanaians are in my village right now in Agbere because we are very.
Master, I have Nigerians in my village too.
But it doesn't mean that just because I say recognize diversity of people, it erases unity. You can have unity with diversity. Diversity doesn't mean you can't speak languages. But for some reason, some people just get threatened by saying, "Oh,
no. Nobody gets threatened."
Why are you threatened? Why does it worry people when they say, Lesotho is smaller? Wait.
Can I come in? Please.
Let them finish this thing, because I think people want to get to the end of this, flesh to the end, so that we know what he's talking about.
Lesotho is smaller than every state in Nigeria, and it's a country inside of South Africa. And some people be saying, Igbo Biafra cannot get out of Nigeria. No other country should break out of any African. I'm like, if some people say they want to leave a country that is not working for them, because we all complain that Berlin conference happened, right? The Africans didn't have a say in creating the country. And then now some people are saying we want to have a say in creating our own country. Then you say we must be one. So you all must die inside this country. Like, no. Why can't you say, let a referendum happen, let these people decide, and then you move? If you want to stay one, then make it work for them. You don't want to make it work. You are forcing them. You must all stay one. And then you come and be shouting on anybody that brings a different opinion. But
when you say you, who are you referring to as you? When you say you don't want to let them live, who are you referring to as you?
Who are the people who are shouting one Nigeria, one Africa?
Huh? You see, in fact, I think
you don't want to let them live. Who is
you? My brother, we have to argue on this one.
Listen.
We have to come
if you have to go
as
on
a family and discuss something that important as we all Africans want to.
You
because
guys
the
gonna make
most
this
important
seriously
thing
late.
that would come on this
If
platform
someone
is
is making
the
a
war
point,
that the ECOWAS want to go on, go with.
I don't, look, you can. I made a point.
Niger.
Somebody asked
That
me a
was
question.
what was important. This one is irrelevant,
Somebody
totally
asked me a
irrelevant.
question about
We don't want to
Tinubu.
go to
If
war
you
with
don't
our
support
brothers.
Tinubu going on the war,
Whatever
that's
it is,
fine. I
that
didn't
is the
say I
reason why
support
we came.
Tinubu.
But I can also tell you that you are younger. You don't know much, and I can
That's
tell you
fine.
clearly.
I never claim
Because
to know everything.
ask
Any
the
man,
brother
any man,
KJ.
Okay, can I just
any
flesh
man
out the
that
point?
claims to know
Echo, let me just say
everything,
something, please.
that man be afraid of him.
See, Raphael, I hear what you are saying.
Yeah.
But regarding people should have the ability to decide where they want to go. But you also remember that when you want to live somewhere, somebody is also there that will have interest that they want to maintain. Some of them, if you have a situation whereby there are wolves outside the house, and then family members are saying, you know what, let's split and go out in our own ways, knowing that there are wolves out there, somebody will be like, yeah, you might want to take the risk. I don't want to take the risk of, like, let's say the northern part of Nigeria, they don't want to break away from the access to the ocean and all the rest of the problems that could come from that. So you can't, when you are looking at the challenges that are facing us in this century, where people are banding together in billions, you can see why most people are saying their instinct is telling them unite. That is the key to surviving this century. You can break up all you want to the street level. It's not going to get you anywhere, because the problem all over Africa is the same.
My brother,
Somalia is a unit. Let me give you another example. Let me give you an example of a state that is unit.
Before Biafra
Hold on
tried to
now.
succeed,
Let me
Nigeria
just finish
tried
my
3
point. Let me
times.
land my point. I let you land your
Northern
point.
Nigeria tried 3 times to
Somalia,
succeed, right?
Somalia has one tribe, one religion, one language,
Not really.
one culture. Somalia doesn't have one religion. Are you trying to say Somalia doesn't have one religion?
Muslim
Vast
majority.
Majority. Up to more than 90%.
Vast majority doesn't mean it means vast majority.
Of course, you're going to get Christians in any country. No country has no Christians.
It doesn't mean I didn't say Christians. I said vast majority. Doesn't mean you're wiping out the traditionalists.
Over 90%. We are talking about over 90%. See, come on, don't do this.
Don't do what?
Somalia is one culture,
South
one
Sudan
language. Are they fighting with the small? The point is, are they fighting? You are seeing in Somalia today. Are they fighting with another tribe? They are fighting themselves. The one tribe of Somalia, the same religion, the same language, the same everything. They are fighting themselves, and their war has lasted longer than almost any conflict in the African continent. So when you say dividing may lead to more stability, it doesn't necessarily lead to that. You are in a country. You are in a country that is more divided. Let's say I'm not, but you are saying you should allow that. We should entertain those type of conversations.
Biafra ever tried to succeed, did Northern Nigeria not try to break out from Nigeria 3 times? Northern Nigeria threatened. After
Nigeria was created, no.
Look at this man. You don't know your history. When I tell
no. After Nigeria was created, no.
Tried to break out 3 times.
No, after independence. No, after independence.
Amalgamation. Wait, hold on.
No, I mean after independence.
You need to come to school.
Please, I want to go for a master's degree in film.
No, not after independence. No other people try to break away apart from Adakaboro first.
All right.
After independence, no other people tried. It was before independence.
Bolaji, I believe in you. All the best.
I think what you are saying.
Are you too old to work for Nigeria?
Let him go. Let him go. His argument was that the northern part tried to break away.
What about you? Would you do something?
Let me just add on. Forefather. I want to tell Bolaji something, because this young man is the reason why I came in here. You know, I love his spirit. I love his spirit. I mean, the way he spoke. I was watching, my bed, but I didn't want to come. But the way Ralph, Bolaji, I'm telling you, keep up. I love people like you. You understand me? You are a future leader. That is what I see in you, and you have a good heart. The way I don't want that young man. Ralph is very intelligent. I respect him for long. Not just today. Since he has joined this platform, but today, I mean, his speech was okay, but at the same time, trying to impart knowledge. He was at the same time, that is trying to discourage, you at the same time. So I didn't want to, let go. I didn't want to stay away. So I just want to tell you that's why I came in to let you know that there are some people that were listening to
Say it,
you
man.
and
Say it.
understood, your heart, understood what where you are driving, to. Because you to mention that youth, guys like you, when you talk to them, they talk about, everything. They talk that everything is good. Everything is good. Meaning that you have Africa, you have youth in mind, you have Nigeria at heart. You just want a change. You understand me? And there's a point that you make again that I love. You said that even though we are Yorubas and we have to stay together. Rab did not understand you. That was why I wanted him to stay so that let me, give him more light on what you said about being united as Africa. You have to be tribal. We are tribal in nature, but let not just carry that tribal out there, to intimidate others. We have to use that tribal to work in unity. You understand? So that's exactly what I wanted him to understand. But he has already he's no more here. But I know he'll be.
Let me add to it.
I know. Excuse me. Let me finish
I think
up. Let me finish.
no. I think Matt, you just thought you said you wanted to say something. Elisha Zira was here a lot earlier, and you are speaking now before him.
I have never spoke. I have never spoke. It's just I just want to say this.
I know, but you are having a whole submission now. I know you were. It's okay. Let me take 30 seconds to correct something. Sorry, Elisha. 30 seconds to correct some of the stuff Label said here. I felt like he was trying to do a gotcha kind of questioning of the young man when he should just be sharing information, and he was also trying to act as if everybody doesn't know anything, like we didn't know what we're talking about. And to say that the Northerners wanted to break away from Nigeria without qualifying it with the terms that before independence, he didn't qualify it before independence. After independence, no, Northerners were not trying to break away from Nigeria, so don't go there. So Elisha, please go ahead. After independence, no, Northerners were not trying to break away from Nigeria.
Hello, everybody.
There's an echo coming through.
Thank you very much, Mr. Is it Godfather or what?
It's
ancestor. I really appreciate. This is the first time I'm joining this particular. Yes. Okay.
Welcome, sir.
I'm really happy. I'm speaking from Abuja, Nigeria.
Ah, wow.
Yes. I'm interested in what you people are saying. That's why I joined. And if I can understand, we are trying to look at Africa as a whole and see what is going on in Africa today. The little I can add here and I can contribute, SARS, is that Africa is actually black continent, and the colonizers, the people who came to colonize Africa, they are responsible for the different countries we have in Africa today because of the way they shared Africa as if it's their property. And I think, I don't know, are you all hearing me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Are you all hearing me? Because there's network problem.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
So now, Nigeria as an example, if you look at it very well, when the colonial masters came into Nigeria, they came to do what they call indirect rule because there were structures on ground already. We have traditional rulers, we have dynasties, we have kingdoms in various places. In Bauchi, there's a kingdom. You go to Lagos, there's a kingdom. Go to Kano, there's a kingdom. And these kingdoms have been there for ancient of years. And they are rulers in those areas. I think they are the people responsible for the trade, for the slave trade that took place It is our traditional rulers. It's not the fault of the white people that came in. And so when independence were going on, excuse me, people were having different opinions on what the countries will look like. So selfishness came in. That is what we are suffering today. Every leader that comes in, he wants to first of all look at himself and look at his family. They are not looking at Africa. They are not looking at Africa as one. They are looking at only their own, immediate family. Not only that, it goes on to tribalism, goes on to regional differences, and whatever. What brought about all the fights and the and the civil wars that we suffered. Now, currently, we have about 6 countries in the West Africa that is being ruled by the military, of which they have reasons for taking over. The reason is because our leaders are always selfish. Very clear. Look at our National Assembly in Nigeria. National Assembly. The Senate President will stand to talk and say, are we going to allow the masses to breathe or not? Does that one count for voting? It doesn't count for voting. He's supposed to think and then say what is supposed to be done. And then every member of the Senate and the National Assembly, that is House of Assembly, should be able to stand and say, okay, let's work for our masses. But they are not. That is what is happening today. Now, for Nigeria to go for war in Niger is not the best solution. Meanwhile, we are having our own problem more than Niger. Niger know their own problem. Now, they are employing the services of other countries to help them. They are rejecting France. They are still having colonial masters mentality. So the best way that we can move forward in this Africa is actually for us to be self-reliant as a country, as each country, since all the countries have already been established. Let them be self-reliant and then allow people to choose their leaders, not to enforce like what is happening today. People will claim that voting has taken place while voting has not taken place. They will deliberately use the internet, use the technology that they want to use to allow for voting now, to manipulate it and they rig. So I think the best for us in Africa and Nigeria, specifically where I am now, is that we should be able to make our leaders not the people that are stealing our money. Nigeria is very rich, sir. The pain and the difficulty we are going through in Nigeria today is not that Nigeria is not rich. Nigeria is rich. The money is with few people. I retired as a civil servant, as an assistant director in the civil service this year. But let me tell you something. Where I used to work is NYSC. In NYSC, I saw so many things. The children of the rich are the ones that are being placed in places and they don't know how to read and write, some of them. One of them came to my office one time to challenge me. He said, you asked me to wear my uniform. You have passed out. I have been employed in minting and printing establishment now. And now I'm there working, getting salary. See my exotic cars outside. The guy came to my office to challenge me and to tell me that he has made it. Meanwhile, this is somebody that looks like an illiterate. They will go abroad to study and they'll come back, the certificate, they bought it. I'm just trying to tell you this one. And these are some of the people that are coming now to rule us in Nigeria. They're leading us. So please, I want us to make it very clear and then fight against people who claim to be, they have godfathers. They have people in government And so whether they are educated or not, they will be placed in good position places just to ruin the life of the masses. That is what is happening. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And as you can see,
like Ralph.
Who is that? Yeah. So as you can see, what's on the screen. We want to be calling them colonial powers, colonizers, or British or Europeans, because there's a young man here, Bolaji. When he hears adults calling fellow men that he interacts with in his country masters, you see, we start indoctrinating our people to feel less than other people around the world. And we shouldn't be surprised they go into a boardroom tomorrow and start thinking, oh, these are our masters. How are we supposed to negotiate with them now? So, but I get the thrust of your argument that basically I was saying it earlier on that the elites in our country, they were the ones that were selling people as slaves to Europeans. And you are right. It's not their fault that we sold our people to them. We sold our people to them, and those elites have not changed. We forget they are still intact. That elite class there has not been a revolution that changed them. They are still in place, and their mentality has become. They think that maybe they are somehow European now, and they are doing the bidding of their master. This is why they run overseas all the time. They want to get treatment. They are overseas. Their children, they send them overseas. Their children don't earn any position, like Elisha just said. They put them in privileged positions constantly, and kill their nation.
Let me just add up something from what you said. Imagine in Niger, they have a coup. Tell me, which of the age bracket did they send to go and negotiate with Niger coup plotters?
They send their grandfather.
God bless you. Niger coup plotters, they watch them. They are very young. These are diplomacy that we're supposed to deploy there should have been young, vibrant technocrats that will speak sense. Now you are taking
those boys in Niger. They have classmates in military school in Nigeria. Classmates, they went to military school in Nigeria.
This is what I was saying. These Nigerians, I don't know. You are sending these old papa. You are sending these old papa people. What is even Abu Salami to get down from?
Matt, excuse me.
Let me not just go.
No, Matt, excuse me. What are they going to negotiate with them for? What are they?
No. I'm only. You don't know. They want to negotiate, but I'm only just saying.
Yes, of course. So there's no need for negotiation because people get tired and they took over. No, let's also be very careful. You know.
No, do you understand what I do? Do you understand what I'm support? I'm not saying that I support.
Yes, even the young ones, the so vibrant ones who are from Niger, they are even worse than those ones in Niger because put them in power, they will disappoint you. Put them in any position. Just look. I give you 6 months. I give you 6 months of all these so young ministers who were below 30, 40 years, they just appointed. You'll be to see their disappointment.
I think I agree with you in that because of this conditioning that we are talking about. That, but if you look at it didn't happen in Mali. The Mali military, when they came in, they kicked out the French, and you see there are groups of young people like Bolaji now that's coming along.
Burkina Faso is there.
Yeah, Bolaji, we always have about 10% of a population or less that transform a nation. Like the Lenin, I don't think it was the majority of the country that was like Lenin when they transformed the Soviet Union or the groups that transformed this. The ones that know what needs to be done, they need to get on with it. Don't worry about what the others are doing. I think there's a bit of an echo. Let me see. I think it's coming from Cow. So the ones that know what they are doing, they need to get on with it and get it done. When people see that what they are doing is the right thing, they will support them. Like the guy in Mali now. Why do you think people are supporting him? Because they feel that they are doing the right thing. The reason why many Nigerians are supporting what is happening in Niger because they support them.
It's even trying to end the official language from French to.
They did. I think they moved it from French from their official language already. They removed France from it. So that is a positive thing.
If you and another, you've gone to you've checked our national anthem, right? You check our national anthem.
We've not even changed. We will not even rename
My brother,
ourselves.
you see that national anthem. I took time just a 1 week ago. I didn't know what just prompted me. I said, let me go back to this national anthem. I took it. I called my children. I was like, 2 of them. I just started the national anthem. My brother, even without Bible, if you obey without Bible and Quran, if we obey what is in that national anthem, Nigeria will be heaven.
Did you see US? Was it
Go
US Army
read that
or
thing.
US Navy? US Navy or
Read
US
that
Army?
thing. If you read that, it is classical. I would say it is the best national anthem.
Our national anthem is the best national anthem I've seen. It's the best national anthem.
I say,
If I was reading it, I was crying. I was reading it, I was crying.
American was it American Navy or American Army? They were singing our national anthem. Many of them were singing it with passion. So they shed tears, like they were singing.
My brother, last week I said, my brother, I said I read it. I was reading it for my children. Yes, I didn't want to show them. I was crying because you know why I was crying. Every word to word. This is beautiful. It's just like if you are reading it, you can't imagine. You are not. I was imagining with this item.
No, Mr. Matt, wait, Mr. Matt, let me tell you something about Nigeria.
Oh God,
everything that is good about Nigeria, the leaders, they are the opposite of it.
Yeah, I'm telling you,
that's what you understand. Everything good about Nigeria, the leaders, the rulers are opposite of it.
My brother, what if this national anthem?
Very opposite.
No, wait,
they repeat it to their children. All these things every day. Tell them this is what it should be.
Don't they sing it in the school?
It should be.
How many of them recite the national anthem?
No, they sing it in school now. It is a part of the school curriculum. They sing it every morning, so it's a part of.
You see the way Matt sounds. You see, go the Blackstone. You see, you hear the way Matt sounds.
I want to say something about this national anthem.
Passionate Nigerians.
This national anthem.
15 seconds, please. Let me take 15 seconds.
Hello.
There are a lot of passionate Nigerians, but our leaders are not tapping into it to build the country. They just, if anything, they want to chase them out so that they go overseas.
They can't even recite the national anthem. They can't recite it.
Elisha, I think you are a little bit delayed, but go ahead.
My network is cracking.
Okay, go ahead. No problem.
Hello.
Go ahead, Elisha. Go ahead.
I want to say something about this national anthem, sir.
Okay.
When Nigeria got our independence on the 1st of October 1960.
Ganga.
What is Gaga? The Blackstone, please go ahead. I think you're next.
I go accuse you. You a Benin man. You just know your Benin history. No, Loco, wait, Loco. I accuse you this evening. You a Benin man. You don't know your Benin history.
Why does so?
When you were talking with Ralph today about the Portuguese and everything.
Yeah, I think he's back now.
My network is bad here.
Yeah, it's okay.
May finish.
Let's let the Nigerian. Please go ahead.
Yes. So a very beautiful national anthem was sung. Nigeria, we held it from version 1, 2, 3. Stanzas 1, 2, 3. They are very beautiful and very excellent for Nigeria, if it followed. But I don't know. Along the line, the national anthem was changed to a one they feel is better. Arise for compatriots, Nigeria call Obe. If you look at it and you analyze it, you discover that the first one was the best. Is it that they wanted to corrupt Nigeria? That they knew another national anthem was introduced and the other one was thrown away. Or they thought they are throwing away colonialism by throwing away the first national anthem. And then now, what is happening is more than colonialism. You see. So this national anthem, that is what we sang when I was in primary school. I entered primary school in 1971. We sang that national anthem. During the time of Yakubu Gawan, it was the same national anthem when he was head of state. after the Civil War. But analyzing that particular national anthem is on net already. If you check it, you Google it, you see it. You discover that it's very beautiful and very excellent. If followed the way it is, then we will not suffer in this country. If the leaders of this country will follow it. But sir, we are being led by people who are leading us astray. That's the problem. Thank you, sir.
They refuse to rename Nigeria even. They can't even rename the country. They left it the way it was.
Wait first. Go to first. Bolaji, ask me that question. Ask me the question.
Yeah, is when
I think it's the Blackstone local.
No. You wanted to ask me a question since way back. Like
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, let's just take 2 minutes to round that off so Blackstone can go.
Yeah, it was about when you're talking about what was it called? The military intervention, that you are saying that the first 7 states will be wiped out before they get to the middle belt, and you'll be begging them that they should. And I was like, the poor people that are even going to suffer for it, that they don't even know anything about it. They are not even aware, except if they are hearing it from the radio or just TikTok. Like, they are not on internet, it's not available for them. These people are just, I don't know, like I just like it's about time before we start engaging them and just stop taking them, like chasing them away as if they are not one of us.
No, okay. Actually, I was joking anyway. Because if you see, I think who was somebody was talking about just now. He said if you go to the north there, from especially Katsina, or from the north to Niger, it's just open border. You understand? From Buhari's village to Niger is 25 minutes drive.
It was KG.
So it's
at the border. Do you know the people that are there? At the border, I think Katsina is Burundi change Hausa people.
Yeah,
that the place you will see before you go to Niger. They are there sitting on a bus of dollars. The whole currency, changing Nigeria changing Nigerian money to in that border. That is what I'm trying to say. Immediately you change that money there, you are in Niger. You change the money, you are in Nigeria. There is nothing. Okada people are there. Okada Nigerian, Okada going to
the people in the north, the people in the north there, right? They are not really different from people in Niger, because most of them are just Fulani house.
No, don't say different. If you are saying different, say they are the same. It's just
when I say not really different, in the sense that
I get what Loco is saying, because if you look at Akwa Ibom and Calabar versus Cameroon, there's a little bit of a
you will see that they are used as they are the same.
It's always be like that because at the border.
Because that border is open, because they see themselves as the same. You understand? You remember during
artificial border.
Let's allow the Blackstone in 2 minutes is elapsed now.
So let me finish here. If you remember Buhari's first tenure, during this guy, when they interviewed them, this former Bauchi governor, this PDP guy, Bala Mohammed, he was a national team when he said any Fulani, Bala Mohammed said any Fulani in the world, they are one. Anywhere they don't need passport to go to any country. They say that Nigeria is their home, that they don't need any passport to come to Nigeria. That if you are in there, you can just cross as far as you are Fulani man, you can come to Nigeria. Nigeria is their home. You understand? The governor said it on national TV. So they like that. I said when I said I'm finished, they are the same people. They are the same. They are one. They are the same people. So they just maybe Hausa different team, whatever. That's why
it's like that with the Yoruba side too, where they say you live in a property in somewhere in the southwest. One half is in Benin Republic, the other half is in Nigeria.
That's where I come from.
You see, Bolaji knows that. You see what I mean?
Can I just ask you now, why is it that Ghana?
Let me talk here, I beg.
Ghana, we are. Let me come.
Everybody has something important to say.
Let me tell you, Ghana finish up
30 seconds.
They finish up that Fulani existence in their own place, and they finish it and line it up Why is it that it's difficult for Nigeria to do the same? That is the thing you ask yourself. It is not about what the man is saying. It's about what they are playing within themselves there. They are not ready to do that.
It is what the British want us to do in Nigeria. That's what we are doing.
Wait, Pastor, wait.
Forefather, can I contribute something? Yeah, Forefather, can I contribute something right now, and then I'll go.
I think the Blackstone wants to say something. He's been trying to say something for the last 5 minutes, and everybody.
Iko, wait first. Let Blackstone talk.
What I have to say in all this is that we are continuously blaming other people for our predicament. Which is, for me, it is very bad. We say you don't live in the past and to have the future. When we continue to blame the colonial masters or other countries for our problem, we all live in diaspora. With UK be blaming France for their problems. They sit down, they look at the police survey. So when we have leaders, and our leaders are complacent, or they become slave, or they become what I will call people without no. It might be an inferior complex to the Western, to the white people.
To white people.
This is the problem of Africa, not even leaders, all African people.
Not all.
Let me say almost 95%.
But the Blackstone, don't you think that people like you are the
exactly?
Their generation. Hold on now. Your generation refused to stop calling Europeans colonial masters. Even if when you're already calling them masters, how are you supposed to fix your own country to their own detriment?
That's what I'm talking.
When you're already calling them masters in front of a young generation, you're going to pass that weakness to them too.
Forefather, let me. That was what I'm trying to say. When you attach respect to your enemy, what will it do? It will destroy you.
When you pass respect to your enemies.
When you attach respect to your
But that's
enemy,
what you are doing by calling them masters.
I was trying to bring out something. If I call them master, no master, actually they were colonial masters. They were
they were colonial powers. They were Europeans. They were British
powers.
Masters. You know what masters mean?
Master
and slave relationship.
There is a lot over you.
Exactly. You're calling yourself slave. You shouldn't be doing that.
No, excuse me.
They don't even call themselves that anymore.
Let's not deny the fact
they are not our masters any longer.
No, they are not. They were never. The only reason why they were being called that is because they forced your forefathers to use that term, and you are still doing it.
They still control your economy.
You're right, sir. You're right, forefather.
They've never been. They forced your forefathers to use it, and you are still using the term.
Wait, give us to land.
Okay.
They still control your economy. They control your leaders. They control everything that happened almost in everything that happened in your country. It's because they didn't come out now to say what to occupy your country.
Does that mean they are masters? It doesn't mean you should call them masters. They are using their power over you. It doesn't mean you should submit to them and call them masters.
Papa, that they said who you give yourself to as a slave become your master. Who you give yourself? No, that be frank and sincere. When the World Bank case came and said Nigeria currency was undervalued, Tinubu came and said we want to liberalize Naira. They said that Naira should be 1,000 Naira to $1. Where is it going to? That was what Bank.
Blackstone. Did you give yourself to them as a slave?
No, let me finish.
Then why are you the one calling them colonial masters?
Forefathers. I'm not interested in colonial masters. I'm talking about their activities.
Whatever you call
them doesn't matter.
It does actually.
No, forget it doesn't matter these days.
If you call them God, it does matter.
Wait.
It does matter. It does matter. Color matter.
You are not seeing yourself as equals.
No, let me finish. You cannot even see yourself as equal. Let's forget that story. You cannot. You don't go there for everything. You don't go there for everything now. Okay, look at that. Few days
the Japanese call them colonial masters because they rely on them.
No, that few days ago, I've been on Thursday. Tinubu was trying to commission a power station. Who were behind him? The white people. Who are the people? Who are the people who are contracted General Electric and one other company? I don't know the white people. I don't know that.
It still doesn't mean because they are working with you, you call them masters.
Wait. Tinubu, forefathers. Let's not sometimes we deny some fact because we want to be relevant. Don't deny the fact that
no, it's not about being relevant, it's about how you see yourself.
No, excuse me, they still rule over us. They decide what we get, decide what we will do. So and everything about economy. Look at Dangote.
Let me jump in. You see,
let me finish.
Somebody rule over you.
Call them masters.
How many people did they rule over?
No, let me finish, please.
How many people did they rule over?
Look at Dangote.
They only pick the handful one they can control.
Let me finish my word. Don't jump in, please. Let me finish. Look at Dangote. He says go to employ 11,000 Indians. I don't know Nigerians can do the job that Indians are coming to do in Nigeria.
So Indians are colonial, they are masters too.
No, I don't understand they are masters. What I'm trying to say that the way we do things, we enslave ourselves to them because we depend on them. So
you didn't. Your leaders did, but just because you didn't. If your leaders did, let them keep calling them colonial masters, but not you.
Right. But not you.
I didn't sign up for that.
That does affect us indirectly or directly.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you should be calling them masters.
For that, because two Nigerians just wrote it there for you, now you followed it, you carried it.
No, because it's the truth.
Yes. They may not be your masters. You cannot.
You're a grown man. You can't call other people masters.
Even though you don't call them masters, you understand me? But they do things that make them behave as masters. Because
no, they don't do.
We sell ourselves to them. So who you sell yourself to? So
not we. The elites sell us to them.
Who are
not
the elites?
us.
If the elite that rules us.
Yes, but did you sign up to it? Did they take referendum and say you should sign up to it? And so you should be using the term.
Tinubu is going for treatment, go to France. It's going to toilet. If you go to France, it's going to go if you go to UK.
What's your argument now? What's your argument now?
No, it is not bringing. It's bringing the I call the colonial masters. I was not going there. It brought that into the cost because that was not my
Don't use the word masters for them.
Okay,
they are no more masters.
Okay, make a point. Let me hear you.
So what I was trying to say, you understand? That's why I've lost. Yeah, for that made me lose my
That point is more important because there's a young man here. You are impressioning now. Calling
Nigeria. Excuse me. Whatever is happening in Nigeria, the issue of Nigeria and everything still has a lot to do with the foreign powers, with the Western world.
That's our mind.
The influence of these people in Africa is too much, and we are giving ourselves to them. We listen to them too much. We don't even like that. They think for us and they write for us, and we implement it the way we want them to do. So why would we have having problems? You understand me? So even in the Niger issue, they are also upset. We don't want these people that are being controlled by the Western world. You understand me? The democratic president was toppled and everything. Want to become a superpower. They want to unilaterally go there and invade that country. But he forgot that it's a neighboring country. And if they invade them, they are going to retaliate and going to suffer it. The poor people on the street.
Yes, you're right.
So it's not even with him and everything. But let's also be very careful that Nigeria is also still sitting on a
cake of gunpowder.
Time bomb.
Even the military might come and be talking nonsense. But about the young ones in the military. These young guys that did the coup, they're not the top officials in Nigeria. They're not the top military guys. They are not young guys. So whatever they are doing there, let Tinubu be very careful. You can't say because you came back to the public and say society is gone. You can say I can go to war with Niger like that.
Let me tell you what Tinubu is doing. Tinubu is trying to find favor from ECOWAS because of the election. So you want more backup from ECOWAS.
Is there ECOWAS that decide for us? That who?
Not ECOWAS. He wants ECOWAS to back him so that
let me do my submission and just leave the crowd.
for
Okay.
ECOWAS to choose him as a leader of ECOWAS.
See,
And they have already
fathers, I want
legalized
to tell you something about this war. That what happened today when my wife came back from work. Everybody was on her at work. They said Africans are now against Europeans. Be careful. The way you people are seeing it is not. It is France. So in her work today, all of them they were saying, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Your family back home, are they okay?" What is going on? They said no, but they had that Africans are now revolting against Europeans. Take this word. I have been on news since listening. They are not talking about what they are saying in here. I am. They are not saying France. What they are saying, European people. European. They are saying Europe. This is why
Europe
I
as a
love
whole.
what that is what Europe as a
They say Europe as a whole.
Europe. My wife, you know what my wife you know what my wife my wife became my wife became afraid. I became afraid. She came calling me, telling me this. I said, be careful because they did it to China when coronavirus came. They started beating China here. You understand me? That they are the one that brought this coronavirus. So what I'm trying to say now, their news, news, European news carries propaganda, this kind of a thing. That's what they like feeding on. They don't always want their citizens to know the truth about Africa. Always, my wife will now call them, the ones that are speaking English, 30 minutes. They are still discussing about it. She had to let them to go back to work. She now told them, look at what happened, look at what happened. They say, are you sure? But this is not how we are hearing this news from the television and the radio. It's for you people to know the way you are seeing, the way you see it is France. They are chasing France away. They are saying it's Europe. That is how they are seeing Europe. They are making it general.
And they are
so
wrong.
That's why I love what Deji is saying. We have to include saying Africans. We need to accept us. And still, look at these people. Look at the kind of thing that happened in Niger. They are including everybody. They say Africa. They still say Nigeria. They Niger. They say Africa have rejected European people. That their people are at risk. They are sending flights to bring them back. This is what I'm saying. Is their citizens that are saying this. This is what
what you're saying is true. Yeah. Look,
that's how they will put it. They won't say the France people.
This is the reason why we're saying that we also Africans are one, right? That's what we're saying earlier on, that we Africans are one. But the other guy don't want to accept it, because for me personally, honestly, Ralph was the one that telling me that I'm a Ghanaian. I don't see myself as a Ghanaian. I see myself as a Nigerian. I see myself as a Togolese. I see myself as a Beninois. I see myself as anyone.
Mali.
Because
Malian.
if any one of you, like over years since I came to this country, right? Some decades ago, if you've passed the corner running away and the police are chasing for somebody who look like me, and they will catch me, they will arrest me. Before they will investigate, they will say, oh, it's not me. But they say, oh, they don't see color. They cannot identify us. They don't see black. Anyone, we're all the same. Whether it's a Jamaican, Caribbean, Nigerian, Ghanaian, Togolese, they don't care. They don't know. They only see us one. That is the reason why we're saying that we are one. Because over here, if you go to America, come to London, anywhere, now things have become a little bit different. But over the years that we've been here, like I said, if you run away on the street and the police arrest you, whether they were chasing another one, not you, but you came in along the way, they will arrest you. They say, you look like the suspect we're looking for. Meanwhile, it's not you. You may be now coming from work. You don't know even anything that is there. So they see us the same. That is why I'm saying, and Bolaji, I love him what he's saying, that we're all the same and we all will continue to be the same. I mean,
let me
for the
answer
last,
this. I think that the reason why
No,
for
no,
the last
let
show,
me just start before you go to the next point. Remember the next point you
what I
want to
want to
make.
say is
It's
that,
just
yeah,
30 seconds. It's just 50 seconds, I mean.
okay,
I think the
okay,
reason why people get confused about this idea of people being different and people being the same, when some people say we are the same, they are saying that we as human beings have multiple identities. And we have our family identity, we have our tribe identity, we have our national identity, and we have our racial identity. And sometimes when people say we are one, when they are referring to the racial identity and maybe continental identity, others are like, no, 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 no. But they all have local football teams. Some of them have national teams, and they have they don't seem to understand that some people have multiple identities at different levels. At a macro level, we are one, and they need to understand that. Sometimes when you explain it that way to them, they are more likely to get it. Sorry, go ahead with your next point.
okay, sir. Okay, so in fact, in conclusion, for me, all my prayers has always been that Africa will become the best, particularly because I love Nigeria as I was born there. That's why I joined this thing. Because the thing is that I know I've been saying this since how many decades ago, that if Nigeria is able to stand on its 2 feet, that's it. The whole that will be able to stand. And these people know. When I say these people, you know what I'm talking about. These people know exactly what I'm saying. The moment Nigeria stand on its 2 feet, that's it. Believe me, that's it. And they will, you see, to be able to cut to put the elephant down, what do you do? Or to be able to cut down a big timber, what do? You don't need something big. Because the moment that Nigeria stand on its 2 feet, brother, it will protect everyone. And they know Nigeria is the big brother and it's the true big brother, but they make it feel like the big brother is naked. Yeah, they make him feel naked. They shame big brother for big brother to feel like he's useless. So the whole continent also become useless. So for me talking, I really pray and hope that we come together and we all put Nigeria to be on his 2 feet. The moment they be on 2 feet, that's it. And know this one for a fact. That's it. These people know.
Did you see the news? Did you see the news about Kenyan
I think it's Matt's
Kenyan president? What he did?
Matt have already been talking now. He already been talking.
No, I think it's Eddie.
All the time.
Eddie
Eddie had the trajectory. Yeah.
No,
Let's say
it's my turn. It's my turn.
You don't give Matt power.
Okay, Matt. Okay, please just go ahead. Have your say, Matt.
Okay, but I will not. Do you know what? Because of that, I don't know who you wanted to. Let me just make it short. I will just say this and then stay behind. You remember? I don't know. Someone should remind me. Kenyan president and one other country. I don't know if it is Africa or outside Africa. They now have an agreement of visa free of entry. I don't know. I saw it.
Yeah, Rwanda.
Hello?
Yeah, what's Kenya? It was Kenya.
Kenya and South Africa have
Kenya and another person. Today I saw it
South
today.
Africa
They
and
have
maybe Eritrea too. They are doing it
no.
gradually.
Yeah.
They have no. They have signed. They have signed it and concluded it. I saw they have passed the document. This is
the bill. Yeah, it's
Africa is a big. This is what Africa. This is the basic. This is the basic. This is where to go, where to start. Let's start from this level. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let's start from that first. Anyway, let me leave floor for another person for now.
Thank you, man. Matt, I really appreciate you for that because I know you do have quite a bit to say. Eddie, please go ahead.
Only Nigeria have secret court in Africa.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to be here again. I've been listening to the program and I just thought to come in to make a little contribution. It's about this takeover of the government by the military in Niger. Here's my own assessment about it. Now, with the way Africa is, with this situation where you have the military the military coming back to take power slowly in different countries. I think we are kind of regressing. I'm not saying democracy is perfect, but to a large extent, we cannot have one person dictating to these countries how and what should be done without the input of others. We've had the military rule in Africa. I think in some countries still happening. Look at the few ones taking over. They come in and they tell you, hey, we want to, the government of the day is doing all sorts of wrong, and we want to change things. We are going to stay for a short time and leave. Then the next thing they will tell you, okay, we want to conduct elections. The person who took over power will not contest for presidency while he's the one holding power, holding the seat.
The military girl.
Yes. And at the end of the day, he sits there. Further down the line, they conduct other elections and he continues to be the same thing he tried to remove from power. Take, for instance, our guy in Liberia that got that ended, the situation ended up in a civil war. I'm not saying our democratic leaders are getting it right. No. I don't think there's any perfect situation. But I don't think the military rule is the way to go. Look at Nigeria's situation when we had military rule. Look at the killings that went on. Because you had the military in power, one person in power. Whatever happens, because the person is in power, I say, man, forget about it, and that's it, it's gone. Now, a situation where they say ECOWAS has to get involved. I'm a bit in between about that. Here's why. One, I wouldn't like Nigerians to go into a country and go and start dying for the problems of others.
For useless cause.
For useless cause. But if you look at it on the other side, if these things are not checked, Nigeria will follow soon. That is a fact.
Eddie, see it like this. See it like this.
It's good now. What's my problem? It's good.
Eddie, look at it like this now. See, the way we are right now in Africa, especially Francophone countries, if you see the agreements that they have, even before independence or after post-independence, like 65% of whatever they have, they generate in those Francophone countries, they send it to France. That is what is running France's economy. If whenever France wants to do their election, Francophone countries in Africa contribute money to send to them to run their election. The currency that they have in France is euro, but you and the CBN of Francophone of CFA countries, you understand? You have it there in France. If they have any natural resources in France, before they do anything with it, they will contact you first in France to say you will be the only people that will come and make use of it to do the mining or to do the whatever. Then if they want to sell, they have the option of first refusal until France says no, we don't want you to do anything with it before those countries want to do something for themselves. So I think, see, this is worse than even slavery. You understand? So if these countries, except if you've been to France, you know how Africans are suffering in France. Then you know that. If you see that this is what these guys are passing through in Africa, we can't be the ones surviving you people, and yet we still run from our country to your country, and you take us as slaves in your own country. You understand? So if the boys, I'm just coming from the military. If the boys are now saying no, enough is enough, let's take care of ourselves, let's cut you off, let's run our shit by ourselves without giving you any penny. I think
I say amen. I say amen. Let it be.
The experience of the military that you've seen in the past, maybe it might be different from what these guys are going to.
No. It's always you see. Here's the situation, right? When you assume power, this guy's coming with good intentions. But you see, power brings out your person.
Yeah, power corrupts, absolutely.
It brings you out. If you are corrupt on the inside, you will come out when you attain that power.
Yeah.
What you're talking about, France doing whatever what you say they are doing, is wrong.
Yeah.
No doubt. But there are ways to address it. I come back to this. The democratic
in Africa, a way to address it.
Excuse me, hold on. I'm sorry. The democratic processes we are practicing in Africa, it is not perfect. But to a large extent,
Mr. Eddie, please, can you give me 4 or 5 countries in the world that are being ruled by single people that are not democratic system, that are very well developed?
Say that again.
Can you give me 3 or 4 or 5 countries in the world that are not in a democratic system, they have maybe a single ruler, right? But are well developed.
No, you hardly find it because at the end of the
I can give you one. Singapore was one man government for many years.
Yes.
And so one single person developed it. Dubai, single
Dubai,
person.
Saudi Arabia.
All the Arab countries, those
Libya,
Arab countries, they are all single rulers. Not democratic system. Wait, what I'm trying to tell you is the mindset of the person,
the individual. I think maybe that is Eddie's fear.
That's where I was about to go to, but we know ourselves as Africans.
That is where Eddie's fear. Like
we know ourselves as Africans. Once you get in there and you attain power, you become corrupt. That is. I'm sorry.
Eddie, was Gaddafi corrupt? Eddie, was Gaddafi corrupt? Gaddafi.
Yes.
That's why I tell Libya. No, I will tell you no.
It was what you were told.
My brother, wait.
Eddie, I want to tell you, it was what you were told.
How do? Hold on, please give me a second. How do you amass such wealth from a country if you are not corrupt?
They have the wealth in their country. They have the wealth there in the country.
But how, as a government official, how do you amass such wealth? Was Abacha corrupt? Was Babangida corrupt? These are people who came into power with the gun, and at the end of the day, they turned. They all came. In Africa. We all come in.
Eddie, let me ask you a question. You answer me this question. The military that overtook this government said that they captured the terrorists, and they will present the terrorists, or they will see where they are, and tell this civilian president. The civilian president will tell them to go and inform French authorities before they can do anything. Wait, I'm coming. I have two questions. Is that the one that you like? Is that the kind of civilian that you like?
Let me answer this question.
Do you know that the uranium that they are is true? I want to ask you true. The uranium they are selling, France is collecting. Do you know how much they're selling? I saw it today in internet. 280, but they return to these people $11.
Now that is out there. Hold on. You ask the question now. Hold on. Now that uranium part you're talking about is out in the open, they can have an open discussion. A military, the same military. Hold on.
I want to Eddie, wait. Is it a property? Wait, is it a property? We should put discussion. Is it a property?
No, the people of Niger can have the discussion.
We
can.
But you ask me question. Who has no right? I can ask
question. You are keeping quiet. This one is one that you need to interject. You are not interjecting.
Wait, discussion with who?
Is this one that you need to interject to forefather?
The people of the people they have a government. Now when they don't point them out, okay, you ask the first question you asked about where they say they will know where the terrorists are and they will tell the government and the government will say they should go and tell the media. Let them bring out the facts. At least it should be documented.
Let's let others add to the debate. Others need to add to the debate. We can't stagnate in one place. There are people in the background that need to come in too.
Wait, Papa, I have a question for Eddie. Eddie, one question for you. Right? Can you tell me one of the major projects that the democratic dispensation has done that now have a tremendous effect on Nigeria development?
No, they don't.
Excuse me, wait. Compared to the military time, what the military did, compared what the military did in developing Nigeria and what this present democratic dispensation
since 1999 did.
Well,
can you tell me anyone major project?
Again, I would say we are not perfect as a human being. We are not perfect.
That's a very bad excuse. That's a very bad excuse.
Hold on.
You don't want military. Military will massacre you if you do wrong. They won't forgive you. That's all. The military will not.
You do the right thing. Then you do the right thing.
What is the right thing?
That's it.
Then you do the right
That's why
thing.
you're scared of
If they will
military.
massacre you, if they will massacre that
That's the
person,
reason why
then
you
stop
scared.
stealing.
That's why you're scared
Stop
of
stealing.
Well,
Do the right thing.
that's what I'm. That's my point. I want to answer question. Now, no, they let me. Now, ask because not going to let me talk. All right. So we know they practice perfect democracy, but we they go somewhere. The current leaders we have in Nigeria today, none of them. I see they talk. I don't know how Tinubu found his way there. He's not supposed to be there. We all know
You don't know how he find his way. Say it. Corruption. Rigging.
That's
through the window.
That's my point. He got into the back door. However, he got there, he found himself there.
Rigging. Call it rigging so that the people that are listening will know that he rigged. Not through the back door. The way he went is through rigging.
I agree with you. He got there. However, he got there. He's not.
You see?
But as much as the system is not perfect, where will they come from with the military? Not the good one. Yes, they did put their projects there. The projects they put there, it did there. Abacha steal money.
Eddie, let the military of Niger decide what they want for their people. That's it. The military are there to defend the country.
Hold on.
The military are there to defend the country, either internal or external. They are there to defend the country.
Sorry, sir. Sorry,
Eddie, nobody like this military regime. Nobody like this military regime. What we are saying is different from what you are saying. Nobody like it. What we are talking about, you see these civilians.
Military in power is not the best
you see these civilians. You see these civilians that we have. These civilians we have.
Let's slow this debate down. Let's slow it. I think people have colonized the debate now. Let's allow others to chime in. Local, let's let others to chime in. I'm going to start muting people. Let's others to chime in. Local, calm down. Others have to chime in now. Jonaba has been very patient here. Tone has not said anything for a long time now.
He's a very gentleman.
Yeah, and Tone was here even before that. Hasn't said anything since. He didn't even interject at all. Tone, what do you think about the discussion so far? Do you have anything to add?
Well, I just decided to chill because there was a lot of words that was flying across. Well, I've been thinking while everybody has been talking and making their points. I think the Niger thing is a huge distraction. The main thing that we should be focusing on, which is Niger, how to sort out Niger, because we are in a real mess. I was reading earlier this evening that there was a meeting with Wike, Bola Tinubu, whether it's true, whether it's a lie, and all that. I saw this on Twitter, saying that he's going to be announced anyway as the winner of the election. That's Tinubu with technicalities, and when he's announced, they're going to declare Wike that is what they say, that Wike is suggesting that that Tinubu declares a state of emergency for 1 week. Nobody moves anywhere in order to stop people from demonstrating. Now, we may say, it might be another rumor flying around, but I believe in these times, this climate, we've come to see that most of the things that we wave off as rumors have got some substance to it. So if this happens, now there is no way. I don't think Tinubu is going to send the military anyway to Niger without Senate, because the North will have a lot to lose. They will do everything within their powers to stop him doing that. That's my own conviction. I'm not speaking for anybody, but this is what I believe right now.
I think you're right. If he goes in,
there are some states, and I think about 4 other states have said that they are not in support of him.
Yeah, if he goes in using military, he might end up finding that he doesn't have a government sooner or later. That's the kind of stuff that causes serious problem. He shouldn't make the kind of mistake Aguiyi Ironsi make. He really should pay attention to what he's doing.
Tinubu is not trying to curry favor.
Because he wants to turn himself puppet.
He's trying to curry favor with the West.
He wants to be a bootlicker.
They will push him into war.
And furthermore, forefathers, I think people that were here early, Mr. Abba, I think you were here when I was mentioning it earlier, that I read something. There's some, I think some junior officers have written saying they are not going to be part of the war. That it's going to be civil
I'm not
disobedience.
surprised. I'm not surprised.
That
It's not a war you can go.
They don't want to walk into their death. They are paid poorly. They pay for the equipment. That they are not going to go there. If Tinubu should try it, or any general should try it, they will burn down Nigeria. It takes them nothing.
That's not
Nigeria
going
will
to happen.
burn.
They have the super, the super, what do you call it? The super. These are super jet they bought from the US now. They have not tested it. They can test it on
super jet. Tucano is like a World War II aircraft.
So they can test it on the jet now. They can test it on the jet.
Military armament. Talking about military, the modern military armament, that Tucano is just like a toy. Trust me.
Nothing.
Does the jet has the same? Just talking about the jet now. I'm not about America. So they can try it on the jet.
But there's Wagner force on the other side. There's the Algerians now saying that they will join the fight. There's Mali. There's Burkina Faso.
It has been confirmed. It has been confirmed they have signed a military pact with Niger. It's that. What does that tell you? So France cannot even come and challenge them.
So do we think that Russia is going in there for a good reason?
Yeah,
Russia is going there. Russia is going there for one. I think let me add to it. Russia is going there for strategic reasons. One of their reasons is to deny the West their and this in backup, the backup of the economy.
Using Africa as a pawn again.
But it's a pawn. But the question is, do we hold on, Eddie? What do we gain from
that is the reason why. That's the reason why we don't need to go to war, because
let me finish the point I was making. See, you can go later on. There is a reason you have to. In this world, is transactional. In short, later on I will share some video about what the Chinese did and some other even Russians did to get out of the mess they were in compared to the West. So it depends on what we are gaining, isn't it? Look at this. You have had the conditions. They talked about the French, what they are doing to Francophone countries. If the Russians are coming in to clear that out, isn't that a good thing? They are removing French as their national language. They are reclaiming their country back to themselves. So sometimes, even if foreigners have interests of their own, their interests may align with ours too. So it's not necessarily a zero-sum game from that point of view. And I think whatever Russia is doing in Africa is not a necessarily bad thing compared to what the French have been doing.
I personally think that the Russians are the lesser evil.
Yeah.
Definitely.
That's my opinion.
They got to have presence in Africa because of their now with their partnership with China.
Blackstone, do you realize? Have you noticed? I don't know where you are. You're located. Have you noticed that there's a sort of blackout on the Ukraine war? Do you know why? They are losing massively. Anytime soon. I mean, it's gone. They are losing big time.
Who's losing?
Now and again,
Matt, I'll put you backstage because you just spoke so that Jonaba can say something. Then
I'm sorry.
when he drops off.
I'm sorry.
Why are you trying to put me backstage? I'm
not going to put you backstage now. No problem. No, it's not there.
If you don't know,
let me go
Ukraine.
No,
it's Ukraine. It's Ukraine.
Please answer the question. Can you respond to the question? Okay. Who's losing? Who's losing? Who do you say is losing?
Ukraine.
Oh, it's gone.
Ukraine.
Russia.
Ukraine is losing. No.
Ukraine. They are dying.
No.
Of course.
Forget
what do you think?
That's a real story.
Both parties are.
Eddie, you need to wake up. Eddie, you need to wake up.
Eddie,
you need to wake up.
I need to wake up how?
Please, Eddie.
Guys, hold on.
Eddie.
Guys, Blackstone, hold on. You know, because we're in a public space and I respect this channel, there are some certain things I shouldn't be saying. There's some certain things I know that I shouldn't be divulging.
No, because that's why Ukraine is gone. You don't know.
I try very much to.
Okay, you're laughing. You think it's a joke? The Western media won't tell you the
Yeah.
No.
Please, can I come in?
No.
Can I come in?
Just like the United States.
Hey,
just like the
Paul,
United States told the
when Paul
world.
come in, confusion starts. It's all right. Paul, so Eddie, have you finished? So that Paul can...
I was going to make a point. Just like the United States. Just I'm sorry, just one point. Just like the United States said, Russia was about to attack Ukraine, and Putin continued to deny it. Eventually went in. The United States are now saying, look, not even the United States, the media, through the intelligence of the United States, saying Russia cannot take over Ukraine. It's not going to happen. These are
Russia
facts.
does not
Don't
want to
believe
take
them.
over
Don't
Ukraine.
believe them. That is why I'm telling you to wake up.
They are not
That is why I'm telling you to wake up.
No, they don't want to take it. They want to take over some territories. That's all they want.
Please don't listen to
They wanted to take over the whole Ukraine. But they can't achieve it.
Okay, let's say they can't, but they just wanted the area around them. So let's leave it at that.
They might even lose most of it.
See,
they won't. I can assure you they won't.
How come we cannot do it again? You know, and he's been thinking about the strategy I didn't use that day that he doesn't understand. So I'll say, but however, there's one strategy that he has been working on all this while. Even Yamada Laradola, he's just been, tweaking on this synthetic, how one can make money. Now, okay, he shared them with us, but he's so tired because he's not been sleeping well at all. And
are you talking to us or you're talking to someone else?
Just mute him.
No, who do you think you're talking?
My boy can't concentrate. I
was very confused.
Yeah, very funny.
Let me take. Don't you can go backstage and sort your issues out. Then let this thing guy come in. Jonaba, let me get Jonaba in here. And
Okay, good afternoon, guys.
Why are you saying afternoon? We are night here. We're in the morning.
Well,
here.
I'm in the hot afternoon.
Wherever you are.
Mid-morning.
Wherever I am.
Here is night, midnight.
I don't go do good morning. They don't go to say I don't high. So make I greet with the way my weather be. So when I see people talk about the West, the way the West uses the media, for the past 50 years, how many wars that have made America have gone that have won, other than they market themselves so well and even look like they're going to war? But all we see, we just see military bases here and there.
Thank you.
They have never won any war in their life.
Then they fight media war, you understand, to make them look good. They use the media perfectly. One person take down, how many of the Jewish people that they take down? It's a big thing that you must not say anything. Another so-called white person again also take down almost 11 million people in Africa. It's not a news. You understand? Russia did not colonize any country in Africa. Russia has never treated us bad. They just understand that culture shock and every other thing. We don't eat the same type of food like them. They don't eat the same type of food. You understand? We are just not welcome in their space like they are not welcome in our space, but we don't have any issues going on. But the other person will pick 100 of us and make two people what we call gatekeeper. Oh, he's a professor in Harvard. He's a professor here. He's a professor here. Still, they don't like us. Still, they treat us bad. Still, they never meant well for us. We celebrate them so well. And every other thing. What is the strategic benefit that the US is doing in Niger? Nigeria is not fighting them. Nigeria is even begging to buy weapons. They are giving us a Second World War weapons and every other thing. Why are they putting strategic military base close to Nigeria?
You know why?
No, I know why. You know why?
Tell us now.
You know why? Because there is nothing like military base there. That thing are just military zone. Keep up. They thief something there. Period. It's not a military base for fights. It's not like the one in South Korea. You understand that they are preparing for China. They are preparing for North Korea. That one,
North Korea.
It's a military base for them for testing their drums.
That is what they tell you, so that when they are carrying heavy military equipment, they tell you that, oh, na drone will they carry, they go couple. My brother, now the thing we done that they thief.
It can serve dual purpose. There's no reason why not.
You know, when we're young and everything, we climb somebody's tree. When the owner of the tree catch you, so they find my ball. But we not say we climb the orange.
And they find my ball.
They find your ball. Yeah, if Nigeria can be begging the US to buy weapon, why are they putting strategic military base close to us? Are we fighting them? We never had issue with them. Ask yourself that question.
No, Paul. Paul, it was Obasanjo that rejected it. We wanted to put it in Nigeria.
The same thing, the position that they want to put that in, there is something that they want to take under that place.
Of course,
it's not for like they find themselves.
They say they want to fight terrorism. That useless Nigerian leader invited Germans just 2 years ago into his country too. They keep inviting foreign soldiers, and then you don't put your people into army. Why is it that these people, they like their own military so much that they export their military to our countries, but we don't want to build our own military? It tells you the stupidity of our people.
So talking about this Russia may be the lesser evil. We all understand. Remember, ask yourself, Russians are white, like these so-called Western people. You understand? They keep having issues with themselves. How is it that our problem? They make you understand to hate this Russia so much and everything. Tell me how much havoc that Russians have caused to this world compared to these Western people that we prize so well because they take us to their country, they give us air condition in our room, we never had malaria for 10 years. Then we think they like it. But you and I know when we go outside of the street, there's nothing like them
just to buttress the point you're making so that people understand some of the points I've been making about the Anglo-Saxon. This is European tribalism at work here. You see what they call the Five Eyes, and look at what was said by
Mr. Forefather, you are taking off from the discussion. Look on that one.
Can you hold on? Hold on, the Blackstone. Come on, let me finish what I'm saying. You don't even know what I'm saying. This is what they call European tribalism here, the Five Eyes. And the idea was that the English-speaking world comes together and create a new world order. Basically, that's what he was saying there. So you have England, that the UK, Australia, New Zealand, United States, and Canada. These are the Anglo-Saxon fives. They cooperate. They are the ones technically running the war right now, not the entire white race itself. If you look at, this is why, if you want to understand why they want to keep Russia away from Europe, is because if you have Russia join Europe, their power will reduce, just like they didn't want Turkey to join the European Union in terms of the European Union. So they want to maintain control. Hence, when they started this Ukraine war, one of the first things they did was to sever the pipeline between Russia and the European and the Union, basically. So this is the game that is going on. If you don't understand it fully, you are not going to understand what is actually happening, why they hate Russia so much. It's not because of hate, it's just about interest. They fear that, can you imagine Russia working with Europe, being part of the European Union?
That is it.
America will become almost irrelevant.
That is it.
But hold on. But in a way,
you are wrong. You are wrong in that sense anyway.
In a way, they had an agreement.
Let me read this to you now. It says, neither the sure. Okay, let me just read this thing. It says, neither the sure prevention of war nor the continuous rise of world organization will be gained without what I have called the fraternal association of the English-speaking people. This means a special relationship between the British Commonwealth and Empire and the United States. The continuance of the intimate relationship between our military advisors leading to common study of potential dangers. Russia is one of their dangers. That's what they consider.
But there's nothing wrong with that people actually associating with each other.
Eddie, hold on, let me just summarize.
Excuse me. There's nothing wrong with people
hold on,
associating
let
with
me
each other.
summarize. You've been talking since. Let me summarize.
Russia wanted to join NATO. They refused. What do you think?
No, Russia never wanted to join NATO.
No, I don't think
the fight between America and Russia started after the Second World War. That is where it all started.
The thing is that
government.
When do you think Churchill existed? Just after the Second World War. That's when he was making that statement. And that organization, that Five Eyes, still remain together today.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with countries coming together to form a union to protect themselves.
There is nothing wrong.
Specific countries, not just countries, Anglo-Saxon countries, no other type.
You can choose. You can choose who you want to associate with. It's a free world.
Eddie,
I agree with that, but I'm just trying to use that to explain what is happening now.
Eddie, you make mention of
what is happening now.
That's what I'm saying.
Military is not good. Democracy is good. I am asking you, Eddie. I am asking you. Military is not good because they've been practicing it for so long, and it looks like it's working. The Western people are the people that have enjoyed this so-called mankind very well. You give it to them. We all understand.
That is because we refuse to get our own house in order.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, but one question I want to put to you: in Europe, they still practice some form of monarchy system. We still have a king. In England, we have that. In Spain,
Yeah.
we have that. How come America don't have it?
We still have. Okay,
How come America don't have a king?
It depends on the system. It depends on the system they want to practice.
So why
They
don't you
pushed it out- they
respect
pushed it out a
another
long time ago.
system? Why don't you respect another system? If America cannot have a monarchy system at all, you understand, and the world respect America, and nobody criticize America for not having a monarchy system. If some countries in Africa want to do something a little bit contrary, what is your fault?
Blackstone, I hope you are seeing
by having the military in power.
I can see.
It seems
Okay,
like
good.
people are forgetting what the military did
We
in
can see
Nigeria.
Putin there.
And that's Guardian. That's the Guardian.
Or
And
we seem to have
look
forgotten.
at this.
See, you see how Putin
So, and
treats
this is something I heard on the news. We were talking about on the news. I wasn't dead. I was alive. They were talking about on the news, and the countries that were against it. I didn't know why then was mostly the UK and the US. They didn't want Russia joining NATO at all because their argument was that Russia was socialist, was not very democratic. When clearly they work with countries that are not very democratic.
That's been the problem between Russia
but to
and
an extent,
America.
And you believe that?
Excuse
Okay.
me. Excuse me. Okay. Excuse me. Even Ukraine, for Ukraine,
Yeah,
wanting
that's
to
the
join-
problem between America and Russia.
For
Turkey
Ukraine,
is part
Russia
of
is
NATO.
socialist.
Turkey
For
is part
Ukraine-
of NATO now.
For Ukraine to be a part of NATO, right? They are still saying that they haven't gotten things right in their country in the sense of corruption. That's why they can't let them in yet. That's one of the reasons.
No, that's not the reason. No, that's not the reason.
Please,
Before
I don't
before
just talk.
Ukraine
This
got their
things are
independence,
documented.
they signed it clearly.
That what?
They even release all their nukes and everything. They will not join NATO. They signed it clearly.
Who are
Is
you
that
talking
not
about
what
exactly?
Cuba?
Ukraine.
Is
Are you
that
talking
not
about
what Cuba is going through?
Excuse
I'm
me. Are you
asking
talking
you, is
about
that not
Ukraine
what
or
Cuba is going through with
Are you
Russia?
talking about Ukraine or Russia right now?
I'm talking about Ukraine. I'm talking
Ukraine,
about
okay.
Ukraine.
No, Ukraine signed with Russia that they will not join NATO.
They will
That is
not
what
join
they
NATO.
saw. Ukraine signed with Russia, they will not join NATO. And that is what is causing this problem now. When they say they want to join
They want to join NATO.
The reason why
must they join NATO? Excuse me, my brother, Mr. Eddie, my brother. Wait, let me ask one question. Will you allow your no enemy, to buy a house near as your neighboring house?
The reason why they did not want Ukraine to come into NATO was because they were too close to Russia. That's another reason. That's another reason they don't want it.
That's why they signed the agreement initially.
Hold on. They said it would be provocative to Russia. That's why they did not want to join it. But look at what
the Russia has no more security.
Do you remember what Ukraine president told NATO this recently? He's not happy with NATO now. Because he's asking them, why don't you people sign up yet? Why are you people still delaying? Even though we are losing the problem and all that. The man is not even happy with NATO.
They cannot join. Ukraine cannot join NATO right now because they're in a hot war. There are agreements with NATO. If Ukraine joins NATO right now, that means you are signing up NATO to come into the war that Russia.
That was why that was the excuse. That was the excuse.
Mr. Eddie, wait first.
That they can fight from outside.
Mr. Eddie, if you have a friend that's your enemy, you want that to kill you first.
If you do what you say, that
if you have a friend that is your enemy, it will be the one to kill you first. Because all this Western world, they are friendly enemy to Ukraine. Because they are the one that push, because they know that Ukraine cannot stand Russia. Let me finish. Because they were pushed. Instead of them to come to the table and resolve the issue before Russia invaded Ukraine, they were saying they were pushing them into it.
Who was pushing who?
The Western world, America, US, all of them now. They are the one that actually that give the power to Ukraine to resist going into a negotiation. Let's resolve the problem.
Negotiation on what? Somebody wants to take you over, and you are saying you should negotiate on.
Before the war started, no. Before the war started, what was the issue?
Putin was building up his army on the Ukrainian
Let me
border.
finish. Okay, what led to it?
He tried to make sense. He tried to say that war wouldn't have, they would have gone into that war.
Okay, let's allow other people to talk now. Let's allow other people to talk.
We have people who have not spoken.
We cannot take over the discussion here. Let's all allow other people to talk. The Blackstone, okay, use 30 seconds to summarize so that if you can contribute.
American vice president went to
Jonaba hasn't even said anything.
When the American vice president went to Europe to say they support Ukraine from joining NATO, that is where Russia said, okay.
Oh, God, you don't have the facts right. You don't have the facts right.
Go and check it now. What are you talking?
You don't have the facts right. This is something I followed. Okay,
Eddie, just hold on. We are going to carry on. No, you can't respond. We are going to carry on after. You are going to carry on after. Hold on. You're going to carry on after that. Don't worry. I don't know. I think Jonaba was here first. Jonaba, do you think if he should speak first or you want to go first?
Ladies first now, but let my sister go.
We have
Uncle John, go ahead.
Uncle
John, go ahead.
I did a conversation with my wife, so I'll break the last one.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I don't have much to say about Russia. I'm so concerned about what is happening in Nigeria, between Nigeria and Niger. I know you guys have talked about this earlier. But the Russian war with Ukraine is none of our business. I mean, I don't know why we're just here talking about this. I think it's better for us to focus on what is going on in our country. That is the most important thing. Russia and Ukraine, they've been fighting for more than 1 year. I think they started last February. So it's going to about 18 months now, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. So let us focus on our country. That is the most important thing to me.
That we have been doing since before you came.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I said. I think I was listening to you guys. I mean, I'm not so much interested in what is going on between Ukraine and it's because of the Westerners.
Do you support Tinubu's intention to invade or try to take out the military regime in Niger?
What's our business there? What's our business?
I thought you are Agbado now.
We haven't even taken care of what is going on in Nigeria, and we are going to go and attack. You see, the thing is that you can predict how this war is going to start, but you cannot predict how this war is going to end. So we have to be very, very careful. You know, look at what is going on over there in Southeast. Nobody has ever said anything or tried to intervene, but we are going to go fight a sovereign country because of what? This is what they want. It's none of our business. I don't think anybody wants to die, not even one soul, not even one army over this conflict. So I just hope, you know, how they say, small nyash they shake us, small nyash they shake us, small nyash they shake us. Let me tell you why. We need to stay away from what is happening in Niger. It's none of our business. Let us focus. We have even more war going on in Nigeria than going to attack a sovereign nation. So we need to be very careful. Let us stay away from there. I'm not in support of that. But if they think they can use ECOWAS and go and attack in Niger, that's going to be a problem. Because I think other countries like Burkina Faso and the rest of them might join them. Even though Niger is a very small country, but you can never don't underestimate any country. See what Russia is doing with Ukraine. Initially, when they started this war, people think under 2 months, 1 month, they're going to wipe
If it
Ukraine.
also contribute to it, Niger is not a small country. The landmarks of Niger is like the size of Nigeria too.
No, what I'm saying is that we are bigger.
But they have a very big landmarks.
No, I'm not talking about in terms of landmass. I'm talking about
in
population. Yeah.
Population, yes, okay.
Population, yeah. We will overpower them, but you can never underestimate any country now at this point. Looking at what is going on between Russia.
We will overpower them.
Well, never say never. Matt, never say never. No.
Slow down. Slow down.
Don't worry. Do you know why? Tinubu
Don't say that.
want to make history as the first
Don't
Nigerian
say that.
president went to work with another country. That's one of the things behind his mind.
My sister,
I
don't
can
say we will.
see again, like I said, we can stay here and predict how this war is gonna start, but we can never predict how this war is gonna end. So let us not say, oh, we're gonna wipe them. That is exactly what Russia said against Ukraine.
That's what I'm
Everybody was
saying.
panicking that they're gonna wipe away Ukraine. By now, we were thinking that there will be no country like that Ukraine will not be in existence. But see what is going on. So, in as much as yes, we are bigger than them in terms of military and everything you can think of. But again, no soul worth dying. It doesn't worth it. It's none of our business. We need to stay away. Let us even finish dealing with the tribunal. Tinubu has not even finished dealing with the tribunal, and you're gonna go, attack a country again. Matt, it's okay. You don't have to agree with me, but what I'm trying to say is this: we can never say what is gonna happen. Please, you can never say.
I accept
Other
it.
countries, you don't know who's gonna join them. You don't know who's gonna support them when this war starts.
I'm with you because when you say that Nigeria, we know we're gonna take them down or crush them.
Don't say
This
that,
is
my brother.
many
Don't say
Nigeria.
that.
No,
You don't know who's
I'm
gonna
not saying.
support them. You don't know who's
I'm
gonna
with you. That's what I'm saying. I'm with you. I'm not saying contrary. I'm with you. I said yes. Nigeria is trying to go to invade, but they don't know the country. Even we are talking about only Algeria. We are talking about Burkina Faso. Do you know about China? Do you know
Exactly.
about
That's what
other
I'm saying.
countries
Because
are not speaking?
yeah, they
That
put
is why
their
we say,
weapons.
and if you watch economically, how are we Nigerians? What do we have
And
in
that's gonna
reserve?
affect us.
What do we have in reserve? And even to not to talk of the president say he saved almost 3 trillion, Abi, but finally, Guatemala said nothing was saved. So we don't even know whether we have or we don't have. So if going there is a problem, in fact, let them just forget about it.
Let
Let
me
them
ask
just
you a
forget about it.
question. With this thing you said now, what is the difference between Nigeria and Niger? Tell me.
It's the same thing. They are just the same.
That's what I'm
Even
saying.
the
What is the
Niger might be
difference?
better.
What is the
Niger
difference
might be
between
better.
Nigeria and Niger?
If you what I think
I'm
is
telling
this, if you look at it, it's just a detraction. Tinubu is using to detract every people from being from the tribunal proceedings. Just to move their mind.
Tinubu is sending Asari Dokubo boys to go do the fighting. We're not sending
That's a good one.
You don't go.
That's a good one. No problem.
We are not sending our soldiers. Asari Dokubo boys will do it.
I beg. We don't even have enough food in Nigeria. If anything, if we ever invade Niger, it's gonna affect us more than the
It
Niger.
will never happen. Don't worry
suffer
about that.
more
Do
than
you know the
anything.
beans we eat in Nigeria is coming from Burkina Faso?
I'm
Due
telling
to the
you.
war,
So
beans is
the
coming from
famine in
Burkina Faso.
Nigeria.
You know,
I don't even
beans again.
I don't even know
We
about
have
this.
scarcity of beans in Nigeria. By the time the fight
Okay. Let's move to Jonaba, since if he is one of them. Most Nigerians are against this idea. They don't want 90%. I think, from my own estimation, 9 out of 10. You always have one person that comes and says, like, one man, let's go bomb everybody, kill everybody.
I heard when he was speaking, I wanted to ask him, why not pack your stuff and put on the uniform and go stay at the border when it's time.
Exactly.
And then you will be the first to enter in Niger. You can't be in London and be talking nonsense.
Actually, to listen to one man, just wasting his time.
I listened to one man in JJ television, JJ TV. I just say, let me tell
This is why you guys need a military rule. It's not your destiny to shut up.
the guy crush that.
Matt, let Jonaba add. Let Jonaba
Stay in
contribute.
bed, you talk. Sit down straight, even, by the way.
You may want to sit up, Matt. You are violating policy.
Oh, sorry. Oh.
Go ahead, Jonaba.
Military man.
Oh, you. Who is calling me military? No, I don't.
Thank
I'm
you.
in civilian.
Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. One of the things that I want to speak before I go further is that for anybody to believe that China or Russia would be better of our friend, then look at how many Nigerians that live in China and live in Russia and whatever they have become of them. So
Thank
I
you.
don't think that is a way to go. Let us even see
Okay,
how
sorry.
Putin.
Hold on. Let's stop there because you made a statement that implies something very negative is happening to Nigerians in China and Russia. Give examples, please, because I've never had one Nigerian being killed in
Okay, there are many of them, but
in
me,
China.
I'm not going there. But go and look at the life, even the lifestyle of Chinese people that live in China, Chinese people and the Russian people. Go
Thank
and
you.
see how many people putting himself, even in the modern way, how many people that go against his policy, political, whatever, even follow them to other country and kill them. So the
God bless
notion
you,
that
Oga.
we
No. I'm not talking about the state. I'm talking about Nigerians that live in China. What is China doing to them?
What people have is what they offer you. But let's see the
Exactly.
life of, and another
No, they
thing
offer to
Putin
their
came with
people.
that.
No,
The
what they
life,
offer to other people is
okay,
different. It's
the
not
life
fair
of, I
to do
live in
that.
America. Now listen to me. I live in America. I have friends that live in Russia, and I have a friend that do business with China, and they never tell me anything, neither any positive thing, and the whole world watches. So the notion that we're going to leave the hand of whether it's British colony, American colony, and we are better off with Russia, is still another way of we not finding our way to who we want to be as a black people. In 21st century, we are still looking for who will be our ally. Ally is interest. If somebody is interested in you or whatever you have in exchange, everybody build ally. It's just like friends. So for us to come here and say, oh,
But isn't that the calculation that we are talking about? Because it's not
but the
just one-sided.
calculation is that the same way the people have never even treated their own people fairly in their own country, and now they will now become our friend and they will treat us fairly.
That is how it works. But that is how it works. Okay,
So,
you know what? Let's just slow
how
this
does it
down.
work?
I will play a film now so you understand how these things work.
Okay.
Oh, so I have to sit
I
down
mean,
for you to play that one for me to know how it works.
No,
I'm
because
talking
some of
from
things you are
experience. I'm
saying, you are
talking
making it
from
sound
what
as
is
if that's
going
how
on right
reality
now.
works. No, but it's not true.
It's a
That's what I'm
reality.
saying.
Putin is not killing the people. It's not a reality
He
that Putin is
is.
not killing
But
the people.
he is
It's not a
doing that,
reality. So I
but it
have to
doesn't
listen to a
mean
video that you're going to play to me
So
to
are
see
you
what
trying
is
to
going
say?
on in Russia.
Hold on. Are you trying to say
Now that
that
you now have
France?
to play a video for me in the whole
Okay, let me
world
ask now.
that
Let me
today now
ask.
you forefathers have to play a video for me to have a concept of what is going
Hold
on
on now.
in
Let me
Russia.
ask you now what you are saying so that I don't exaggerate what you are saying. Are you saying that the conditions that the French are keeping the Francophone countries will be worse? That will be worse under Russians? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
I agree with that. I agree with that thinking. Yes.
The only reason why they
Seriously?
are coming here, the
Yes.
only reason why they are coming there is
Go
that
and look.
because the
Go
only
and look
reason
at
why they
who.
make
Go
country.
and look at who.
No.
Wagner
Listen
Group.
to me carefully.
The Wagner Group.
Listen to me. Listen to me. The only reason they are looking for
People are
a human
dreaming.
shield. They are looking for human shield. Human
Exactly.
shield in the sense that they know unemployed African today, even if you're going to pay them to go to enter plane, to go and fight in anywhere. They are ready because we don't have a country of our own, we have a continent of our own, and we don't have even a channel energy. There we go.
Okay.
So that is
You
the
see
only thing we
now,
are
I think
saying
this
here.
is
But
where
for you to sit down here
I've
and
never
then you have to
disagreed with
play a
you
video for
more
me.
than this
Yes,
point you are making. I disagree with it like so vehemently. This is the worst point you've ever made, and I will prove it today with so many evidence of what you have just said. I've never disagreed with you more because it's not the same thing. Two people are not the same.
No.
You cannot treat foreigners better than you treat your own people. It's not going to happen.
You don't treat your
Actually,
people nice, so
you
are
can
expecting
treat
to treat me nice.
sometimes people treat strangers differently from the way they treat somebody in their family. That is a fact.
Yeah.
So you are
That is
telling
a
me now
fact of life. So let's not pretend as if that's not
citizens
true.
that they have been
Governors.
okay. You know what?
How are they treating you in US? How are they treating you in Europe? How are they treating you in
Exactly.
Italy? Systematically, they are treating you. They are calling you shit.
That's why I
systematically
wanted you to flesh out that
in your face.
compared to Nigerians in China
Because you are
versus Nigerians in
because
Can
the
you
UK,
mute Mark?
how are they
Let
is it
me
treated?
because
talk.
because of the
When I
system
finish
working
talking,
treat
Mark
you
can
well?
talk. Can you mute him, please? Can we have a this? Can we
Okay,
have?
please go ahead.
Can you
No.
mute Mark? Mark has
Please
been
go
talking
ahead.
and
Don't
never
worry, you have
interject.
chance to.
So let's
Nobody is
respect
going to
each
stop
other,
you from
and that
saying
is
what you
why
want to
we
say.
are
Like
so.
we are causing distraction
Yeah.
with
So
ourselves
Mark
here.
can come and talk when he want to talk.
Let's focus
I
on
only come in
Africa
when I
now.
want to feel like it. Yeah.
No, go
So
ahead, please, Jonava.
African people, we whatever is going on in the. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Now we all understand our problem. Okay, our problem is a big problem, but the war in Niger, whatever the ECOWAS, whatever you guys think about, Niger, the new generation may see what the older generation do, whether the contract, whatever they have been into for many years, it's not what they think is the right thing now. I said it before, maybe because some of you are not here. I believe that they should have carried the other African with them. And the only way is to build allies. Africa never build allies around themselves. They're always, even in Nigeria right now, anybody can interfere because we never accept our own selves. So it's easy for anybody to take over us and dictate for us. So we can talk all we want to talk. They could have carried other African along and make, we have ECOWAS for God's sake. They can go there and say, okay, this is what we are, coup is not something you tell everybody anyway. So the people that carry out the coup know what they do, but it's about making a case over the time. And this is what social media have helped us. Even we are saying things here. I'm learning from you, some view that I'm better than you, or you are better than me. We are all learning from each other. And we are exposing it through knowledge and through many ways to expose it to the 21st century way of dealing with issues and educate people and empowering people, even to know their basic human rights. You cannot tell me that any human being in Nigeria or any African country don't know their basic human rights or they don't have a dream for themselves. But they have been robbed of it, they have been denied of it, they have been oppressed of it, and then they look like they have no place to go and just settle for the worst instead of pushing back. So the war in Niger, I pray that they have a diplomatic way of solving it, but you cannot say that Africans as a union cannot have a say in it, whether you like the president or you don't like the president, or whether Ghana, whether Nigeria, whether Togo, whatever the African or the West African country, they have a role to play to make sure it do not escalate beyond, and they have to have a genuine dialogue instead of African killing African for what? For other people that come to take our stuff. But we have to, first of all, accept ourselves and deal with the issue, fundamental issues that have been placed, and it cannot just be that quick. Because these people have, French people, American, they have all this influence for over the years. They have all the resources in their disposal. So you have to map out your strategy very brilliantly, because you cannot just wake up overnight and fight these people. And I mean, it's not going to go down the way you think. So there should be a diplomatic way and a gradual process of all the African country to intervene in one world in unity. That okay, some of those things, if you read it in history, you see that they have no say much on their own resources. So, but it can be done gradually, not aggressively, whether by military. And anybody is afraid of military coup in Nigeria, it's not going to happen. Don't worry about that. That's not how Nigeria is going to work.
Thank you. Equating to, the way I would like to look at it is that, you have to worry about the lion that is in your throat rather than the hyena standing behind the lion waiting for the carcass. And right now, the priority is the one that is really, look at our nation, 4 refineries, none of them working. And look at the Sahel, look at all the African, black nations specifically, how underdeveloped we are. And all this is without sanctions. All this without sanctions. While other countries that under sanctions are developing, that should tell you something is not right. And it's not the same. I'm waiting to see a report that the Chinese people mobbed a black man, not even just a Nigerian, a black man, and killed him in China. But every day we hear it in America. Every time we see people in France, in the UK, we see that all the time. And you see your continent, these people are present and they are completely decimating your land. And I've seen Russia with so many countries with their relationships. I've never really seen Russia come there to come and tear the country apart. Apart from when they're at war.
Sorry to cut you on that. The reasons why you probably don't hear the news come out from them is because they have a check on their media. That's why you are dealing with.
How about the Nigerians? How about the black people?
In what way?
Why are they not saying they are killing us?
You have to have news coming out from there. If you don't happen, you're not gonna hear them. Like, it's not gonna be all over. You have to have news coming out from.
Are you serious? Seriously?
Nigeria cannot put in
black people cannot report that Chinese people are killing them.
Excuse me. The reason why you hear these things from the US is because they have a free media that can report without being afraid.
We heard about the one with the COVID-19 where they were discriminated against the Nigerians. How can we not hear when they're actually killing them?
It's on social media. Forefathers. It's on social media last year that a Chinese man killed an African guy because of even girlfriend issue of
that's in Africa, and that is girlfriend relationship issue, not because the person is black. Not because they are discriminating.
The people that kill the people like no, it's not in Nigeria, it's in China. And the reason is that they see that they killed the guy because they say he was dating a Chinese lady. But in any case, whatever you are proving that they killed.
I don't know about that case. You can share it. You can share it with us. I would like to see it. I want evidence.
The people live in China. They live in China and live in Russia. Go back to Nigeria, and anybody that tell you he lives in China and he comes from China and he lives there, and anybody that tell you he lives in Russia and come from Russia to Nigeria, I'm not going to hear discrimination against anybody. Everybody find their own survivor in anything. Go and look at their lifestyle back home and let them tell you the story.
No, Russians are very racist. Russians, like most Europeans, are racist. That we know.
They are not welcome, forefather.
But the Chinese are not.
Forefather, hold on. Let me talk to Dr. John Abba. We from the South, we are the one that always sell the core Northerner. If you do business with a Northerner, an Hausa man, if that man trusts you, he will give you everything. We are the one that is saying it. It's not them that is saying it. But guess what? Have you heard any one of us that said, me as one Christian, me as one boy from South, marry one Alaji daughter? No, there are places you don't go. Every country, every tribe, every region have some things that you don't go. The Chinese and the Russians may not be as friendly like the Americans who indirectly tell you, I like your accent. Meanwhile, they are messing up with your accent. They don't hear what you are saying, but they pretend to say, I like your accent. This is how the trick. There are things like that. These things happen. You understand? They might not be as friendly like the Americans, like the British people who want to be more diplomatic, but at the same time still racist. You understand? Still be biased, still play the great institutional racist to deprive you. When I grow in my place of job, if he is doing well in a place of job, if me and if he will tell you the truth, we will tell you the truth. It is called the black man tax. We do 2 times. If he's here now enjoying herself, if they call her now, if he come for overtime that she didn't plan.
How am I enjoying myself? Uncle Paul, why are you calling me? How am I enjoying myself?
Paul has started again, though.
Paul, how am I enjoying myself?
So when they call us all this type of call, they call you. Can you come cover up? We'll just say one time we'll go. Can you come cover up?
I need the floor for
when
now.
They give us all this type of promotion because they want to use us.
The gentlemen that join us talk, and we will take it from the other side. I know. All I know, Africans should get themselves
because they need that Africans.
I agree with that. We need to get our act together. That's for sure.
Correct. I agree 100%.
You're right, John. You're right, Paul. I'm just pulling your leg.
I say you enjoy it. I don't see where go drink NLC for the other room. No.
TA. Is it TA or what? Sorry, was
Can I?
it TA or Jamaican Janko?
Jamaican Janko, you can go first. I don't mind. Yeah, you can go first.
Jamaican thank you.
Yes,
Jamaican Janko.
You know,
are you Jamaican and are you in Jamaica?
No, I'm in America. And I'm an African born in Jamaica. So let's get it clarified that I'm an African. The same colonizer that colonized you, colonize us, the English, the British. Okay? Now, what that brother said before, that brother said, the African has no friends outside of the race. And unfortunately, very few friends within. Because the psychological damage that was done from the Arabic slave trade and the European slave trade has never been corrected. That's why we have Arabized Africans in Sudan killing each other. Okay, you have Islamists who are blue-black killing each other. All right, you know, so we have to take that into consideration. Our minds are messed up. That's the problem, is our minds, because these Europeans and these Arabs make sure they cripple our minds from that experience. You see, and what you have to also watch, you see, what's taking place in Sudan. If something now escalate in West Africa, that whole region gonna be in turmoil. You see, from the Horn of Africa straight to West Africa would be in turmoil if they go in and invade Niger. It's going to be problems. Then that would allow the influx of Arabs to even come down more and penetrate into Africa, which we don't want, because these people are not our friends. So I commend the Nigerian Senate to pass that resolution, because that little old man, he need to go retire and sit down with his grandchildren. Okay? He's probably worried about the army that he has right there. Say, look, I prefer to send them over there to go fight, because they may create problems for me. So maybe that's why he's so eager to say, look, go. But he need to go sit down somewhere, okay? And let the young people look. 700 million youth in Africa under the age of 24. If we don't get them youth working, we're going to have some serious problems. You talk about problems, young folks who are idle going to create problems. We need to get some training for these kids, get them out there in the field, get them building, get them working, get the country moving, get Africa moving. Because it is us alone going to save Africa. Ain't nobody coming. Ain't no Jesus going to come in. Ain't no Allah coming. It's through human effort and utilizing the active intelligence of our mind that we're going to solve these problems. Anyway, I love what you're doing. And again, I said, I hope he don't make that mistake and send no troops in there. You know, because they said 18 months. And one more fact. You see, the reason why those troops revolted is they were sending them out there ill-equipped to fight these jihadists. No weapons, nothing. These people have superior weapons. Hell yeah, I would rebel too, because you're sending me out there to die. You're not equipping me. You're not giving me the right equipment, and you're sending me out there. And you don't know if these people working in the back door with them Islamists too, because as I said, the Arab is not our friends, okay? You've seen it happen in Sudan right now, what is happening. And Egypt is blocking a lot of them black people. Say, hell no, you ain't coming. They should be focusing on Sudan, sending troops into Sudan to stabilize that situation. Anyway, thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. You see, I always said that the Jamaican Rastafarians, they are the most pro-black people on the face of the continent, the world. Because even Africans are not that pro-black. They don't see the entire race. But the Rastafarians, unconditionally, for no reason, just because of their belief on the continent, they support 100%. If I go to any office in the UK now, I see a Jamaican Rastafarian in that office, I feel more at ease than when I see a Nigerian. That tells you something. I'm telling
Serious.
you. Yeah, conditioning, innit? So,
true.
TA,
Yeah.
please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, guys. It's good to see you guys again. First of all, I'm going to disagree with you forefathers about the Chinese. You know, I've worked with the Chinese before. I remember when I was building. I was the kind of the project manager building a hotel back in Lagos, 3-star standard hotel. So I had an opportunity to, because we're importing stuff from China, and we brought some of their expatriate down from China as well to Nigeria back then. And the first thing I noticed is that the way they were looking at the blacks, because what happened was that we rented a place, put them in, so they were making tiles and stuff like that, all stuff of structures, for us, what we're using for the hotel. Now, there was this lady, I remember Madame Lee or whatever, and there's this one of our drivers. She slapped the guy, and Nigerian guy now, an old man. So the man gave the woman twice, 2 slaps together. So came forward to me that, okay, oh God, this is what's happening, and I told the woman that what happened. So the woman was, giving the guy instruction, and the guy wasn't, allowing. I mean, he wasn't listening to herself, so they gave the guy a slap. So I told Madame Lee that, look, you don't do that here, And I said, look, he's a slave or whatever. So the mentality that some of them have is like they see blacks as lesser people, and that if you Google as well, there was in 2020, just Google it.
Yeah,
you see it.
Excuse me, sir. You just got the expatriates, so that's why they feel that they are more superior than Nigerians, than Africans.
What?
I said you just called them it's just called the expatriates. That's why they feel they are more better than the Nigerians.
No, not that way. These are, when I say expatriate can be used for people that are not necessarily that you have to be highly educated. When you have skills, the skills that you've got, you could be a carpenter and you're an expatriate. Yeah.
Sorry, let me just ask him.
That's what I've never heard in Europe.
The blacks don't wait. The blacks don't wait. So your argument is that they see us somewhat like inferiors to them.
Yeah, let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So when you look at China, for example, if you Google it, around 2020 as well, you see in McDonald's, although they apologize later, they put it there that no blacks allowed. Just Google it, even during the COVID era as well, the blacks were being evicted. Somebody was saying about the internet in China. The internet is so censored. Even the TikTok that we've got, the kind of TikTok they watch in China is different from the TikTok that they watch in America and the rest of Europe. So there's an algorithm that they use, to educate, so that we get glued to stuff. But in China, there's a way they do that. It has to be educational stuff for their own people, not the one that we watch all around the world. And that's one part. I've met different kind of Chinese people, even right here in UK as well. And you can never compare the Western world to China or Russia. It's totally different. I've known people that when I've got the company I work for, we have a base there. So when they go there, the way we interact is totally, when they see they understand the white people, they give the white skin, they give them respect. But when it comes to black skin, please, they don't. If you go to Jamaica as well, in Jamaica, they build an hotel. They said, look, only whites and Chinese people are allowed. The Jamaicans had to burn it down. They burn everything down. That is their trait. Go to Nigeria and up north as well. See the way they're treating, the our guys there up north. That some people have to revolt. It's there. Google it as well. So things like that should not be compared. That's one part. Now, on the issue of
when you say all these minor things, these are
exactly. No, leave him. Let him finish. Okay. Let him finish because I am waiting to hear some grievous violation. So carry on. These ones are literally killing us constantly. You're talking about they didn't like you. They didn't do that. Let it carry on.
Ask him about Tyson, that the one they said no black. Tyson took Muslims and was praying in that restaurant. It happened in USA. It just recently, no black should enter. Mike Tyson took Muslims and went, and even white Swedish citizens, they went inside that restaurant and put their mat and started praying in USA. Where you are. It's not everywhere.
Wait.
Why did you hear it in the US? Because you have a free press. You need to understand that. You will not hear this in China.
Not everything is censored in China. Jesus Christ.
Eddie, don't be too myopic with these things. I have friends in China.
It's not being myopic. This is what I know.
All Nigeria use VPN to send everything.
Eddie.
All Nigerians use VPN to
that's
send
everything.
VPN,
right?
Yes,
Eddie.
all Nigerians
No,
use
Paul,
VPN.
Paul, please hold on first.
Hold
on first. Eddie, the CNN we see in Europe is not the CNN you listen to in America.
Thank you very much. I know. That's what I'm telling you. Most of the things you hear, just like when you said the US vice president went to Ukraine to make a statement.
I didn't say Ukraine. I said Europe. He came to European Union, European Parliament, not Ukraine.
Hold on. Let's have a conversation.
No,
just like when you said,
guys, you didn't let me finish before.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me let you finish. Go ahead.
That's what they do. They will start their own discussion on the side.
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Paul and Matt, this is my own opinion. Everybody have got their own opinion. Like I said, I've dealt with, so the company I work for, I'm not going to mention the name, because I've left it anyway, where every is an American company. So every on the ground, you can go every where you're going through on the ground, you're going through rail line or stuff, be it UK, be it US, you have to touch your oyster, your card or whatever, the gate line stuff, they manufacture it. Well, I'm not going to mention the name. So they have a base in China. And now, when we bring them over as well, either to UK or either to US, you could see, but not to mention the company. But what I'm trying to say is that, look, this is my own exposure to them. This is what I've learned. This is what I've seen, See, it's just like I was saying the other day. I said, look, when we talk about, even the religion, that it's just, for example, have you ever seen a southerner that is a Muslim going to the north to lead the prayer? No way. I've never seen that up north in Nigeria. Have you ever seen a black man, going to Saudi Arabia to lead the prayer? You never see that. You understand what I'm saying? So, see, everything is hierarchy, discrimination, racism. And that's why I've always been preaching love, that we need to love one another, that Africa should be together, not you're Yoruba, you're this or you're that, you're whatever, that let's unite together. A lot of things open my eyes. I remember when Russia was fighting, a journalist went on the news and said, how could this happen 24th century, that you have people like us going through this? And that is why they opened the border for them, free border to the UK straight away. Whereas around that time, Afghanistan was happening. They were not allowed in the UK. They go through
Ethiopia.
You understand what I'm saying? You understand? So they're looking at people like us. You understand? And that's why when I look at Africans the way we think, the way we talk, the way we argue, it's as if Is there something wrong with Africans? It's not that maybe we don't have the same brain. You know, if I tell you infrastructure project that I've done right here in UK, you say, is this a black man that did it? I don't like, you know, blowing guns or, you know, blowing man that I did this or I did that. I'm talking about huge £1 million project that's done in UK. You understand? But when I start talking about it, anybody that you live maybe in London, they say, what, you did that? You did that? Oh, you did that? Oh, really? You know, so, but when you see, I mean, a country being handed over to blacks, we messed it up. Look at South Africa.
Oh, come on, man. Let's not do this, man. Let's not do this.
Let's
not do this. I hear what you are saying. It's not like I'm dismissing it, but you are not diagnosing it properly. But it's okay. You have your right.
What is the fact, though? South Africa, when the infrastructure was cut for few white people and the black people who own the country are living in penury.
No, you don't get me. See, Paul, what I'm trying to say is that before they, you know, doing the apartheid, you understand, they had everything. You understand, the light was going on, everything was going on. But ever since they handed over to the blacks, the country is going down the drain. Are we saying that we're not equipped enough?
Do you know why? Because they are balancing it to cover the black people to also benefit. So the resources is not as much as you think. Neither when the white people during apartheid, everything was cut for the white people.
Okay,
the black people, it's not there.
Yeah.
It's not part of the budget.
Okay, let me see. I'm not. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Let me support you, sir. Let me support you, sir. Let me support you.
Let me see if I can share something about a break.
Paul, go back to East Germany and West Germany before they reunited.
I'm still coming there. No, I'm still coming there. So now, Paul, when you look at South Africa, during those time, they've never lost power. You understand what I'm saying? It's just like what happened in Lagos, where they just lost the doctor, where they've been talking about the lift, having issues for over 5 years. That maintenance structure, culture, we don't have it. We always believe, let's manage. We use parts that are not even, up to grade to fix things. And that's why you see that people people buy anyhow in Africa. You understand? Somebody has done it before, someone like Sankara, although he was a military guy, but what he did back in his country before, they took, they took over as well, self-reliance and everything like that. It worked, no doubt, Now, when you're looking at, because some people were comparing China, Russia to the West.
Thank you for mentioning that. I need to just share some of this for a second so that everybody had a bit of a break. Then you can carry on. And first of all, let's give credit to Sabrina in China. She's the one sharing this video just to do due diligence and fair usage. So let me just play it briefly. It's not going to be for long. It's 10 minutes video.
On the basis of my skin color. There is systematic racism in China preventing me from accomplishing or doing anything only on the basis that I'm a black person? Absolutely not. Hi world, hi YouTube. This is Sabrina in China. Welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, thank you for joining. I'm walking home from work, so I want to share with you guys because I just had an interview with CCTV, and CCTV is China's Central Broadcasting Television Company, right? That's CCTV, right? It's one of the major broadcasting companies here in China. I think it's the largest broadcasting company here in China. And I just started thinking about something that people have been commenting on and talking about, and that is racism in China. And I started thinking about that topic after I did this interview. I'm crossing the street now. It's green light. Crossing the street, guys. So a lot of people on this channel, they've talked about racism and they've commented and asked me what is the racism like here in China and stuff like that. And today I want to talk about it. I feel like I'm not ready to talk about that topic. And
Let me speed it up a bit. She's too slow.
I'm just gonna sit here and talk with you guys a little bit until I'm ready to head home. So, are there racist people in China? Absolutely. Are there racist people in the US? Absolutely. Are there racist people in Jamaica? Absolutely, there are. In fact, there are a lot of Chinese people in Jamaica, and I've had conversations with Jamaican people talking about how much they hate the Chinese community in Jamaica, how much they do not like Chinese people, and the fact that there are some Chinese people who work in Jamaica, they're operating businesses in Jamaica tax-free, and Jamaicans are not happy about that. So, should those Chinese people who are enjoying their lives in Jamaica, enjoying good business terms in Jamaica, pack their bags and leave because Jamaicans are unhappy about it? I don't think so. Same with me. I am living as a teacher here in China, a black teacher, right? And I'm pretty sure I'm earning more money than a Chinese teacher who is teaching English here in China. Should I pack my bags and go home because there are some Chinese people who are unhappy that a foreigner is living in China earning more than a Chinese person? I do not think so. My point is, you cannot live your life to please everyone. You cannot live your life for the satisfaction of another person. There will be people unhappy about whatever you do in life. It doesn't matter what you do. There are going to be some people who are happy and some people who are sad. But my goal in life is not to make other people happy. My goal in life is to make Sabrina happy, right? And our racist people in China. But do I believe there is systematic racism in China preventing me from accomplishing or doing anything only on the basis that I'm a black person? Absolutely not. I do not believe that. I do not believe that at the law gates, the people who are creating the laws in China, they stand and they say, oh, we will ensure that these people cannot do this thing in China on the basis that they are black. And the white people who come to China are able to do it. I do not believe that. And I know there are some people who are aware of some things in China, and they will say to me, oh, Sabrina, but in China, they have this thing where they have a few countries that are considered native-speaking countries, and that allows most of the white people to get the good jobs in China. Yes, there are those countries that are native English-speaking countries are predominantly white, right? However, there are countries on the list with black people, like the US, UK. I mean, all those countries have black people living there, right? I know black Americans living here in China earning way more than I am earning. And I am aware of white people here in China working as a teacher, and I'm earning way more than they are. So I do not believe that there are some laws holding me back and preventing me from attaining some things because I'm a black person. I do not believe that, right? Now, back to the interview I mentioned. I did the interview with CCTV, and these people, they were so kind, they were so patient. Through my horrible Chinese grammar, through my mispronunciations, all of that, they were very kind. And at the end, they told me, oh, Sabrina, you were so good. Your Chinese was so good.
I'm trying to get to where she said something about the reasons why things are.
She decided to introduce me to this video, to CCTV, because she thought, you know what, I put a lot of effort into my video. It was really cool. And this was before I started YouTube. It was supposed to be last year in preparation for the Asian Games that will be held here in Hangzhou. But because of COVID and stuff, the shooting was put off. Anyways, so follow my logic here. My boss works with mostly white people. If China was so racist and they hate black people so much, why wouldn't they choose one of the many white teachers that they have here to do the interview with CCTV? Why wouldn't they? So if I think about my logic, I just believe they chose me on the basis of merits and not on the basis of race. They could work with a white teacher, but they decided to work with me on the basis of merit, on the basis of the fact that, oh, Sabrina, your was really creative, we like it, and we want to connect you with these people. Merit. That's what it is. So, and your life is hard in China. Buy into that, and I refuse on my life. I refuse to be a victim of my blackness any crimes. Truly, I know that. But no one is committing any crime against me here in China on the basis of my skin color. I went to a party once and I met this guy. He's operating a business here in China or those countries. And then he told me that many years while living in China and studying in China, he bought into the narrative that and not saying he's oppressed because he's black in China, that he started seeing success in his business here in China and enjoying success here. I went to a women's empowerment, and I'm like, this girl is hosting a whole program, doing these amazing things, and she's a black girl, right? So I refuse to be a victim of blackness here in China. I do not want racism in China or racism at all of this, like everywhere else in the world. But there is no systematic racism in China preventing any black person.
I think a lot of people have been asking, so I should explain the purpose of this video, and I think it's a fair question to ask because one, there was a video she put up that she explained one of the key reasons that people misunderstand China. She said because China is about rules, that it's not necessarily about individual. That this is the wrong video. I think this one she was just talking about racism not being an issue. I don't believe that. You do have racism in China to an extent, but in terms of the reasons why they go after people, sometimes, because we don't understand their own culture. Their own culture is based on rules. I think she gave a good example once, but this is not the video. She gave an example of when she too was frustrated and she was questioning why they are doing those things. But it turned out that she was breaking the rules, and they wanted to enforce rules. And so that is some of the point. So
basically racist. For that particular video, I disagree. For that particular video, I disagree with her assertion. You understand? You can't tell me that one person's experience is what everybody experiences there.
Oh no, I don't believe that the black people are not getting discriminated against. I don't believe that. They do get discrimination, but not in the scale of America or the UK or any European country or even Russia.
Let me.
Excuse me. I work in a predominantly white company today. As a matter of fact, I just got a promotion into a high managerial level in that company. Why? Because of my efforts in that company. Now, if you go into an organization and you want to be lackadaisical about it, they will leave you where you are. Nobody wants to put anybody who is lazy in a position of authority.
Like I said,
Nobody
that
will do
can
that.
be one. But two, they can also use you do what I call the black man tax. When they call you on Sunday, all your mates are going for vacation. People are spending family time. They call you will go. They call you for this, you will go. They will promote you to keep you afloat. Not because of they like you so much.
If you leave yourself open to it,
it's also there.
If you leave yourself open to it, if you leave yourself
find
open
out very many of us that keep talking about, I am doing well in this organization. Find out that we work too much.
If you leave yourself open to it, you will use. There are laws.
Eddie, you have to admit that you are talking about anecdotal case here. This is your own case you are referring to.
Let me
it's not necessarily true for everyone.
Guys, let me finish so I can leave the floor.
Let TA finish. Let TA finish his point so that we can move to Alicia hasn't said anything for a long time. And then Richard can go. And whenever you want to say something, you are a privileged member here. You can say whatever you want to say anytime. Nobody dares to interrupt you. All right, please finish your point.
So that's on China. I mean, that's my own perspective about China. Now, if you're talking about what's it called, Russia, yeah. Now look at East and West Germany. You understand? When after the World War II, America took over West Germany, Russia took over East Germany. Now, if you look at the condition of living for East Germans, yeah, even though they're the same people, you really feel for them. You understand? So it's like, I mean, when it comes to racism as well, I'm the kind of person that if I can't speak your language, I don't go there. I'm like that, and I don't. Or anybody that the places I can go to, like now I've never been to the eastern part of what's it called, Europe. I don't go there. You understand? I know there's some part in eastern part of Europe that is so racist as well. Seeing a black man, there's a place where you get to, they come and touch your skin to see if you painted the stuff. The people that went there, that's
a blanket statement. It's not true.
No, it's not a blanket statement. Let me see. Look. Like I was saying before, they are talking about the people.
Even East Berlin, in East Germany, it used to happen.
Okay. See? That's what I'm saying. So even the people that live there said these things to me. You understand that? Look, in social place,
people ask me, what did I speak? What language do we speak in Nigeria? And I tell the person, say, check your phone. And he check his phone and see that Nigeria speak English. The person said, no. What language did me speak?
That's semantics. Sometimes
I said, do you speak California?
No, sometimes they are sincere.
Do you speak Georgia?
Listen.
There are ignorant questions. There are ignorant things.
No, I'm not talking about ignorance now. Yeah, is it Paul? Is it ignorant here? For example, in Poland, in some part of Poland, where they do an advert. Yeah, a white guy is being. A white guy is being painted to a black person until people revolted. And I said, no. When what's called Ukraine war, what happened? The blacks here were being put back. That look, you can't go through to Poland. So these are things that happen. It's not that.
Or do you know some about things we do here in the US? We call the African Americans Akata. If you are a Yoruba man, do you know the meaning of Akata?
They say that's
stereotype. We call the white people in Yibo.
See, when you're talking, Paul,
You
Paul,
understand?
you're
But
talking
guess what?
about
We do it out of ignorance.
Paul,
We don't even know that this word that we're calling the Africans America Akata is curse. It's a curse word.
Paul,
You understand?
you're
But we
talking
do it.
about. Say,
Even
listen.
some of us pride ourselves Akata
You're
Alpha
talking
now.
about.
You
You're
understand?
talking about Akata compared to people running for their lives now. I'm talking about the war in Ukraine, where a lot of Nigerians were crying and say, "Look."
No, when you talk somebody touch your skin, that's why I said so. It's out of ignorance what they told the person.
Okay,
that's
about
why
the
somebody
skin.
could ask me what language do I speak, and I ask the person, "Do you speak California? Do you speak New York?" See, if you ask me, you say you speak English. I say I speak English. You want to know more? Then I ask you, "Do you speak New York? Do you speak California?"
Paul,
You
where I
understand?
live, where I live, they always think that
so
it's because of sun. It's because of sun that I am like this. I tell them, and now you, and I don't want to correct them on that. I tell them, go to sun. As you feel that this is sun, you have to go to sun and be like me. That's what I used to tell them. You want to be like this, and you say, okay, if you see sun, don't go out there. Stay there 24 hours. You will be like this. They say, yeah. As I say, you are being stupid. Let us be stupid together. Because I can't be telling you what makes me black. You know,
where they
I
transfer
don't
me
have
to,
that time to explain.
people are asking me, do I have animals in Africa? These are white people.
Imagine.
These are people who love pets so much. And I told them, I said I have 2 elephants. They asked me, what do I do with elephant? I said I spend $12 every month to take care of the elephant. In 11 years' time, I'm going to sell it. They asked me, who will buy it? I say, is it not stupid white people that will buy it for $50,000? They say, damn, Paul, you got money. Elephant.
Paul,
These are ignorant questions.
Paul,
Things that they've
when I
told
say
me.
no, it's not about being ignorant. Yeah, back in the days, we're talking about evolution now. Yeah,
yes.
Back in the days in America, yeah, they chased the black men and lynched them. Now they passed through that era. Now, you understand? Now there's some people just coming out. Yeah, they've never seen much black people. For example, in Poland, yeah, a colleague of mine got married to a Niger guy here in UK, and took his mixed race children home. It was an issue in Poland. It was really an issue. So somebody was saying that even
marry a Fulani daughter in Nigeria. It's an issue too.
No. See, we're talking about we're
a
talking
Nigerian
about
a Nigerian man naturalized there and played for their national team. My brother, brother. A Nigerian guy have played in Poland.
Okay, TA. Sorry, guys. TA. Can I tell you something? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was an intelligence officer in Nigerian army, right? Now, one of the things I had to learn was languages, and Polish happens to be one of them. Even when I left, I had to go because I still got some family there, some cousins that are married. Poland are used to seeing blacks. However, in saying that, we still have some remote cases where some families that they've still got
mostly the villages.
They kind of funny in the way they look at. I mean, it's just like even here in the UK, there are some Nigerian family you can't bring the parents will tell them, listen, don't bring any white guy here into this household. You can do that outside. So I don't see anything about it. It's just natural.
See, Tone,
what I'm
trying to bring out.
One man went to Mo. If he did not even live in Igbo community in Nigeria, in the UK where he resides, the Nigerian community in the UK, the biggest population in the UK in terms of the Nigerian communities, are the Yorubas, followed by the Igbos. So by default, he must have understand the Igbos very well. Do you know so many things that you have talked about the Igbos? If I tell you the things that I talk about the Igbos and everything, you'll be so shocked. Do you know why? Sometimes it's not his fault. It is what they must have told him. And it's just right. These things happen sometimes. That's why sometimes I just see people out of ignorance and I choose to also give them ignorant answers. That's why I say no.
Paul, you were not.
Let me land now.
Sorry, sir. You were not here when I tell Father I presented something. My wife went to work today.
they told her there were many workers there telling her that Africans have rejected Europeans in Africa. They are chasing them away. She was answering them for over 30 minutes just to convince them, explaining to them what happened in Niger. Only what happened in Niger. The news in Spain are telling them that if they are rejecting Europeans, Spain no involved, only France. But their
So they've
news
already started sending
are telling
propaganda all over the place.
yes, what I'm telling you. They said they were asking my wife, what about your
That
father?
is
What about
interesting.
your brother? What about your brother? What about your sisters? Are you safe? Are you okay? Are you okay? My wife said, what are you guys? Why are you guys disturbing me? Like, what is going on? They started telling him, they started telling her, do you know, this is what I want to tell my brother here. This is the same information they tell us about white people. That is the same information these people are passing. And they don't want to change that information. Look at what they are telling them that we rejected. They are involving Nigeria. Nigeria that are going for intervention. They still involve us. That we are the whole they said they are not saying DJ. They said the whole Africa are rejecting Europeans. Just note it. Their citizens did not say Niger rejected France. They said Africans rejected Europeans. Understand it, underline. For you to know where
Matt, that could be things like that.
Can I make a
I think we
contribution?
said Mr. Roland.
Not
Mr.
yet
Roland.
to KJ. It's
Mr. Roland.
KJ, let
a
me
lot of people
quickly.
in the queue.
It's
Sorry.
good to see you. Let me quickly round up. Because I know a lot of people.
Yeah,
so I can
Yeah,
let you go.
30 seconds at most, please.
So as I was saying here, it depends on your personal opinion. You understand what I'm saying? That look, the Europeans here, they won't hunt you down. Yeah, unlike before. They've passed through that ages. They've evolved. There are some emerging countries that are just coming out. For example, like China. Yeah, China is a superpower now, and that's why they are trying to put their image forward. Say that look, we are not racist, and that's why even most of the debts here, all those African countries that borrowed money from them, yeah, they are kind of letting it go just to say that look, good gesture, but indirectly they're always coming for our resources. You understand? Look, Africa is the bedrock. If Africa says we're closing our border to the whole world, a lot of things will go bad, and that is why I always preach that Africans should come together, not division, and there should be no war in Niger. It should be diplomatic, resolution and stuff like that. Let's come together, love one another. Whether you are, like I always say, mostly in Nigeria, whether you are Igbo, Yoruba, Usoko, Awusa, please love one another. Get married to each other. Have kids. Yeah. If I look here now, forefathers look like Yoruba. Paul looks like a man from Abeokuta. Ify looks like a woman from Ondo. No, from Ondo. Go and look at Ondo people. You understand? I said Lokopi looks like Rasta man. Yeah.
Tia, let me tell you something.
How you go say I don't look like Hausa? How you go say I don't look like Hausa?
Easier said than done for us to unite together as one country in Africa. Of course, that's not gonna happen. It will never happen. Even in
Europe went
Nigeria,
through that as well. Europe, they went through that as well. What we're going through now, Europeans,
it's
they
not
went
gonna
through that as
happen.
well. Okay, tell me why.
Even in Nigeria, the same Nigeria we are living in right now. You see, this is the problem. Just a little bit so that, Mr. Elisha, can say something. If you're telling me that things are working in a country, then there is a possibility. But in a country where we have people agitating, If you can't convince them otherwise, what happened in Niger, trust me, had it been the democratic government is working for them, this wouldn't have happened.
All
So
this
the same
about the
thing in
economy.
Nigeria. If Nigeria
It's
or things are working for us in our country, we won't have a Yoruba nation. You won't have a Oduduwa nation. You won't have a Biafra people. You won't have Ariwa people trying to, go their separate ways. So it's very difficult.
It's
So
all
you
about
have to,
economy. It will change. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's all about economy.
It's all about what's it called?
Economy.
Poverty. You understand? Poverty. Now look at it this way. Look at the Arab world, for example. The Arab world. Yeah. Look at Yemen.
Let's not extend it. I remember you had 30 seconds. Let's not
Okay, yeah. And I just want to, just to look at Yemen. Yemen is an Arab country as well. Yemen borders Saudi Arabia. Look at the poverty rate there. You understand? So every continent has those kind of issues, whether you like it or not. But what I always say is that, look, if we preach love, all these old men they're gonna die. Other people are coming through. You understand? So let's just preach love one another, and dialogue. Thank you.
Yeah, this was before Elisha go. This was the point of that video that I played.
Take me to
it's just
that
a few seconds.
restaurants. I will unite Nigeria.
Huh?
Let me just play for a few seconds.
I will unite Nigeria.
If you
Paul,
do
just
what?
hold on. Paul, hold on for a second.
Let's get good.
Not a place that they enjoy or they find living in China challenging. So today I want to talk about some Western behavior or attitudes that I believe would make life in China challenging for you if you ever come to China. And the first one is, I believe someone who doesn't like authority should not come to China. Like, China, the society in China is governed by law and order. And if you're coming to China and you're someone who hates authority, you don't like following the rules, I believe that it will be a challenging time for you in China, because people in China, they tend to follow the rules to the T. In my experience, that's what I've seen. I remember during the whole COVID situation, they rolled out QR code. You needed to scan to enter public areas, such as, subways, supermarkets, that kind of stuff. And I remember wanting to go on the subway the first few days this QR code rolled out. Foreigners didn't have this QR code on their phone. We didn't have Chinese ID, and it was not applicable to foreigners at the time, right? And so I wanted to get on the subway, and the security guard at the door, he said, no, you cannot get in. You either show me your QR code or you will not get on the subway. And I was like, here I am with COVID results, and you're not allowing me to get on the subway. He said, no, the rule says that you need QR code, a green QR code to enter this.
So that was basically the point I wanted to share. Really, all that long video you guys had to watch. I'm sorry you had to go through that. It was just basically to share that some societies operate in a certain way. Like if Nigerians go there now, they may experience resistance because they don't like rules. So you have that problem, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they are also not racist. But compare them to the West, or compare them to the way Europeans treat us. Man, I no. How many Nigerians have died in the hands of the Chinese in China?
My brother, because they have a control.
How many
press.
black people?
That's what you don't understand.
Can I bring it to? Can I bring it down home? Can I bring it down? Oh, Father, let me bring it down home. Let me bring it down. Let me bring it. Let me bring it down.
One at a time. We are not hearing. The viewers are not hearing what you are saying. One at a time. Paul, what were you saying?
No, Eddie is talking about because of the media. You understand? We are not. They are not free in the media. But what I'm saying is that every foreigner in China, the first thing you get in China is to get a VPN, change your location. They see everything that is going on. They reach out. That's why Chinese can go on YouTube and see everything that is going on. So if things is going on in China, they have a way of reaching out. They see everything. They reach out. If the news is not... Listen. The news, even here in the West, even though the media still control the narrative so strongly, even when they report anything that oh, they bring a black man down, they'll report it that oh, they brought this black man down 2012, he used to steal in the store. When he was 9 years old, he was stealing, he was doing drug. They will break that person down to the ending of till the cops bring him down. Is that not narrative too? You understand?
Yeah,
So many
that one, Paul, I totally agree with you on that one. I agree with you.
Matt, you were saying something. No, one at a time. Matt,
I
just say
was
what you
saying
want to say quickly.
I
So
was
that go to Elisha.
Can you guys
trying
let
to
Felicia
I was
talk?
trying to I
He
was
has
want
been
to try.
waiting patiently.
Okay, okay. Let me allow him to
Good,
go.
good, good.
Felicia,
Thank you,
can
thank
you
you.
let's let him talk. He has been waiting.
Yeah, please
Let him.
go ahead, Elisha. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elisha. No vex, I beg. Okay, I love you guys, but I gotta go, but I will come back again.
Thank you. I
Okay.
will see you. We'll see you later.
After I've spoken, I'll exit. You've been talking about China and other places, but I want to focus more on Nigeria now, a little bit, and I will not talk much. See, it is in the nature of man to show differences. That is it. We cannot avoid it. Anywhere you go, people must kind of show, segregate. It's in the nature of man. That is the reason why when Nigeria was formed, was amalgamated, you see, we discovered that we have three major races in Nigeria. We have Igbos, we have the Yorubas, we have the Hausas. But let me tell you something. I'm from the Northeast and a minority tribe. If I tell you my tribe now, you will not know. My tribe is Kamwe or Higi in Northeast, northern part of Adamawa State. We are bordering with Cameroon. Some of our people live in Cameroon. Mohamed Bua Marwa, that you know, that has been a military administrator who is presently with NDLA, the NDLA boss, is from my village. It's also my relation. What I want to let you know is that different people always cause differentiation among themselves. They kind of segregate themselves, but it is the leaders that matter. They are the ones that bring people together. We have not been having good leaders. I listened to one video at one time concerning Dubai. There was a time Dubai asked Nigeria for a loan to start up their country, to make sure the people, because Nigeria was better than Dubai at one time.
60s and 70s, yeah.
Nigeria refused. Then Dubai now borrowed from somewhere. And where is Dubai today? They have one leader. That leader has been there for a very long time. Because that leader united the people together. Not that there are people of different tribes there too. They are Arab nations, but they have different tribes there, but they made themselves one. I think that is what Nigeria is supposed to be heading towards. Until the Igbos, Yorubas, and Hausas, and the minority tribes come together and get a good leader that will lead Nigeria properly, we will not go anywhere. That's why we cannot go out now in the name of fighting Niger, to make sure that we restore. The problem of Niger is far much smaller than our problem. And Niger, as you see it there, those people that took over the power, the military, they know the reason they are doing that. See them burning French flags. See them raising up Russian flag. They destroyed the embassy of France, set it on fire, ablaze. You see? And then we are here fighting. Even the election is not even yet confirmed. It's still in tribunal. And then our president is planning to take our military to Niger to go and fight. The Niger that we have been serving before, we have been helping them. Railway goes to Niger from Nigeria. Our electricity is in Niger. They have cut it off now on the order of Tinubu. All these things, they are not solutions. So the best is focusing on our people first. Let us have a good leader, or we advise our leaders to change. That's all. Thank you.
Elijah, before I don't go yet,
that's
don't go
a
yet.
valid
I want to
point.
ask you a question. I want to ask you a
Yes.
question. Don't go yet.
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Elijah.
That is where I was going. That is the point that I was trying to make, but in a different way. So, but I don't want to mention tribe. Go to tribe.
Okay.
I may bring confusion now because the way the tempo is flowing, I want it to flow that way. But you know, just to back up a little bit what he said, because he said
do it. Don't do it.
Max,
You said you're not
Hey,
going
you
to
understand?
do it.
That's why I like the tempo. I don't want to go there.
KJ is not alive.
You know,
KJ back to life.
you know what? It's a difference.
Please, one person. Let one person ask. Allow one person to ask the question.
Allow other people to contribute.
Are you
You guys are not the only ones here.
Yes.
I will not come say crayfish. Allow other people to
Are you
contribute. Please.
Yeah.
Are you hearing me?
I'm hearing, sir.
Okay.
Hello?
Elijah, just a quick question.
Hello.
Yeah,
Okay,
just a
I'm
quick
hearing.
question.
Okay.
Do you believe that Nigerians that they are hypocrites?
Somebody.
I'm hearing you, sir.
I said, do you believe that do you believe that Nigerians are hypocrites?
Someone else.
Nigerians are what?
Hypocrites.
Hypocrites.
Oh, yeah.
Say
Hypocrites.
Yeah. You know why? You know why I said that? You know why I said that? Just to let me,
Yes.
why I said that is because I remember when Gani Fawehinmi, who has all his life fought for both north, south, east, fought for people and stuff.
Yes.
And he contested. He was a true guy anyway, although he's a Muslim, but a true Nigerian, and he contested for presidency, and he got what's it called, less than 2,000 votes. You understand?
Yes. Yes.
So, do you believe that Nigerians are hypocrites?
Nigerians are not hypocrites. It's our leaders that are having the problem. Sir,
no, we're the ones selecting the leaders.
No, we are not. They are imposing themselves on us.
If they ask you to vote for two things, and you two are the only ones you have, what will you do? Will you say we will not vote?
There is a hypothesis.
You will vote now.
Aside from that, Nigerians have never voted in their leaders, the ones they chose. The system have always manipulated to get those they want there. And let's see what is going on till tomorrow. There's never been every person that we considered intelligent enough to lead Nigeria comes to position of authority of being a political party, scores 0. And the people we don't think should lead us will always be the ones who will be elected.
You are saying the right thing.
That is the unfortunate story in Nigeria.
KJ, let me give you another narrative also. Why did P2B not get made?
Let that person just make it cool down.
To be fair, from what I gather, Gani Fawehinmi did. Hold on, just for correction, Gani Fawehinmi did get,
let me tell you something now. Let me tell you something.
1,000 votes at least. So it's not exactly 2,000.
Okay. How many votes again, forefathers?
He says Fawehinmi polled. Let me just share the facts. Fawehinmi polled 161,333. You see, that's what they say he polled. I just have to.
You have taken my own time. I have not said anything. I've been trying to talk.
I think Elisha was answering the question now.
Okay. Alicia, continue.
So the issue of say Nigerians are hypocrites is not correct, because you cannot carry 200 million Nigerians and believe that all of them are hypocrites.
No, not all of them.
See, now, what I want to say is that, see what happened in the last presidential election. In Abuja, FCT, no any party that won more than 25% except Labour Party. Do you get it now? And in the Nigerian constitution, unless you have up to 25% in FCT, and then 25 other states, then you cannot make it as a president of Nigeria. Do you get it now? So now, what happened after that election? The announcement that came up and other things. people were not happy. Nobody expected that, and Tinubu will be announced.
But that one
Definitely,
is, Elisha, that one is, down to interpretation, though.
Yes.
The 25% stuff, But that one, let's not based on that. Yeah, you can say another thing here because that one is in court. Let's wait for the judgment of.
It's in court for the judgment. Yes. Yeah. So our leaders are the problem, sir, not the people of the land. We didn't foresee. We didn't see what is happening now. We didn't foresee it at the time the new government is coming in. How the hardship has come up on the people now with the fuel price hike. So that's what I want to say.
Elisha, let me ask this quick question because I know KJ wants to say something, and there's Richard in the background because he was driving. Richard, I see you. I'm going to bring you on.
I want to say something. I'm going right now. My battery is
okay.
I'm going to It's almost 2 o'clock.
We are going to talk to Richard. We are going to talk to Richard. Don't worry. Let me just make this quick point. Then I'm not going to keep it long at all. I think 30 seconds at most. So the leaders that we have in the country, many of them were once like us. And let's put it like many Nigerians on the ground. And then when they get elected, something happens. Either they changed or they were already like that. So it means there is something in us that go on to do this, cause these problems.
Forefathers, you always ask this question.
Because it's fundamental now. It's fundamental. It's easy to point fingers, but we just elected some House of Assembly members, including in Labour Party, and they went on to go and vote how many billion for their furnitures and the rest of it. So you have to ask yourself, what is it in us that seems to transform and conform to the same narrative that corrupt, inept, all this ineffective leadership.
Love of money.
Because power brings out your
You cannot know a person until when you find the person in the position.
Exactly.
The real person now will manifest. That is what is happening. Some of our leaders are not what we voted for, the way they are exhibiting themselves. So some of them are selfish, and then once they find themselves in that position, they change. Look at one time we had somebody who was Labour president. He was fighting government seriously, but when he came into government, he changed.
Oshomole.
He became a fighter. Yes, everybody knows that.
Oshomole is number one in the queue.
What do you say about that one, Oshomole? So I'm giving you an example with him.
There is another dynamic that you see happening again. I'm just trying to highlight this so that people know what seems to be going on. I'm not even sure I get the full picture, because there's also this other dynamic that we say the leaders are terrible, but my own National Assembly member is good. The leader is terrible, but my senator is good. The senator in my local area is good. So what is happening there? Why is it that people don't know that their own local senator is just as bad as the others? What is going on? Because they don't look at it on a national level.
Yeah, they are all the same.
Solution to that.
They're all the same. I want to give you a history. I think we're forgetting something here. We're making a mistake, a little bit of a mistake. The people that the Nigerians have always called leaders have never won an election. And I'll start from the north. There was a man who rose called what's his name now? Aminu Kanu. Is that Aminu Kanu? Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Who introduced the Tawakalas? Okay.
Talakawas.
Yes. And
Talakawas.
He never got to
the poor.
Talakawas, the poor. It was for the poor. But when he contested the election, he never could even win Kanu, except for Balare Musa, who virtually won Kanu State as a governor. Now, Balare Musa, and then Abaka Remi and Balare Musa, who came from the PRP. Okay,
Sabo Bakinzo.
But the person who moved that party, okay, never got to be elected in the north as a leader. Now, if you come to the east or the south, okay, look at Awolowo. Despite everything he did, he was never able to make it to the place where he can affect the rest of the generality of people.
Thanks to Obasanjo.
And in the east, Alex Ekweme, despite being the founder of PDP, was never able to become, come to a place where he can serve the generality of the people. In other words, the system has a way of throwing away those people who will come in and stand on the side of the masses. It never works. And if it eventually works, the first time you serve, you will not return there. They will make sure that you don't come back. So this has been going on since Nigeria became, a country.
Independent, yes.
It's not going to change tomorrow.
Okay, KG, let me ask you a question, please. In line with this one. So, what is that system that doesn't make those people come into power? What is that system?
The system is called political party system.
We have cabals.
Yes,
that
where
are
you
standing
go
from
and
the time go.
individuals will choose who should become the candidate of any position in the party. I remember a friend of mine told me a story once. I won't call the people's names, but the guy is from Edo State, and he wanted to run for the office of a councillorship. And they said, before you run for a chairmanship of your local government, you need to go and meet a particular man. And he went to the man. His uncle took him there. His uncle, who is a member of the party, very senior member of the party. And he went there. I said, Oga, they say I should come and meet you. This is my brother who wants to run for. He looked at the guy and said to him, this guy, say this young man says, hey, young man, come here. He came. Are you loyal? He said, yes, sir. Are you loyal? Are you sure you're loyal? I said, yes, sir. Slap your uncle. He was looking at him. I said, slap. You say you're loyal. I said, slap your uncle. And the uncle said, oh, slap me if you want position. No. Slap me. He give a slap, boy. He said, okay, go that way. I will come and talk to you. And I'm saying a serious life issue.
Why would you slap your uncle?
Yes.
He's supposed to show loyalty to his uncle.
He's loyal. The person who's going to give him position. Now,
okay, KG, sorry.
I'm coming, 1 minute. You see, okay. I want to show you how they get into the system and eventually they mess you up. This guy was called and said, you know what? Even though you have shown your loyalty, you cannot be local government chairman now because somebody else has already been given that position. So you know what? You have to wait for your turn. And as I'm talking to you, because of the anger, he never continued with the party. He left and went to find his life. So this is the system of the people that we have running Nigeria.
Okay, let us answer that question. Let us answer that question, please. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is the impact and influence of money in choosing candidates?
It's everything now. First of all, money is one. Then society in which you belong is the other. Okay, it's no longer gainsay to say that most of them are in a movement that you and I can never be in. Okay, and that's why their hearts are in their back. They don't see anything in human beings.
Because I believe that the major factor there is money, and because our electoral process is very expensive. Nobody's going to get to power and fold his hand and say we'll not be corrupt.
But
you can't spend billions or millions to become a local government chairman and expect not to pay back that money or not to get that money back in 100-fold. So that's where
who makes the rules.
Another area of problem is that if you want to be a candidate, for let's say presidential candidate, you buy a form in millions upon millions of naira. Now, why will you buy a registration form for 100 million and then you will not look for your money after you are elected?
No, that's just beginning.
Again,
that's campaign.
Yes. Again, another thing that happens also is that these leaders, what they do is that they put serious hardship, financial hardship on the people by holding the money. They will gather money, gather from all angles, gather it in one place, so that when the time comes for them to buy, they will now buy their conscience because they are poor. They need money. So that's how they do what we call vote buying.
Can I move forward this discussion?
Okay.
Yes.
I was listening from the background, and someone was saying arguing for the reason why they should not be military dictatorship in Africa. And I don't think that guy has lived in Africa. Because let us take example of Nigeria. We have almost 430, is it 30 or 50 people sitting in the House of Assembly collecting salaries. Okay, every month we collect 13 million.
Yes.
Now, if we zero it down on the money spent on administration alone in Nigeria, do you think it is wise for us to run a presidential system of government? Because you are collecting in the National Assembly, you are collecting in the State Assembly, you are collecting in local government councils. Same thing with the president, same thing with the governor, same thing with the commissioners in the states, the ministers in the federal level. Now, in the first place, no
advisors.
You call deputy governor and vice president.
Yes, I didn't even call those ones. No military administration will close their eyes
and eat that kind of money.
None. Even if you like, go and calculate how much Babangida stole.
No, Roland, Abacha loot. That Abacha loot.
Abacha
just let me.
Was the biggest to.
No, Abacha loot is a lie. Abacha loot is
finish.
true.
Let me finish.
What happened to the loot?
Let me
after
finish.
collection.
Let me finish. Just hold your fire.